Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to do a deep dive into the Brian Walshe trial that is coming up tomorrow. Thank you so much for being with us. Just check my audio here. For joining us today as we are. All right, sound pretty good. How's everybody doing? It is a Sunday if you are watching live. If you are watching on replay, this is the day before Brian Walshe starts, Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. So welcome in, have a seat everybody. Join us as we are going to look into Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe, his wife. We're going to look at some, a lot of news clips. I have about half hour worth of news clips. I've got a timeline of his Google searches. And then we're going to look at some pretrial hearings, not all of them, because it would be about 12 hours. There could have been even more. I found like 12 hours worth. So we're going to look at some of the more important ones, at least I think, like the first one, then kind of one in the middle, and then a couple towards the end. So Shadow, good to see you. Perimenopausal, good to see you. Iowa Backyard. Jennifer King, deep dive. Cindy, good to see you. Jenny G and Mary. Debbie and Shirley, thank you for joining us. Twinkle Bell, good to see you. Valerie. Green-Eyed Cat, Lily Wayne. Tom, good to see you. Barry, how are you? Shirley and, let's see, Jackie. Good morning from a cold UK. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. And Mary. All right, you guys. Catherine, I got time to watch 12 hours. You may. StreamYard won't, or YouTube won't let us. We have to make 2 streams if so. All right, let's get into it. We have a lot to cover. So here we go. Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. Ana Walshe is the victim. Ana is Serbian. She was 39 years old. The defendant is Brian Walshe. He now is 50. This happened January 1st of 2023. So they had been at a party, at their house. They had a party the night before, New Year's Eve. They're celebrating, and then Ana just kind of goes missing. Her work reports her missing. Her friends are reporting her missing, and then we'll get into it. So Brian Walshe is on trial for the deletion of his wife, 39-year-old Ana Walshe, a Massachusetts mother of 3, who disappeared on New Year's Day, 2023. They have 3 young boys, as we will discover. Prosecutors say, Walshe, meaning Brian. Prosecutors say Walshe deleted Ana in the early hours of January 1st, dismembered her, and disposed of her remains while he was awaiting federal sentencing for an art fraud scheme involving counterfeit Andy Warhol paintings. And we will. The background that I have there is it's called Shadow. That's the Andy Warhol painting. It's called Shadow. So that's the one is the fake and one is the original, the authentic one. So that's the painting in case. It's on the background of that thumbnail. It's called Shadow or Shadows. Might be Shadows. Anyway, so Shadow or Shadows. All right. So he's already waiting sentencing for counterfeiting, selling fraudulent Andy Warhol paintings. And we'll hear from the art dealer. I believe the art dealer was French. in France. So we will. I have a news clip on that person. So investigators argue the crime was intentional and premeditated, pointing to a series of disturbing Google searches made on his son's iPad. Now remember, they have 3 young sons, and I don't know their exact ages. We'll uncover that as we go through this trial, I guess. But I think they're probably 3, 5, and 7, something like that, maybe even younger. So he was doing these Google searches, and we'll look at those searches in just a minute, about decomposition, body disposal, whether someone can be charged with murder without a body. He was, Brian Walshe was under house arrest. He was deeply in debt and facing significant restitution payments tied to this art fraud case. Relatives had also recently accused him of destroying and forging his late father's will to seize control of the estate, which we will hear a report on that as well, which they say reflects a broader pattern of manipulation. So he's already on the hook for art fraud. He's doing something nefarious with his father's will. So he's not really a good guy there. He's already presenting himself as not a good actor. Surveillance footage allegedly shows him purchasing large quantities of cleaning supplies, tarps, cutting tools, and investigators say they later found a bloody knife in the basement and located trash bags containing Anna's clothing and blood-stained items at multiple disposal sites. Right, so he goes to Walmart. I think he bought like 450 items. We have that as well. I'll read through all the items that he purchased. Let's see. I think I can. Let me just see. I have my trial notes here. So we have we're going to show his Google searches. And then he bought, January 1st, he made a trip to Home Depot. He bought a bunch of stuff. So we'll get to that in as we go throughout the our pretrial hearing. But he bought like $450 that he paid cash in. That was on the 1st, and then on the 2nd he made more purchases, and then on the 3rd he made more purchases. So he made 3 days of Google searches, 3 days of going to Home Depot and local hardware stores, making very, very incriminating purchases. And then he went to 3 different sites. One of those sites was his mom's apartment, and he, I guess, on his cell phone, they can track him going to pretty much where the garbage was. And all these places ended up going to either an incinerator or a shredding site. So the defense maintains there is no body. They never found Ana. They never found her. No confirmed crime scene and no direct evidence proving. I guess we'll go with Ana. Ana is actually no longer with us. They argue she may have left voluntarily due to personal stress and a demanding job, and question the reliability of the forensic evidence and the interpretation of the search data. While Walshe continues to fight the murder charge, he recently pled guilty, and we'll watch this. This will probably be that'll be our last video. He pled guilty to 2 unrelated offenses: willfully misleading police, so basically lying to police, and unlawful conveyance of a human body. So basically, he's admitting that he disposed of Anna's body, but he's not saying that he did it. So this is like the Robert Durst. If you guys remember Robert Durst, where the neighbor, he admits to chopping up, dismembering, and disposing of the body, but he never says that he killed that guy. And they never found that guy's head. So I have a feeling maybe, just maybe, the defense might go in that direction of, yes, my client took her body and disposed of her, maybe unlawfully, but he didn't kill her. I don't know what kind of defense they're going to have, but that's really kind of the only defense I can see them having. All right, he remains in custody, and if convicted of the first degree, he faces a mandatory sentence of life without parole. All right, so welcome in, everybody. Little Lulu, good to see you. Jennifer King, how are you? Northwest, how are you? They were related offenses. Okay, what are you referring to? Which were related offenses? The tampering and the disposal? 2 related offenses. You're exclamation pointing me. So what are the related offenses? Gordon, yes, the jinx. That's what it was. Yep, the jinx. That was, if you guys saw that. I think maybe that's where they're going to go with this. I think maybe. Hey, Amy, good to see you. Yep, he has his moments. That's for sure. C. Gilmore, good to see you. Barry, yeah, pleading guilty to making away with the remains doesn't get all the evidence excluded. I'm just waiting for the defense case in chief. I as well. I'm really interested more in the defense than I am the prosecution, because I think the prosecution already has proved it with his searches. Let's take a look real quick at his searches before we go further. Let's go to his searches, and then we can get into. Actually, I want to play some news first. And then we'll get into his searches. All right, so let's get in some news clips first, and then we can then we'll look at his searches. All right. So first of all, we'll go to she went missing. Anna went missing on January 1st, or that's the last time that there was proof of life. So let's go to breaking news of his arrest. I believe that's where we start. All right, so we're gonna wrap our head around this tale as we get ready for. All right, here we go. News clip number 1. Can you move that up? Oh, no. Sorry, guys. I just want to move that up a hair. Okay. All right, here we go.
We continue to track developing news out of Cohasset this morning, where the husband of a missing mother, Ana Walshe, is set to head to court this morning. Brian Walsh is charged with misleading a police investigation.
Boston 25 News reporter Julianne Lima was first at the scene yesterday morning as police searched the Walsh's home, and she recently spoke with a reporter from Ana's home country of Serbia, where this story is now making international headlines.
That reporter tells me Ana's mother and other relatives still live in Serbia. She's been in touch with Ana's best friend in the country, who is shocked by her disappearance and by her husband's arrest. That friend tells the reporter Ana only ever spoke very highly of her husband and of her life here in America.
This is a big story here because a woman from Serbia goes to America, living American dream, and after that she disappeared. She have a husband, but husband is a very mystery because he was arrested.
Before Brian Walsh's arrest, this was the scene at his home. Take a look. State and local police spent hours searching the house yesterday, carrying out evidence and taking photographs. We were here as the family's 3 children, all younger than 6, were driven away in a Volvo SUV. Sources tell us those 3 young boys are now in state custody. Now their father is behind bars, accused of misleading investigators. But when Brian Walsh is arraigned today, it won't be his first time in front of a judge. Brian pleaded guilty in federal court 2 years ago after prosecutors say he took 2 Andy Warhol paintings from a friend in South Korea, put the authentic art for sale on eBay, then delivered fake paintings to the buyer. Walsh hasn't been sentenced in that case yet, but Cohasset's police chief says this situation is not related to his wife's disappearance. And you can see police have remained at the Walsh's home all night after executing a search warrant yesterday. We don't yet know what Brian Walsh allegedly said or did that allegedly misled investigators, but we do expect to learn more during his arraignment today. Reporting in Cohasset, I'm Julianne Lima for your local station, Boston 25 News.
All right, so that's his initial arrest, and now I want to get to the art scam because we heard a little clip on that. So let's hear from the art dealer who he scammed, because that's part of this story. This is a large part of the story.
Brian Walsh is already facing possible jail time.
All right, so this is the art dealer who got scammed.
Brian Walsh is already facing possible jail time in an unrelated art fraud scheme. New tonight at 11, the art dealer he's accused of scamming is talking to WBZ's Christina Rex about Brian's criminal history.
Police said Brian Walshe was convicted of fraud, accused of stealing a friend's Warhol paintings and selling those paintings as well as fake versions of them. Now, when victims tried to hold him accountable, he stopped taking their calls. These are the fake Andy Warhol paintings that Brian Walshe sold a California art dealer as real for $80,000 back in 2016. I spoke to Ron Rivlin by phone. He tells me Walshe is a calculated guy, saying, "I've bought over 1,000 Warhols, and this is the one and only acquisition that got by me." He was that good. What happened to me is telling of Walsh's masterful ability to coerce people.
This is not his first rodeo. He's already under federal charges and is, being monitored at home.
Walshe has been on house arrest for years after pleading guilty in 2021, but he still hasn't been sentenced because he was unable to produce the stolen paintings and allegedly couldn't come up with the nearly $500,000 he owed to 3 victims as a part of his plea deal. Now he's facing allegations he diverted money from his father's estate. Retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer says more than 6 years later, this open case still hangs over his head.
He is under a lot of stress and strain and pressure. He's facing these charges. He's facing significant prison time, I should say. And that causes individuals, when they're under all this stress and strain and thinking maybe he's going to lose her and maybe nobody else is going to have her.
In a June 2022 letter to the judge, Brian's wife, Ana, wrote that he was a good man, saying Brian has been working consistently on breaking the past habits of his family, and we're all looking forward to the new chapter of his life. But experts say his prior crimes could tie into the allegations that he misled investigators following his wife's disappearance.
People who commit significant fraud-type charges really do have a character flaw. And that character flaw usually involves narcissism and believing that they can, trick people into believing their narrative.
Part of Brian's temporary arrangement for that fraud case was that he had a curfew from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Prosecutors say he broke that curfew in the days following Ana's disappearance. In that case today, Brian was held on $500,000 cash bail. Lisa and David?
All right. Thank you, Christina. There's even more information.
All right. I have this in order of dates, but I want to get to this sooner than later. So let's get to know Ana. I guess they're saying Ana versus Anna. So I want to get to know Ana. This is a memorial for her. I'm skipping ahead a few days. So let's get to know her a little bit better. And then we can go back in time just a hair.
Loved ones are vowing to never forget Ana Walshe. The Cohasset woman will be remembered as a mother to 3 boys, a daughter herself, and a good friend.
Just yesterday, we showed you the evidence prosecutors are laying out against her husband, accused in her murder. And tonight, Boston 25 News reporter Drew Caritas is showing us how she's being honored.
We're finding out that about 100 people attended a virtual celebration of life remembering Ana Walshe. The friend I talked with, who's speaking out for the first time, says the service was both tragic and inspiring, knowing how much more life she had left to live.
The world has lost a great person. It didn't have to happen. It didn't need to happen.
In between the agonizing disbelief and immense grief that follow the murder of a South Shore mother, friend, and businesswoman, there is reflection on Ana Walshe's legacy.
It's astounding, right? Like, most people go through life and we all want to make an impact, and she truly did, right? And it's sad that it's only going to be measurable now.
Peter Rader says the measure of Ana's impact was inspiring during a private virtual celebration of life. The tribute bonded different friends who had met Ana at different stages since she immigrated from Serbia to the United States in 2005.
Greetings from Boston. With less than 2 weeks since we were together that feel to me like more than 2 months, this too shall pass.
The assurance of Ana's voice and her drive for success resonated with Rader about 2 years ago when he met her through their work in the real estate industry.
Ana took the time to work with myself, my team, a marketing company to set up all new branding and marketing for me to make sure there were like unselfishly.
Rader says he formed an instant connection with Ana professionally and personally.
One of the things that you'll hear from everybody is her level of confidence and like this can't be done was not in her vocabulary.
He says similar stories were shared by dozens of others who were also touched by the Cohasset mother of 3 young boys.
The people who spoke all said the same thing, that this dynamic, young, remarkable lady changed their lives, right? Like who does that?
Everyone now left with questions about Ana's final moments and where her 3 young boys, ages 2 to 6, were when it happened.
I hope to God that the kids didn't hear or witness anything. They were her world. I mean, you know, make no mistake about this. Everything she was doing was deliberate for those children, for her family.
Rader says he never met husband Brian Walshe and is not going to speculate on a motive in the gruesome murder that stole Ana from her children, family, friends, and colleagues.
There's a soul there too of some sort, and it may be an evil soul. It's not for me to decide that. It's for the courts. Brian, I don't know if you did this, right? Like, come clean, give some closure, right? Like that's if I could say something to him, that's what I would say to him.
And Rader says Ana would never go a day without FaceTiming her kids as she was out of town, and he says he feared the worst from the moment he learned of her disappearance. He says she deserves to be properly laid to rest, and not having her remains is preventing that. Formal funeral arrangements have not yet been made. We're live in the control room. Drew Caritas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
You can tell she had an impact on so many people, Drew. Thank you.
Hey, Joanne. Good morning to you. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend and continue to do so. Widespread Panic is with us. Here you are. Still behind about 10 minutes. No problem. No worries. Okay, so we know Ana's from Serbia. We know Ana's from Serbia. We know Mr. Walshe there. Well, Ana was in real estate. She had secured a job in Washington, D.C., so she was splitting her time between her home in Massachusetts and then also in D.C. We know Walshe was he dealt art, but then he was also a con man. He was kind of a con. I guess we can say that he was a con man, for better or for worse. They had 3 children. So the motive is there because there might be some jealousy. You know, Brian might have been jealous of her newfound career. She was traveling back and forth from D.C. There was some rumors that she spent time in Dublin with somebody. Not sure if those are rumors or if that's true. I don't know that yet. He was going to prison already, so there was that threat. He had cut his. He did something with his dad's will that undercut the rest of his siblings. So that was, that was there on the table. So the motive was there. All right, let's continue on. That video of him walking out smiling is just wrong. I'm really, really interested to hear the defense because after you guys see his Google searches, and I'll pull them up in a little bit and we'll go through them. After, you see his Google searches and it's like, so you're admitting that you took care of her body, right? You disposed of her remains. Well, where? And where is she? Where is she? I mean, her family and friends deserve, and your children deserve to know where, if, and you admitted this, he admitted it. He pled guilty to it. So where are her remains? That's going to drive me batty this entire trial. If we don't find out where her remains are, that's going to drive me crazy, right? Oh, and also life insurance. Aaron's reminding me $2.7 million in life insurance, and had 2.7 million. That's pretty significant. That's pretty significant. So we'll keep that in our trial notes. $2.7 million in life insurance. You think she was incinerated, Northwest? It would be nice to know where she is, right? I mean, incinerate, I get it, but it would be nice to know where. I guess he put her in 3 different places. That's what they're saying. So that's what they're saying. And a year before they got married, Ana filed a police report with the police in D.C. saying that her boyfriend was going to kill her and her friends. So that's another thing, that she filed a report saying that her boyfriend, and yet she still got married. That's a shame. All right, so this is the first. She never followed up on the claim, and the case was closed. And then they got married. Yeah, that's. So a year before they got married, she filed a police report, never followed up with that, but then they ended up still getting married. All right, let's get to his first hearing. So this hearing is from January 9th. So he's arrested, and then now this is his hearing. An arraignment, I guess, basically. All right, let's get to this. First time in court.
Mr. Brian Walsh, complaint 230136, Cohasset, they're charged with intimidation of a witness on the 8th of January 2023, and not guilty for the end.
You understand that charge is wrong? Yes.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Lynn Beeland for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, the charge before the court right now, the defendant is charged under the intimidation, that being misleading the police in the course of an investigation. The investigation was into the missing person of Ana Walshe. Ana is the wife of this defendant. She's 37 years old. They have 3 children, 2, 4, and 6. Ana Walshe was last seen on New Year's Day about between 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning. The defendant indicated that she left the house to go, she works in Washington, D.C. The defendant indicated in a subsequent interview that she left the house around 6 a.m. taking an Uber or Lyft to go to the airport, where she was going to go to work in D.C. That was the last time she was seen. In the course of the investigation, police were notified around January 4th by her employees in Washington, D.C. that she had not shown up for work on January 4th. That was the first time that she was notified that she was missing. Up until this point, the defendant had not notified anyone that she was missing. In the investigation, was determined that she actually had a plane ticket for January 3rd, which she did not use, and did not show up at the airport, nor her D.C. job or her apartment in D.C. It was indicated that the defendant, police checked during the course of this investigation. There was not a Uber or any kind of Lyft that had picked her up on January 1st. In fact, in the course of the investigation, it was determined that her cell phone pinged in the area of the house, which is located on Chief Justice Cushing Way, that her phone pinged on the 1st and the 2nd, which is after the defendant had said she had left. Additionally, the defendant right now was on house arrest, pending sentencing in federal court. Part of that probation and condition, he was to report his whereabouts if he was to leave the house. He indicated as part of the investigation when police spoke with him that on January 1st he went to his mother's house. However, it took him a lot longer because he got lost going to his mother's house in Swampscott. He also subsequently indicated and stated to the police that he went to Whole Foods and CVS. Police subsequently did surveillance and checked. There was no surveillance or indication that he went to Whole Foods nor CVS. He indicated he purchased some items. There's no receipts for him having purchased that. He then returned home. Surveillance was checked by several police during this time frame. These statements caused a lot of delay as part of the investigation, as police now were focusing on the North Shore. He further indicated that on January 2nd, as he was supposed to report in, that the only time he left is that he went to take his son for some ice cream. Surveillance check during the investigation indicated that defendant, in fact, on January 2nd, sometime after 4 o'clock, went to the Home Depot, which is in Auckland. He's on surveillance at that time, purchasing about $450 worth of cleaning supplies. That would include mops, bucket, tarps, T-Vex, drop cloths, as well as various kinds of tape. He's on surveillance at that time on January 2nd, even though he said he never left the house. Police obtained a search warrant and actually searched the house with crime scene services. During that time, they found blood in the basement. Blood was found in the basement area, as well as a knife, which also contained some blood.
Could you repeat that last sentence?
Yes, in the basement, crime scene services recovered and found blood in the basement area, in a section of the basement. There was also a knife that was found. On the knife, there was also blood, and part of the knife was damaged. Your Honor, these various statements caused a delay in the investigation, to the point that during the time frame when he didn't report his wife and gave various statements, that allowed him time to either clean up evidence, dispose of evidence, in causing a delay. As of this time, Ana Walshe has not been found. So because of that, the Commonwealth is asking $500,000 cash bail. At this time, these are the charges.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Walsh's wife has been missing since January 1st, and it is true that her employer contacted the police on January 4th. However, that was as a result of Mr. Walshe, Brian Walshe, contacting the employer to say, I haven't heard from my wife. The employer suggested that their security team, who was former law enforcement officer, contact both the Cohasset Police and the D.C. Metro Police, which he did. Mr. Walshe has given several interviews. We have consented to searches of his home. We have consented to searches of his property. We have consented to searches of his cell phone. I negotiated with a First Assistant District Attorney, I need to demote you, Lynn Beeland, on the terms of that to protect attorney-client. He has been incredibly cooperative. The charges are not anything relating, he's not charged with murder. He's charged with misleading investigators by not saying, as I understand it, he went to Home Depot in Rockland. He did say he went to Press in Norwell, and as Your Honor knows, the Rockland Home Depot was right next to Norwell. If in fact he was there, it was next in the town next to him. With respect to the other alleged omission, is that he was in Brockton and Abington. They don't have him stopping anywhere in those areas, as far as the police report says. He did say that he took his son out twice on the 2nd. He is on home confinement. He has a bracelet on him. This is a violation has been noticed of him, so if he leaves here, there's a federal detainer. He will be taken to federal court, and I would suggest that on the bail violations in federal court, the appropriate place to decide those conditions of release is at the federal court. I would ask for low bail or no bail, and to let the federal courts decide this. He's not going anywhere. He hasn't gone anywhere since January 1st. He's been in the house, that's true. He's been in the house with police almost 12 hours a day. I've been at the house with him, with police, for at least 8 hours a day. Well, not yesterday, but yesterday the police were at his house and he was at my home. But Friday and Saturday I was at his house for at least 8 hours with police officers present. So it's not that he's been there changing evidence or somehow impeding the investigation. The charges are he neglected to mention that he went to Abington and Brockton, and then he neglected to mention that he was at Home Depot. I suggest on those charges, for a regular person, as everybody has to be treated, that would be a no bail situation. With respect to violation of conditions of its federal bail, that is most appropriately dealt with in the federal court. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Bail was set at $500,000 cash, $5 million short. We'll get a 30-day date this morning.
What date would you like?
You tell me any date he would be, he would do this by final conference from the House of Correction. Richie, I wanted to keep the,
yeah, if I can just look.
The warrant, so keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Bail is set at $500,000 cash. You have a right to appeal that bail to Superior Court. If you make this bail and get arrested or charged with any more offense while this case is pending, you could be held up to 90 days without bail. We're going to take a conference date within 30 days.
Is Thursday, February 9th available?
Thursday, February 9th is perfect.
Thank you.
February 9th.
Videos.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so there we saw some evidence. They brought up the items that he bought at Home Depot. He got lost going to his mom's house. $500,000 cash bond, so he is in jail. Do I have $500,000 in my description? I don't have that he's still in jail. I'll have to claim. All right, I'll have to add that to our description. I could have sworn I put that in. Maybe I put that in on the other one. All right, I'll put that in our description. So he went January 1st, 10-pack of large trash bags, tarps, mop, bucket, baking soda, cleaning wipes, drop cloths, hatchet, goggles, mask, and a poncho. And he paid $450 in cash for that. And he wore a black surgical mask and gloves inside the store to avoid detection, despite it being well past COVID requirements. January 2nd of 2023, right, the day after they say Ana went missing, or the last time she was heard from, he bought more trash bags. He bought towels, a hacksaw, a hatchet, another one. So he's bought 2 hatchets, cleaning sprays, more cloth, and rags. Then he goes to surveillance, has him at Home Depot and the Lowe's and a local hardware store. So on January 3rd, he bought more cleaning supplies, a protective suit. He bought a protective suit, a Tyvek style protective suit, a rug/liner, gardening shears, and extra tarps. And apparently his car, there was some like some kind of tarp or something in the back seat. So that's what they found, or that's they found him doing this in the days following Ana's disappearance. All right, I want to get to these searches now because we heard. Let's get to these searches, and then we can go back to more news. Okay, so here's some of his searches, you guys. Check out his searches. All right, so December 27th, he searches, what's the best state to divorce for a man? Then January 1st, this is the day that they say Ana went missing. So January 1st at 4:55. Now remember, they've been up, it's New Year's Eve, now into New Year's Day. So they presumably saw the ball drop and celebrated, midnight and all that stuff. So at 4:55, so basically 5 o'clock in the morning, he searches, and this is on his son's iPad. Presumably it's on his 6-year-old, the oldest one, because it's 2, 4, and 6. So how long before a body starts to smell? That's his first one. That's the first search. Let's see. Then his second search is at 4:58. So first one is 4:55, and then follow a little timeline, 4:58. How to stop a body from decomposing. And then at 5:20, how to embalm a body. And this is all on January 1st. It's all on January 1st. Then next up, we get 5:47, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. All right. And then at 6:25, again, presumably he's been up all night. How long? Let's see. How long for someone to be missing to inherit? That's at 6:25. At 6:34, can you throw away body parts? Can you throw away body parts? Same day at 9:29, what does formaldehyde do? And then at 9:34, a couple minutes later, how long does DNA last? And then at 11:34, dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. And then at 11:44, how to clean blood from a wooden floor. 11:56, luminol to detect blood. Still the same day. Now this is afternoon, so this is 1 o'clock, 1:08. What happens if you put body parts in ammonia? Then we go to 1:21. Is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or, I don't know if did I miss something? Let me just make sure. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something there. So that's at 1:21. Did I miss, or wash them. Okay, so that's my bad. So that should be, or wash them. I cut that part out. So his 1:21 is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? So that's, I didn't get the whole thing. All right, so then, okay, that's his last search for January 1st. Then January 2nd at 12:45 p.m. Hacksaw, best tool to dismember. And then at 1:14, can you identify a body with broken teeth? Ooh, that's not good. That one I don't like. And then, okay, so then 2 days later, I'm sorry, that was the day after, that was January 2nd. So then January 3rd, what happens to hair on a dead body? That's at 1:02. And then 1:13, what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag to, I guess, 1 or 2 on a surface in the woods? And then again, 2 days later, can baking soda make a body smell good? So you guys tell me, what do you think of these? What do you think of these searches? What do you think of these searches? Iodine, oh my gosh, he is done. Jenny, I think he meant how long to clean blood, right? Catherine, yeah, what a goof. Kathy Smith, rough searches, even we don't search this stuff. I know, right? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Jenny Lynn, so disturbing. Iowa backyard, how long till proven guilty? Widespread panic, searches look very sus. I mean, really, man, just really. You know, the one about the broken teeth, that's one that's like, that's the one I don't like. I need an alibi. Yep, he's toast. Ionine says he telegraphed his entire crime. Gretchen, the one about hair is particularly strange. Yeah, that one's odd too. Sharon, we don't know if it's a slam dunk because of no body. Obviously, it's strong. Carol, those searches show how dumb he is. Little Lulu, he bought all the supplies to keep from getting caught, but did all the searches on son's iPad. Really smart guy. Jenny G, these are so bad. I don't know. Joanne, oh my gosh, that's guilty straight off the bat. He has admitted to disposing of the body, Northwest. Yep, yes he has. Shirley says not suspicious at all. He's admitted it. He pled guilty to disposing of her body. So they're going to say, yeah, he was disposing of her body. What's the big deal? I don't know. I'm really fascinated as what his defense is going to be. That is for sure. All right, let's get back to some news clips. All right, so now it's a news clip on the home. They're searching the home, and then we're going to get to his father's will after this. So this next clip is they searched his home. Hold on.
Breaking down at 5. Police are finished searching the home of a mother of 3 missing since New Year's Day. The Ana Walshe case is now officially a suspicious disappearance. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Mark Ockerblom.
And I'm Vanessa Welch. In just the last hour, the Norfolk County DA said investigators have wrapped their search of the home Walshe shared with her husband and young boys. This investigation, which started in Cohasset, has spread to include an incinerator facility in West Wareham and the North Shore towns of Swampscott and Peabody. Our team has also learned a bloody rug found could be central to the case.
Yeah, we have live team coverage tonight. Bob Ward at the Cohasset home when police pulled away tonight. Lisa Pappas is speaking with the art dealer Brian Walshe, scammed in a federal case. But we begin with investigative reporter Ted Daniel. He is live in Swampscott, where Ted, you learned about a new search warrant tonight.
Mark, good evening. We are outside the apartment complex where Brian Walsh's mother lives. A source tells me that a new search warrant was issued for that apartment today, and investigators could return here at any time. We are on the lookout. I've learned at least 7 search warrants have been issued since Ana Walshe disappeared about the first of the year, and the evidence is piling up.
We know police removed a dumpster from this complex yesterday, and they searched through piles of trash at a garbage dump in Peabody. The Norfolk DA confirms items of evidence were recovered at the garbage dump, and we now know what some of those items are. Multiple sources tell 25 Investigates a hacksaw and a blood-soaked rug were bagged as evidence. Our sources say the rug appeared to have human tissue on it. I'm told the rug has been sent to the medical examiner's office, not the state crime lab. The medical examiner only deals with death investigations. If police thought Ana Walshe was still alive, it would be strange to involve the medical examiner in this case. I talked with Phil Tracy, a former prosecutor turned defense lawyer, about what appears to be the worst case scenario.
Phil, is it possible to bring a murder charge here without a body?
Absolutely. Circumstantial evidence can be used through DNA. You'll be able to identify that piece of the body, that piece of tissue or whatever.
It's clear that police believe Brian Walshe discarded evidence in his travels after his wife Anna's disappearance. 2 sources tell me police are concerned that some of those items may have already been incinerated. There's a trash shredding and burning facility in Wareham called CMAS. It takes trash from all over Greater Boston and turns it into energy. A spokesperson for that facility confirms they are cooperating with this investigation.
And if evidence was incinerated, it could be lost forever. Right now, Walshe is only charged with misleading investigators. Sources are telling me that the DA is considering upgraded charges in this case, but police have been asked to exhaust all resources and collect as much evidence as they can first. Reporting live in Swampscott, I'm Ted Daniel for 25 Investigates.
Ted, you continue to uncover new information in this case. We know you'll keep us updated. Thank you.
All right, so that's the talking about the trash receptacles, if you will, or the final resting spot. So incinerated. So probably a pretty good chance poor Ana was incinerated and shredded and just ash basically right now, which is just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. All right, so now we're going to this. I'm just kind of following in order chronologically. So now we're going to hear about his father's will. He and his father's will. So let's check this out.
As investigators are now in the process of...
And thank you for joining us today, you guys. It's a Sunday. I hope you guys are enjoying your final holiday weekend. Appreciate you guys being with us today. Move that over there. Okay, actually, I don't need closed captioning. We'll turn that off. Okay, here we go. This is now they're going to talk about his father's, he and his father's will. Hey, Kimbers, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sewing Gal, mostly lurk, not much in chat. Thanks for all the welcome greetings. Morning to you as well, and thank you. Yeah, no problem. All right, let's get to, now this is going to talk about his father's will.
As investigators are now in the process of testing items that could be connected to the disappearance of Ana Walshe, a clearer picture is emerging of her husband Brian and his troubled financial past. Court documents show he was involved in a bitter legal battle over his father Thomas Walshe's estate. Friends as well as Walsh's nephew alleging in signed affidavits the elder Walshe and his son had been estranged for years after Brian Walshe absconded with almost $1 million from Dr. Thomas Walshe. Court records also say because of the alleged theft, it required Dr. Thomas Walshe to continue working past the age at which he had wished to retire, as a significant amount of his savings were stolen and never returned. And that's part of the reason why these court documents say Walsh's father cut his only son out of his will in the years before his death in 2018. Despite that, Walshe took steps to take control of his father's estate while saying in a sworn affidavit he and his father had been estranged several times over the years, but says they mended their relationship. Ultimately, Walsh's legal efforts were unsuccessful. A judge ruled against him. But those same documents revealed more information about Walsh's past, including that at some point he had checked himself into a mental health facility. His father's friends calling him a sociopath, and court documents dated in 2019 saying Brian is not only a sociopath, but also a very angry and physically violent person. I want nothing to do with him. These allegations surfaced years before Walshe pleaded guilty to federal charges of selling fake Andy Warhol paintings, the victim of the fake sales saying Walshe was very convincing.
He was very calculated, almost genius about how he went about things.
That troubled past only increasing the scrutiny around the disappearance of his wife. A bloody knife found inside the family home, law enforcement sources telling CNN a hacksaw, and cloth materials with apparent bloodstains found at a nearby trash facility. The couple's friends say nothing seemed out of the ordinary during a New Year's Eve celebration, but now coming to terms with what could be the outcome they had feared.
I keep praying that in all these trash facilities, that she's not found there, and really so that, you know, we do have somewhere to go to honor her, and for her children to have somewhere to go to honor her.
If someone did do something to Ana Walshe, in Massachusetts, the law does not necessarily require prosecutors to show a motive for a crime.
Prosecutors like to be able to show a motive. Again, I think it makes more sense to people if there is a motive, but as a matter of law, it's not required to prove a motive in most cases.
Not the law of proven motive, yeah. We get that a lot, or we hear that a lot. All right, so that was his dad. That was the kind of the background on his relationship with his father.
Lisa, thank you. New at 10, you're about to hear from two.
All right, now, because I want to hear this side of the story, this is the custody of the children, right? Because we're always asking, gosh, one parent passes away, the other one is in jail, incarcerated. What happens? You know, what happens to the kids? So this is we're going to find out a little background on the kids here.
Women who are begging the state to not put Ana's three boys in foster care.
They say they're willing to care for the kids themselves. Boston 25 News reporter Drew Caritas live in Newton tonight with their plea. Drew?
Vanessa, they say their biggest concern is that Ana's three kids could be separated as soon as tomorrow, on top of what these three brothers have already been through over the last 11 days.
Honestly, it's
It's a horrible movie that we're watching and that we're in real life.
Natasha Skye and Pamela Barty are desperate for answers in Ana Walshe's disappearance, and the one way they feel they can help involves their friend's 3 young boys who were placed in DCF custody on Sunday following their father Brian's arrest.
You know, you've got 3 boys under 6 years old dealing with what could be an extreme trauma. You don't know what they heard that night, what they saw that night, God knows what they're in for.
These 2 friends say they have reason to believe that the 3 boys could be placed in foster care any day now and potentially be split up.
We want to get those boys together to pass to the families who are qualified, who are willing to adopt them, who will take care of them, but together, not separately.
Skye is the founder of the Skye International Center, a business and social network for international professionals that Ana was a part of. She says 2 families involved in the nonprofit who are close with Ana are going through the court process to appeal for custody of the 3 children.
There are 2 families who had play dates over and over already, international people 2 families who are willing to adopt. They've been in touch.
Her close-knit friends are all trying to help every way that they can and take the children in. And that's why we were surprised to hear that they went under state custody and that they would be separated.
They say Brian Walsh's mother, the boys' one local adult relative, had been caring for the kids and the days after their mother was reported missing before the children were taken into state custody. And Skye is using her nonprofit organization that she runs out of her home here in Newton to raise funds for the Walsh children and also to fly Ana's mother from Serbia here to Massachusetts. We reached out to DCF tonight to ask about the plea regarding the Walsh children. A spokesperson would only tell us that the children remain in DCF custody tonight and that the state cannot comment any further. We're live in Newton. Drew Caritas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Truth.
So I don't know, that was 2 years ago, you guys, actually more than 2 years ago, because it was January of 2023. So if you guys can find out where the kids are now, let us know. If they're still, let us know. I think Clarinet Girl, you said they're still with the state. If you guys could find that out, let us know. And I'm sure we'll hear things as the trial progresses as well. All right, so this is kind of an interesting thing. I found this in my researching. I thought this was kind of interesting.
Priya, thank you. Now at 10:30, 25 Investigates looks into the sale of a condo owned by Ana Walshe that was recorded just 2 days before she went missing.
25 Investigates reporter Ted Daniel takes us through the documents he's obtained.
This is the condo. It's a 1-bedroom on Revere Street, just a few blocks from the beach. The sale of the property was recorded on December 29th by the Suffolk County Registry of Deeds. Authorities say Ana Walshe went missing from her home in Cohasset around the first of the year.
She actually had a plane ticket for January 3rd, which she did not use, and did not show up at the airport nor her D.C. job or her apartment in D.C.
The condo was purchased in Anna's name in January 2020 for $137,000. A real estate listing says it sold in 8 days. The sale price, $220,000. Closing documents obtained by 25 Investigates show Anna's husband Brian was involved in the sale. The documents list Brian Walsh as the grantor's or seller's spouse. His signature and a photocopy of his driver's license are included in the binder. He's signer number 2, right under Anna. In Massachusetts, it's routine for both a husband and a wife to take part in a property sale, even if the property is not in both of their names. The proceeds from the sale, about $80,000. As we've been reporting, court documents from Brian Walsh's federal art fraud case indicate he was having financial difficulties and on the hook for more than $300,000 in restitution.
I spoke to an individual involved in the real estate transaction. He tells me he contacted state police and shared all the details. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
So that's interesting. So there's more money, $80,000, that goes into his pocket. Excuse me, because she's no longer around. So he's just not a nice guy. All right. Here's another interesting thing. I found so many interesting things in researching it. So this is Anna's employer reported her missing before Brian did. So that's yet another interesting fact. All right. So employer reports her missing, and this is from January 16th. So far we've gone from the 9th, I think the 11th, 12th, and now the 16th. And then we're going to get to April 27th, where he enters a plea, and you guys are going to be pay attention to who the judge is. But let's get to this first. All right. So her employer reports her missing before her own husband does.
We have new details tonight in the disappearance of a Cohasset mother of 3. Police logs show the timing of when this disappearance was first reported. It has been 2 weeks since Ana Walshe has been seen. Boston 25 News reporter Drew Creed is live in Cohasset tonight. Drew, you also spoke with a seasoned attorney about what investigators could be working on right now behind the scenes.
Carrie, he suspects that investigators are working around the clock to tie up loose ends in the case against Brian Walshe as they wait for DNA results from the state crime lab. As you just mentioned, a police log we're seeing here at the Cohasset Police Department says it was Ana Walshe's employer who first contacted him to ask about her whereabouts and called police before he did.
This is the type of case where people are very interested in what happened to her.
As we enter another week without answers in the disappearance of Cohasset mother Ana Walshe, seasoned Massachusetts attorney Philip Tracy suspects that authorities are getting closer to forming a rock-solid case against husband Brian Walshe.
Obvious to the public and to lawyers like myself doesn't mean proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You can never be premature in the processing of a case like this, where we are missing a body.
He says the processing of evidence at the state crime lab can take weeks, if not longer. So far, investigators say they found blood and a knife with blood on it in the basement of the Walshes' rental home. Our sources have also told us that police found a hacksaw and a rug believed to contain biological evidence at a Peabody transfer station.
The public wants to know right away, but they can't know it until it's proven, until it's boxed together.
A Cohasset police log obtained by Boston 25 News is shedding new light on how the investigation first got started. It says a call requesting a well-being check was made on January 4th by a man who identified himself as the head of security at Ana Walshe's employer in D.C., Tishman Speyer. The log says Tishman Speyer contacted husband Brian Walshe before he reported his wife missing. It explains that he told police Ana left for D.C. and he hadn't heard from her since. According to the log, Ana's phone last pinged on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m. in Cohasset and hit the tower on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, less than a mile from the family's home.
He's not getting out. He's not going anywhere. So there's no rush to them to say, we got to get him or he's going to escape the jurisdiction. That's not going to happen because he's already on a pretrial probation with the federal government, who will take control of his body if he ever made the $500,000.
And Brian Walshe is locked up on that $500,000 cash bail on a charge of misleading a police investigation and has not been charged with harming his wife. Details in that police log we just told you about contradict previous reports that Brian Walshe and Tishman Speyer simultaneously reported Ana missing and that Brian Walshe contacted Tishman Speyer about his missing wife. We're live in Cohasset. Drew Caritas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Some good context there. Drew Caritas live for us tonight. Thank you very much.
All right, interesting. Hey, Mallory, you're under a foot of snow. Wow. Wow, a foot of snow. That's a lot of snow. That's a lot of snow. Yeah, Lori, her boss, not her own husband, but in his defense, as the defense would say, he thought she was in D.C., so there was no reason to report her missing because she's in D.C. But you're not talking to your wife? I mean, I would talk to my wife if I was away. When I went to Sarah Boone or I go to my family reunions or Aaron goes out, I mean, we talk to each other. I mean, you would know. Anyway. Okay, let's get to, all right. For the LawTube nerds out there, let's see if you guys can identify identify this this judge. Hold on a sec. All right, this is where he puts his plea in, and I will put on closed captioning for this. So, Mike, let's see. You're not sure about shocked, but anytime you feel a little cocky and want to make a bet, I'm your boy. Here's my bet to you. I don't know. I hey, Robert Durst. I was shocked at the Robert Durst. I'm gonna go on the line right now. Out on the line. I'm gonna say I would not be surprised if they find him not guilty. I'm just gonna say that right now. I don't know. This one, I don't have a good feeling about this. All right. Okay, so this is April 27th of 2023. So all those clips we just heard were January, and right now we fast forward to April 27th. Yes, it does, Lori. 9 a.m. Eastern. 9 a.m. Eastern. So that's why we're doing our deep dive now. All right, here we go. See if you can identify who the judge is.
Section 1. Against the peace of said Commonwealth and contrary to the form of the statute, in such case made and provided, a true bill is signed by the foreman of the grand jury and the assistant district attorney for the Norfolk District. To this indictment for first-degree murder, sir, how do you wish to plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you. Counsel, does your client waive right to a full arraignment with these other two indictments?
Yes.
Thank you. One count of misleading a police officer and one count of conveying a human body. How do you wish to plead, sir, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Question of bail.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would ask that the defendant be held without bail as a result of being charged with 265 Section 1. Your Honor, if I may go into the allegations the Commonwealth has against the defendant and then go into my argument. Thank you. Your Honor, on January 4th, that morning, the defendant, Brian Walsh, first reported to his wife's employer in Washington, D.C., that his wife, Ana Walshe, had been missing since January 1st at approximately 6 a.m. He had reported that she had told him that she was leaving town for a work emergency and was flying out of Logan, and that she would be returning back to Washington and was looking to find her at her employment. The Commonwealth has established that this was a lie. By this time that he had killed her, dismembered her, and disposed of her body. In early of 2022, Ms. Walsh had obtained employment at Tishman Speyer in Washington, D.C. As a result of that, Tishman Speyer had asked her to move to D.C. and work out of Washington, D.C. It is a national property management company, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh and Mr. Walsh sold the family home that was in Cohasset and purchased a residence in Washington, D.C. Mr. Walsh was unable to leave the state at that time because he was on pretrial conditions at the federal district court. They rented another home on Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset, and Ms. Walsh would commute from the property that they owned in D.C., working in D.C. during the week and being with the family on the weekends. In December of 2022, it had become evident that Mr. Walsh was suspecting his wife of having an affair. He was routinely visiting the Instagram page of one of her male friends, and on December 26th, his mother, with his input and direction, obtained and hired a private investigator to surveil Ana Walshe in Washington, D.C. On December 27th, the oldest son's iPad was used to research best states to get divorced in and worst states to get divorced in. On December 28th, Ana Walshe had dinner with a friend in Washington, D.C., and became uncharacteristically upset and told her friend that she believed that Mr. Walsh was going to be incarcerated as a result of his federal case, and that she was prepared to leave him and take the children to Washington, D.C. On December 30th, she flew home and was with the family and expected not to return until January 3rd and was going to spend the long weekend with the family. On the 31st, she attended an exercise class. She also got her nails done at a local salon and had made arrangements for a family friend, her former employer, to come over their home on Chief Justice Cushing Highway for a dinner to celebrate New Year's Eve. That family friend said he got there approximately 8 p.m. and that the children were asleep and that Mr. Walsh cooked dinner for the three of them. At around 10 p.m., one of their children came downstairs, socialized with the adults, and went back upstairs approximately 20 minutes later. The family friend left at approximately 1:30 a.m. on January 1st, and that is the last time someone has seen Ana Walshe alive outside of the defendant and his family. What happens is later on in the early morning hours, at approximately 4:50 a.m., the oldest child's iPad begins to visit websites that concern how long does it take for a dead body to smell, how long does it take for someone to be missing to be declared dead. It also visited websites and made numerous searches on this matter at 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Included was also how long someone must go missing in order to collect, and there was a visit of a website for luxury watches. At 2 p.m. on January 1st, the children's babysitter arrived at the Cohasset home. This was previously arranged with Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh had told the babysitter that he and his wife initially were going to go out for a late brunch, New Year's Day brunch that day. But then he told the babysitter that Ana Walshe had returned to Washington, D.C. That morning at approximately 6 a.m. for a work emergency, and that he needed to visit his mother in Swampscott, and asked the babysitter to stay. He had also told the babysitter and the family friend that he had lost his phone, and he had told the family friend that he had felt somewhat free having lost his phone. Subsequent analysis of his phone determined that it was actually plugged in the morning of January 1st. However, while his phone stayed at the house in Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset, the oldest child's cell phone did not. On January 1st, the oldest child's cell phone shows native location data that traveled to Shaw's Supermarket and Walgreens in Cohasset. At the time the phone is at those stores, the defendant is seen walking in on store surveillance videos by himself. It then travels later on that afternoon, approximately 5 to 5:30 p.m., to Vinin Liquors in Swampscott. Surveillance video shows the defendant's vehicle and the defendant arriving there by himself, bypassing the store, going to a dumpster in the parking lot of the store, disposing of items, then returning to his car. After it goes to Vinin Liquors, it goes across the street to an apartment complex where the defendant's mother resides. The native location from the oldest child's cell phone shows that it is by the dumpster for that apartment complex. It then travels to Lowe's in Danvers. At that time, where the phone is showing that it's at Lowe's in Danvers, the defendant walks into Lowe's in Danvers by himself on store surveillance video. He is seen purchasing numerous items, including 5 Lowe's 5-gallon buckets, a Lennox high-tension hacksaw, 48 terry cloth towels, a framing hammer, Tyvek full-coverage suit, shoe guards, mop, snips, 200 disposable rags, trash bags, Murphy oil soap, and other cleaning products. It then travels to CVS in Danvers, where Mr. Walsh is again seen on video by himself, purchasing 13 different types of hydrogen peroxide. It then travels to Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where Mr. Walsh can be seen buying 3 64-ounce jugs of ammonia. The device then travels back to Mr. Walsh's mother's apartment. Mr. Walsh's mother stated that he did arrive that evening, informed her that Ana had returned to D.C. for a work emergency. At 7:15 p.m., Ms. Walsh's mother then calls her private investigator and leaves a message indicating that Ana Walsh has returned back to D.C. earlier than expected. Mr. Walsh returned home at approximately 8:30 p.m. on the 1st. At that point in time, the babysitter has left with him with the children who are asleep. From 2 a.m. to approximately 5:30 a.m., the oldest child's iPad searched and visited websites concerning instructions on how to clean blood and DNA from objects, how to remove SIM cards from phones, how to mix ammonia, and search for apartment complex in Brockton, Massachusetts. At 8 a.m., the babysitter returned to the Walsh residence. Mr. Walsh left the residence that morning and is on surveillance at Home Goods in Norwell, purchasing 3 area rugs and scented candles. The babysitter would state that by the end of the week, she had noticed that the downstairs area rugs had been replaced, as well as a kitchen trash can. Mr. Walsh returned from Home Goods, and the oldest child at this point in time had discovered his missing cell phone in a sibling's room. However, the oldest child's iPad continued to make searches on websites detailing how long Lowe's maintains security videos, how apartments maintain surveillance, and numerous articles about dismembering a human body. Around 4 p.m. on January 2nd, Mr. Walsh traveled alone to Home Depot in Rockland, and there he is seen on video purchasing 3 more additional 5-gallon buckets with leak-proof lids, a hatchet, plastic sheeting, 24 pounds of baking soda, and a second Tyvek suit. He then traveled to the Derby Street shops, Your Honor, where his car is seen traveling behind the shops in the area of the dumpsters, and then eventually will return to the shops where he is by himself, where he goes to a local restaurant and purchases takeout. Mr. Walsh returned to his home, the babysitter departed, and at that evening on January 2nd, he was alone by himself in his home except for his sleeping children. From 1 a.m. or approximately 1:18 a.m. to 7 a.m., the oldest child's iPad again searches for and visits websites to discuss removing the odor of decomposing bodies. It also visits aftermath.com. Now, this is a company that cleans up crime scenes. It also visited and looked at websites for detecting how blood can be detected using fluorescein and how to remove bloodstains from concrete. Notably, the basement floor in the home in Cohasset is a concrete floor. This was not accessed by Mr. Walsh's mother or the babysitter that first week in January and had a security lock at the top of it that would prevent the children from gaining access to the basement. On January 3rd, Mr. Walsh brought his children to daycare and then into school and returned to the Cohasset home. At 8:30 a.m., Mr. Walsh makes his first attempt to contact his wife's cell phone by placing a call that goes unanswered. He would do this 3 more times at approximately 2:30 p.m. that day. At 10:30 a.m. on the 3rd, Mr. Walsh texted one of Anna's friends in Washington, D.C., and asked if she had seen Anna. On the 3rd, Mr. Walsh had made no attempts to contact the police, hospital, airlines, taxi, her work to locate Miss Walsh. On the afternoon of the 3rd, Mr. Walsh visited 3 different apartment complexes in Abington and 1 in Brockton. Video from these complexes captured Mr. Walsh in the area of the dumpsters for 3 of these complexes. One video showed him looking into a dumpster and not putting anything into it. A second captures him taking items from his SUV by the area of the dumpster. And then the third depicts Mr. Walsh disposing a bag that appears to be heavy into the dumpster. On January 4th, at 10:04 a.m., the person that Mr. Walsh had texted the day before responds to him and asks if he has heard from Anna. 10 minutes later, Mr. Walsh then calls the building that Ana Walshe worked at in D.C. and reports her missing. 5 minutes after that, he texts back to the friend and says, work is looking for her. At 10:30 is when work calls Mr. Walsh and begins the process of trying to find Miss Ana Walshe. After talking with Mr. Brian Walsh, Tishman Speyer employees contact their local and national offices. They send out emails. They even go to her home to try and find Miss Walsh. They contacted local hospitals. During their calls, they encouraged Mr. Walsh to report her missing to the Cohasset police. At approximately 11:40 a.m. on January 4th, Tishman Speyer Security notifies Cohasset police. This is the first time law enforcement is notified that Ana Walshe is missing. Cohasset police would travel to Mr. Walsh's home at approximately noon that day, and he would tell them about how a dinner guest had left on January 1st, and inform them, and then told Cohasset police how Ana Walshe had then informed him that she needed to go back to D.C. for a work emergency. That she left between 6 a.m., and he would tell police that day when she left, she was wearing a short black coat, blue-gray hunter boots, and also had a black Prada purse. He told the local police that his oldest child had seen his wife take a taxi that morning. Cohasset police from there on would attempt to try and locate Ana Walshe by contacting airlines, taxis, Uber, Lyft, and also attempting to get cell phone records. By January 5th, Cohasset police had established that Ana Walshe had not flown to Washington, D.C. on JetBlue, the normal airline she takes, and that she had a return flight for January 3rd. They also learned that she had not left the country flying out of Logan Airport. They had learned that she had not used Uber, Lyft, and they had contacted local taxi companies, and none had gone to that residence. Cell phone records reveal that the last connection her phone signaled off of a tower was sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. on January 2nd, and that tower provided coverage for the Walsh home in Cohasset. On the 5th, Cohasset also notified state police to aid them in their investigation. The Massachusetts State Police notified and collected dozens of officers to come and help search the area, which included doing canvasses of the area, searching the woods of the area, utilizing a dive team to search the backyard pool and the air wing. Both Cohasset and state police also sent detectives to Washington, D.C. in an effort to locate Ana Walshe. At approximately 9:30 a.m. on January 5th, while law enforcement is undergoing all this searching, the defendant travels to his mother's apartment building in Swampscott, and his phone shows through native location data that it is in the area of the dumpster. He would then speak to detectives later on that evening, and he would again tell them that Ana Walshe had left for a work emergency between 6 and 7 a.m. on the 1st with a black Prada bag, a short black coat, a Louis Vuitton overnight bag, hunter boots, and potentially an Hermes watch. On the 6th, detectives spoke with Mr. Walsh again, and he agreed to turn over the digital devices from his home, which included the son's iPad, the child's iPad, and his cell phone and the child's cell phone. From the 6th into the 7th, investigators would download and search these devices. And in doing so, they would see the internet history of the iPad. They would see the native location data from the two phones. It had become clear at this point into the 7th that the defendant had not told the truth about the whereabouts of Miss Walsh and his whereabouts as well. For on the 6th, Your Honor, he had told investigators that he had gone to CVS and Whole Foods in the Swampscott area. Police officers went to both of those locations and could not find surveillance video of him in those two stores. On the 8th, officers obtained search warrants for Mr. Walsh's home and vehicle and began the processes of searching those items over the next 2 days. In the basement, Your Honor, there were found 8 red-brown stains that initially tested positive for the presence of blood. One of those stains has subsequently gone to the lab and did not pass confirmatory testing. Mr. Walsh's Volvo SUV also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood in the driver's side seat control areas, the passenger floor mats, and the rear trunk area. On the 8th, by January 8th, Your Honor, all of the dumpsters that police could identify that Mr. Walsh had gone to, with the exception of going to the Swampscott dumpster on the 5th, had been emptied and taken to CMAS. CMAS is a large-scale waste-to-energy recycling facility where the contents of the dumpsters are shredded and incinerated. This process goes on 24 hours a day, and by that time, by the 8th, all of those contents had been incinerated, leaving behind only a fine ash. However, law enforcement was able to go to the Swampscott dumpster. In the Swampscott dumpster, they found items including a set of Volkswagen keys, Ana Walshe's COVID vaccination card, an Hermes watch identical to what Ana Walshe was known to wear, blue-gray hunter boots, a black product purse, and a short black coat. Also located in the dumpster, Your Honor, were rugs consistent with those that had been found that were in the living room and the kitchen of the Cohasset home. These rugs contain red-brown staining as well, and a piece of a Gucci necklace consistent with one that Ana Walshe wore was found within one of the two rugs. The dumpster contained numerous items identical to those that Mr. Walsh had purchased at Lowe's, which included a Tyvek suit, a Lennox high-tension hacksaw, hammer, hatchet, and snips. The hatchet was purchased at Home Depot. The Tyvek suit had a red-brown stain on the exterior. The stain was tested, and Ana Walshe's DNA was determined to be a contributor. The hacksaw had red-brown staining in several areas. When it was disassembled, a small fragment of bone was recovered. These items are being processed for DNA. Also in the investigation, it was determined that in 2001, Ana Walshe had taken out approximately $2.2 million in life insurance on herself, where Brian Walsh is the sole beneficiary. And as a result of working at Tishman Speyer, she has an additional more than $400,000 life insurance policy where he was the sole beneficiary. In total, her life insurance is over $2.7 million where the defendant was the sole beneficiary. Your Honor, as a result of the extensive investigation that was done into this case, the defendant's grave incentive to flee of being charged with murder, and that he has one open matter, I would ask that the defendant be held without bail.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Minor?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would ask that bail be set at $250,000 in cash, and I can respond to some of the points that the prosecutor has made. Your Honor, it has been 4 months since Ana Walshe has last been seen. It was on January 1st of this year. As Your Honor knows, under Massachusetts law, a person is not presumed dead because they're missing for a period of 7 years, because it is easy for a single person to disappear if they want to disappear. In that 4 months, there's been no body found. There's been no indication of if she died, how she died. There's no murder weapon. There's no motive. The government suggests that that Brian Walsh suspected his wife of an affair, but there's really no evidence of that. His mother did hire a private investigator shortly before New Year's that year. She told Mr. Walsh that she was doing that. He said she was crazy. Anna's a good girl, but go ahead. You'll be proved wrong. The investigator never found any evidence of an affair because they didn't actually have time to start doing anything before Ana went missing. Mr. Walsh had no idea that his wife was having an affair until he learned it in discovery in this case. There was a friend over. The last time she was seen was New Year's Eve. They were having Mr. Walsh made dinner for the friend. They were having a celebratory New Year's Eve dinner. They were having champagne. They each signed the outside box of the champagne bottle, saying that 2023 was going to be their best year ever, that they were a triumvirate, that there was only good things going to happen in 2023. There was no indication of any discord, no silences, no feeling that there was anything but happiness between the couple. The friend did leave at 1:30 in the morning, and that was the last time that she was seen by an adult. With respect to the Google searches, Your Honor, yes, I get that they're problematic.
But there were other Google searches that the prosecutor didn't mention, including a search of how to set up a charitable corporation to give away large lottery winnings, tax-free. Well, Mr. Walsh never won a large amount of money in the lottery, and Mr. Walsh never set up a charitable contribution. There were also Google searches on best places to go for a family vacation in 2023. Best places to go for family vacations, all in the same time period, Your Honor. With respect to the blood in the basement, the police did take 8 separate swabs from the basement, which they thought contained blood. One of the 8 that we know of was sent to the lab for a confirmatory test. It came back negative. I don't know if the other 7 were just waiting for them to come back, or if they just decided to abandon that when one came back negative and not spend the money to do the other 7. But while it may be that the police who saw the little swabs, the spots, which looked really like rust, it's an old basement, it's an old house, thought it was blood, at least the one that was tested came back negative. With respect to the Tyvek suit, Your Honor, we did get the forensics back from the DA. It does test positive by a large number for Ana Walshe's DNA. It also tests positive for another unknown person's DNA. And when they tried to match Brian Walsh's DNA to that unknown DNA, they came back very, very small, infinitesimally small, so that, well, you can't rule him out. The conclusion was you can't rule him in. So it suggests that there was at least another person's DNA on that Tyvek suit. With respect to cleaning supplies, yes, Mr. Walsh bought a lot of cleaning supplies. Many of them were still in the basement, untouched. The police photographed them. Those photographs were presented in the discovery. Your Honor, with respect to CVS and Whole Foods, they did interview Mr. Walsh. He said he went to CVS. He didn't say which one. They assumed it was Swampscott. That's not because he said it was in Swampscott. They actually followed up with me and said, can you get me which CVS he went to? Got back to them, said Danvers, and guess what? That's where he was. They got the video. We told them which CVS it was. The fact that they went to the wrong one at the beginning was no fault of Mr. Walsh's. With respect to Whole Foods, Your Honor, Whole Foods is right next to Bennett Liquors, where the prosecutor himself said that they saw Mr. Walsh in the parking lot that day. Mr. Walsh has been cooperative with the police from day one. As the prosecutor indicated, he consented to give his phones to the police. He consented to give the iPads to the police. He allowed 3 consent searches of the place, including with blood-sniffing canines, where the canines came up with nothing. He consented to draining the home's pool, which came up with nothing. He's been nothing but cooperative in this. He did call the employer on Wednesday when she was gone for 3 days and asked if she was there. Your Honor, that followed a pattern. Since Thanksgiving, Ana Walsh was gone, was not being able to be contacted for periods of days at a time. When Brian asked her about that, she said, oh, don't be a worrywart, don't call my employer. He waited 3 days to call her employer, assuming she had gone back to D.C. as she said she was going to, and was involved in a work emergency. When talking to Tishman Spire, the head of security said that they would notify the police because the security person there had contacts with law enforcement. And they, in fact, did contact both the Washington, D.C. police and the Cohasset police. The Cohasset police came out to the home in Cohasset that afternoon, and Mr. Walsh gave 2 interviews on that same day. Your Honor, the prosecution also suggests maybe a financial motive because of life insurance policies, but there's no evidence Mr. Walsh was in the least bit needing of money. His mother, as the prosecution knows, is wealthy. She's given tens of thousands of dollars to Ana and to Brian. He was not in need of anything, nor were his children. Your Honor, and that brings me to the point of Mr. Walsh has been the children. He has 3 young children who he has been the primary caregiver since each of those children were born. He's gotten them up, he's gotten them clothed, he's gotten them bathed, he's taken them to school, he's taken them to appointments, he's taken them to the beach. He was the primary caregiver of those children. Ana worked a lot. She wasn't home on nights and weekends even when she was working in Boston. She moved to D.C. for a job in March of 2022, where she would come home on weekends if she could. Not every weekend, and even on weekends when she was home, she spent a fair amount of time without being with the children. Mr. Walsh is the primary caregiver, always has been. It may be somewhat easy to disappear if you're an adult and single. It is not easy to disappear with 3 young children. Those children live in Massachusetts. The only family he has are the 3 young children, his mother, who also lives in Massachusetts. So I would suggest that there is no risk of flight here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Held without oath.
Counsel, I need 2 dates, a pretrial conference and a pretrial hearing date.
Could I suggest August 23rd?
Let me just check, Jimmy.
Sure.
Because it will be with me.
Yep.
That's fine with the defense.
Okay, that's fine.
Great. August 23rd, and then a pretrial hearing date, I would suggest something in October, not a Thursday.
And after maybe the end of October, Jim?
Yes. After the 13th.
Could I suggest October 25th, another Wednesday?
No, Jim, can we go? I'm out for 2 weeks. I'm out the week of the 16th and the 23rd.
Okay.
Just so you know, I've been assigned this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Could we have the first week in November?
Sure.
Because I'm out 2 middle weeks in October.
How about 1? November 1?
That might be difficult for me. Could we do the 2nd?
Yes.
Yes, because I'll be over there.
Counsel, can you do November 2nd?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Walsh, you're going to be held without bail. Your matter is continued 8/23/23 for pretrial conference 2 p.m. and 11/2/23 for pretrial hearing, also 2 p.m. Counsel, do you want your client brought in on the pretrial conference? Made in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Goodbye.
So fear not, chat, fear not. Bev does not go on. And I'm going to play the next hearing that has the new judge. So I do want to play this one last little news clip, and then we'll get into a bunch of hearings. And so we're going to kind of see what the defense strategy is. What, if anything? All right. This is when he got stabbed. You guys remember that? Do you remember that? Oh, sorry. Gosh, that's brutal. Sorry, guys. I hate when it comes in like that. All right. So he got stabbed while he was in jail. So this was September 12th of 2025. And then we're going to backtrack a little bit and get into some more hearings from last year. But I wanted just another news clip. So he got stabbed while in jail. So again, this is from September 12th of 2025.
And we have Breaking news. As we come on the air, we have learned murder suspect Brian Walshe was involved in a stabbing incident at Norfolk County Jail. A source tells NBC 10 Boston it was a superficial wound. Walshe was taken to a Boston hospital to be treated and currently is back in the Norfolk County Jail. He's currently awaiting trial for the death of his wife. Walshe is accused of killing Ana in their Cohasset home. This was back in 2023. Ana Walshe's body has never been found. Brian Walshe's trial is set to begin in October.
Saudi Girl asks, did I know before the deep dive that Bev Kanuni was the judge? I knew that she was not going to be the trial judge because I watched some hearings and I had to do research and I found out it's Judge Frenier. I believe she pronounces her name. Diane Frenier, Freniere. It's in our description. I think it's Judge Frenier. So no, and then when I was pulling up news clips and hearings and videos and stuff, and I heard that voice, I'm like, what? And I was like, what? And then I fast forward to the end, and there's Bev. I'm like, no, no, Bev is not. Beverly is not the trial judge. Not sure why she got bumped off of it, but she got bumped off of it. All right, so this is with the new judge. This is over a little bit over an hour. This is from December 2nd of 2024. So this is Diane Frenier. From what I can tell, she seems pretty cool. I don't know what you guys think about her, but from what I've, watched, she seems pretty cool. All right. So now here is Brian with his new. So these are his new. Let me put myself over here. These are his new attorneys. So that's Tipton, right? Tipton and Kelly. Yeah, Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Porges. Is it Porges? Porges. So this is not the same defense that she had before. This is a different, two different defenders. And they're court appointed, apparently. These are court appointed public defenders. Go figure. Barry says, Beth got rehomed from Norfolk to Plymouth and her home ed from criminal to civil. Judge F is great. All right. So the Tipton team is how do you guys know him? How do you guys know Tipton? I'm not familiar with him. How do you guys know him? He's that good? Porges, like cute little things in Star Wars? I don't know how you would pronounce that. Porjes. Well, I guess we'll find out. All right, so anyway. Kelly is great also. So how do you guys know them? Jenny says he ran out of stolen money. Nurse not lawyer. I'm not familiar with them. So just drop in chat how you guys are familiar with them. All right, so this is an hour just from other trials. All right, from other trials, nurse not lawyer. Fair enough. Barry's like you're calling her Porches. Porges. Por. Here's his. I'll drop in chat. This is his defense. That's how they spell it. So is it Porges? I'm not sure how she would pronounce her last name. Porges, maybe Porges? Kelly Porges? Your guess is Porges? Oh, with the G being Jorge, maybe? See how wrong you are? All right, let's get to it. Okay, so this is an hour and 11 minutes. If you guys are keeping track of timing and scheduling, this one is an hour. This is the new judge. So that's why I played this. This is the new judge. You think the hard G, Porges? All right, we'll find out. All right, settle in. Hour and 11 minutes for this particular hearing.
Okay, good. You want to throw a couple others in? Go for it. This is 23 CR 91, the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh. Should Brian counsel identify himself, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Greg Conner from Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin from Commonwealth. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, everyone. Kelly Ford is on behalf of Mr. Walsh. Good afternoon to lawyers, and good afternoon to the defendant. So happy to see everyone, and I'm going to go through what I have on my agenda, and then I'll address with you whatever, if I can, address with you whatever questions you have. On my agenda today is to talk about the pending discovery disputes, see if we can make some forward progress on that today, either today in the hearing or if not, in ruling in the near future. I want to discuss the scheduling order and where I see this case going in terms of progressing forward, and discuss your joint motion that you submitted last week, and the preview for that. I guess I don't see this case going into 2026 for a trial. I think it should be tried in 2025. I'm certainly going to do my part to make sure that it keeps on track to get us there. And that's due to, in large part, the age of the case and its respective complexity, or not, and range of cases like it. So I think that it's reasonable to assume that a case such as this one will be tried within 2 years from indictment. On the present schedule we're looking there that you suggested, I think it's coming closer to the 3-year mark, and I think that's a little unnecessary. And nothing gets better with time. People's memories don't get any better, and the case isn't going to get any stronger. People's memories fade over time, and so I've been interested in making sure the case gets tried as efficiently as is possible, respecting the numerous issues that have to be addressed. So we'll talk about that. And then I think attenuate to the motions that have been filed, we're going to need another date, or perhaps need another date on the Rule 17 motions, which I appreciate the defense filed to come up, I assume, based on your earlier pleadings, and third parties may be filing objections to those, so we'll get that on the calendar. With regard to the calendar, I'm happy to come down here today. As you know, I have been specially assigned. I want you to know when we're picking dates for future things that it's highly likely you're going to be traveling. I'll try to travel here when I can, because I know that this is where it is. But you should also build in the expectation that you may be to Middlesex County, because that's where I'm going to be assigned for the first quarter. And deliberately not far from here, recognizing that I probably would be seeing you a bit between now and whenever we get the case ready for trial. So let me say that, just so that you sort of have an idea of what my knowledge base is, and I've gone back and tried to listen to a number of the hearings on the case, most notably, I guess and most importantly, your last hearing before Judge Cannoni, when this issue with regard to, I think as Attorney Tipton said, it was an exhaustive or extensive discovery request came up, and you all thought that you could make some headway, and you did make some headway, although there's some disputes that still linger. At that time, so I listened to that last hearing. I also went back and listened to a hearing on June 24th, in which The parties informed the court that the trial date was too tentative at that point, at least 6 months ago anyway. I have before me now what are the first round of discovery disputes. Those were docketed, just for the record, and as paper number 18, the defendant's motion for discovery of documents related to the district attorney and law enforcement. That then gets updated by your second motion, which I got, you filed on Friday, as paper number 32. I've gone through those. I've gone through the Commonwealth's oppositions to those. And then also, I received on Friday paper number 31, which is, I'll call it the federal investigation motion, and the Commonwealth's opposition to that, which I just briefly, I got it just as I was coming down the stairways, and I read it, but I haven't given it much thought. The first thing I wrote before I got your opposition was do a TUI request. And so I see that at the end of that, that's exactly what we're doing. We'll get to that in a minute. So I've read all the pleadings. I have looked at some of the law that I want to look at. There's one thing that I didn't get a chance to look at this morning, but I'll hear from you. And perhaps the best way to do it is to just go item by item and identify. I think it pretty clearly now identifies where there's a variance. If you wish to be heard on any of the orally, I'll certainly give you the opportunity to do that now. If you want to rest on the papers, that's fine too. I may have questions as we go through them. But why don't we all just turn to paper number 32 and go through those now.
Would you like to discuss it?
Sure.
I think by and large, I'll just rely on this plea written file after the Commonwealth and the defense sat down on a number of occasions and worked through this. By and large, Judge, what we're asking, just turning to page 2, paragraph 1, subparagraph A.
Yes.
We continue to ask for disclosure. I understand the reality of this is that they've engaged an attorney who I am familiar with professionally, and like I say in our motion, we don't object to Attorney Sack being assigned to review. So we have no objection to him, and I'm not familiar with Jim Carney, but I have no objection to Jim Carney. It's just that we believe, based on the existing case law and the citations that I've provided in the memorandum, that defense counsel is in the best position to assess the exculpatory nature and the utility of this information, whether it impacts bias, credibility, or the Bowden defense of the conduct of the investigation. And for those reasons, and I'll leave it at that, we ask that this material that the Commonwealth declines to turn over be turned over. Other than that, that's all I'd have to say on that particular issue.
So, Your Honor, I can tell you that not only did we retain Attorney Sack, and he's received the download of the phone, I am also going through the phone through all of the emails and all of the text messages and anything that could be a statement to try and find Brady material. But I'm also focusing in on Rule 14 statements, and I feel it's my duty under Graham and McFarland to go through this myself and find anything that could be potential bias, but also statements, and I'm doing that. I've focused in on all of them.
I'm happy to hear that, because you'll find that I try to be as transparent as I can to both sides. And when I read this, I don't know Attorney Sachs, and I don't know the computer person either, but this is interesting. The Commonwealth gets to delegate its responsibility to review the materials. The defense isn't objecting to it. But I have seen special ADAs, special prosecutors assigned to a case, but I've never seen a third party that's responsible for that. And my initial response, honestly, was, I don't think they can do that. I don't think they can delegate that responsibility to an attorney. It sounds like you've got belt and suspenders. You're doing it yourself, and it's a backstop or a double check.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the consultant.
That's the purpose of attorney staff. It's not to outsource it, but to double check what the Commonwealth has done.
Okay.
And he's doing it independently.
All right. That's always good to have another set of eyes, I suppose.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else that you want to talk about with regard to this beyond what's in the papers?
Not beyond what's in the papers, Your Honor. We pointed out that there's sensitive material in there about ongoing investigations. Turn over the phone wholesale would be problematic and could jeopardize ongoing investigations. And as a result, that's one of the key issues of why we can't turn over the phone wholesale.
By the way, what I'm probably going to do is following this hearing is I'm going to give you an omnibus order on discovery. And I'm going to follow your sort of how you set up the issues because it makes sense. And so I'll just go one A, B, C. It makes sense. And I'll probably be doing that more quickly than I thought it was going to be because my trial was supposed to start tomorrow, just tanked on me. So I'll have an opportunity to look at this. While it's fresh in my mind, I'll get something out to you. I will tell you that preliminary view on this is it's the Commonwealth's obligation, and that nothing that has happened or that I've read so far turns that on its head. And the idea here that I understand that the defense has a very unique perspective on every piece of evidence that is just a different view than the prosecutor in the case is going to have. But in some ways, I feel like you're inviting me to rewrite the obligations of Rule 14, and I'm not prepared to do that right now based on the information that I know. But that's just my preliminary view, and I want to give some more thought to the arguments that have been made. All right?
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
With regards to paragraph number 2, the request regarding the 37 to 4 pages, I will defer to Attorney Kelly Porges, who at the time we finish this motion, she'll be arguing the motion that addresses that request, I think.
Okay, that's the motion paper number 31.
Yes.
I'll defer on that one.
We don't need to touch upon paragraph 3. We're waiting for production of those letters. Paragraph 4, we don't need to address because we're withdrawing that at this time. Regarding paragraph 6 is really subsumed in Rule 17, and we'll deal with it.
5 is not an issue either, right?
5 is not an issue. I'm sorry. And once again, paragraph 7, that's assumed in the Rule 17 request, I do believe. Number 8, we all agree, at least the Commonwealth and we agree that that's captured in paragraph number 5, the request 5, and we'll need to deal with that. Moving ahead through now to request number 14. What we're trying to do is say that the Commonwealth needs to produce this unless it can make a sufficient showing of what it characterizes as the basis of its argument, that what we're asking for implicates the work product rule. And where I would agree that if the work product rule under 14A5 is in fact implicated, I understand that they would have grounds to say they can't disclose it. But I find it hard to believe that what we're asking for, that the entire universe is captured as work product. And so for those reasons, we ask that that request be allowed in so much as what we've asked for. That they
Why isn't a good initial step to just say, have them, we commonly see this in civil litigation, but go through, but it's perfectly appropriate for criminal litigation as well, to go through and say, this is the basis for the work, this is, the privilege law, and at least give the defense then the universe of what the responsive documents are, and if it is the Commonwealth's position that they're covered by work product privilege, there'll be enough information that everybody can make some preliminary assessments. And if there are some that still can't get to yes and figure it out through that long, I may then entertain looking at them myself, but I don't think that that's necessary as a first step. What's the Commonwealth's view with regard to privilege law?
Your Honor, there are some items that would be distinctly privileged that we would have the burden to show. That being said, the Commonwealth is producing any and all notes written by any of the officers, investigators in this case.
I saw that.
And reaching out to, we've also produced any and all notes and reports from the crime lab. I'm reaching out to OCME to see if they have any additional notes. So the only notes that I can think of that aren't being produced would be mine. And my notes would be on scheduling, strategy, theories, thoughts on the case. And so at this point in time, those would be worked on.
All right. Do you have any objection to putting those in a log?
I would, yes, Your Honor.
Why?
Well, because
I mean, all I'm asking you is from the date, if you have it on your notes. If it's an internal note to yourself, that's it. Internal note, 88 Connor. Date. I'm not asking you what's in there. You can say
it's just not
say as blandly as trial strategy, if that's what it is.
Well, my notes might not reflect dates so much as where I am sitting at my desk writing down theories. So the best I could do would be to say.
You're not asking for that, Attorney Tipton, right?
No.
You don't want to.
So I will go through my notes and see if there is anything that would be discoverable under Rule 14. But as of right now, I can't think of anything, but I will double check, and if it gets to the point that I have to create a log, I will. But I will see if there's anything that contains a statement under 14.
All right, if this is a series of notes, it seems like an exercise in futility for you to have them do the log. I'm just saying if there's something more complicated or complex than that, because I'm clearly not giving, you don't want them, and you're not going to get them. So if there's something more than your notes, something going back and forth that reveals strategy, perhaps with you and the investigators, I'm not going to have you produce that either. But he wants a record, and he's having Attorney Tipton's, credibly saying that he doesn't think that that's the whole universe of what would be out there. It may be.
And so, Your Honor, we're talking about communications separate from notes. Like I said, I'm going through the emails and text messages that are in the phone. And if there is anything in there that's discoverable under Rule 14 as far as a statement of witness, that's going to be turned over.
Sure.
I intend to be as liberal as possible, understanding what could be 14. But if there is something in there that is trial strategy, and I think that it could get to that point, we're talking about statements in the phone, then I would create a law.
Okay.
I would create a law. That it seems like the appropriate way. We're talking about the phone itself, but when I say the phone, I'm talking about Michael Proctor's work phone.
Right.
I'm not looking to go through every person's phone. I have no knowledge of what is in every other person's phone. But Mr. Proctor's phone is distinctly in the custody and control right now, or the download of it of the district attorney's office.
Okay. All right. So with regard to that, let me finish by saying, any notes, and you'll see this in the omnibus order, any notes that are internal notes to the prosecutor, I don't need to see that on privilege law. If you want to revisit that, Attorney Tipton, you'll let me know. If there's something that comes up in the course of your review of the phone that is of the sort, I know it varies a little bit off of what we're talking about right now in this particular request, start making a privilege law.
Yes, sir.
And honestly share it as it's being updated.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Focusing our attention on both paragraphs 15 and 16, I think I can just argue these both together. Sure. And the gist of this is our request is because the Commonwealth has said they are not in possession of anything and any knowledge at this point, my subparagraph F, really what we're asking for then is to make sure that the Commonwealth in an affirmative fashion requests cellular records and text records of the Cohasset police that would impact and bear upon bias, credibility, or the investigation. And I say that because without an inquiry by the Commonwealth of its agents, that being the Cohasset police, we really have no way of seeking this type of information. But more important than that, that given what we now know about what has and may have occurred within the ranks of the Mass State Police assigned to the District Attorney's Office. And I'll just add, without trying to sound hyperbolic about it, but in the Boston Globe today, there was yet another report talking about the failings, if you will, of the Mass State Police in the way it disciplines its officers, and the way that certain officers, at least one, was promoted even after significant complaints were made. I think to fulfill McFarland and Graham and the requirement of Mass Rule Criminal Procedure 14A3, that the Commonwealth should be required to inquire specifically whether the Cohasset police have checked, and I'm not talking about all the police officers, I'm talking about the Cohasset police, and there's 3 primary officers involved in the investigation of Mr. Walsh, to see if they have anything that comports with, and who knows if they would disclose it, but I would hope they would, comports with text messages and emails and cellular phone records that indicate a bias, a prejudice, and a lack of professional integrity when it comes to investigating Mr. Walsh. And I will say that it was the Cohasset police, and I'm not casting aspersions on the Cohasset police. I'm just saying that if it's out there, the only way to really get to the bottom of it is if the Commonwealth fulfills its duty of inquiry and then returns back and tells us more. I leave it at that.
Who are the 3 Cohasset police officers you speak of?
Schmidt, Lopes, and the third name is eluding me right now.
Well,
the third name? Or
I would suggest that Harrison Schmidt and Anthony Lopes were the lead investigators for the Cohasset Police Department. Several Cohasset police officers did aid and help. So they're, if you were to say that there was like a B team that was helping with the initial investigation, that would be more than just those 2 officers. But Lieutenant Lopes went to Washington, D.C. and did some investigation, and Sergeant Schmidt has been the case officer for the Cohasset Police Department. So, Your Honor, as far as a duty to inquire, I am happy to inquire of the Cohasset Police and the state police investigators to see if there are any statements in text messages or emails that fall under 14 or are exculpatory, for instance, under Brady, McFarland, and Grant. I'm prepared to do that. That being said, cellular records is a bit more of a problem because I don't think a cellular record, whether it be a call detail record, would necessarily show anything. It would show maybe a call takes place, but I can't tell you that call is about the Walsh matter.
Well, and that's what I wrote in my notes next to C is how would a telephone record tell you whether it related to this case or not?
Let me just apologize for being unclear about that. I should have been much more specific. I really wasn't looking for phone logs or anything. I was looking for something that was contained on their cellular phones, such as whether it be emails or text messages or the written word that would be indicative of bias and credibility issues. I am not interested in, at this point, of looking at phone logs, and I apologize for not being more clear about that.
So with that, I would inquire of the officers.
All right. So we have agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Moving along, number 17 would withdraw.
Yes.
As we continue investigation. Number 18. And once again, If I could just point the court's attention and the Commonwealth to subparagraph G. That is one of G. That's one of the most inartful sentences I've ever drafted.
I don't want to hear what I wrote next to that.
Probably you said something a lot more stern than inartful, but it's what it was meaning, what it was meant to convey was it. I'm sure the government is aware of the fact if something in their possession was destroyed or altered, and they would tell us that. I've been working with this DA's office for 2 decades.
Right.
So when I read that this morning in preparing, I cringed because it suggests that they're unaware of their own mistakes. And
that's how I read it.
What I was trying to say was, when they respond that they're unaware of anything being destroyed or altered, at least by their office, I take that at their word, and I understand that. So what we're saying, though, is, once again, a duty of inquiry, and a very specific inquiry of its agents to find out if anyone else is aware of something being lost, destroyed, or altered by way of, whatever that is, if it has to do with the investigation of Mr. Walsh. And I think a duty of inquiry is required under the facts and circumstances, and what history has told us now, the recent history of the conduct of some officers involved in the investigation of this case. And so that's really what we're asking for, just an inquiry at this stage to make sure that there is an affirmative statement on the record that after inquiry there's no knowledge of anything being altered, destroyed, or corrupted.
Thanks.
I appreciate Mr. Tipton, his honesty on paragraph G, as I was confused as well. Because when it comes down to it, at this point in time, I don't know if something is lost or destroyed. So if I find out, that would be exculpatory, and under the rules, I would have to tell him. So I would tell him. I guess what Mr. Tipton is asking me to do is to actively go and ask every officer if anything is lost or destroyed. When I do my inquiry, I will ask if anything is lost or destroyed.
Sounds reasonable. Okay.
I think that's what's the
That was faster than I thought. All right. Do we want to address April 31 and whatever the Commonwealth's been docketed as the next entry, which is I'll call it the 2-week requirement. Now that the defense has seen what the Commonwealth intends to do, that seems to me the way that we get the information, if they're going to get the information.
Respectfully, Your Honor, they have the information. The information is in the custody of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, so not only is 2 unnecessary, it would still be premature when you look at the cases such as Donahue and Lehman.
What if I'm not persuaded by your argument that I ought to be persuaded by this Rahim case, which I frankly am not persuaded by?
So the first question is whether or not the documents are under the purview of Rule 14. We believe they are. We're kind of at a disadvantage because, one, we don't have a copy of the protective order or the non-disclosure agreement, so we're at a loss there because I can't specifically articulate what exactly the protective order is, what exactly it covers, and 2, we can't even articulate what is in these materials. The importance of Rahim is that if it is physically in their custody, then they have received it. It is in their control. They possess it. Just because a federal agency says, no, it's really ours, it's not theirs to give.
That was very much so in the context of a joint investigation, right?
It was, Your Honor, but in this case, the government, the federal government and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were essentially working together. They were working to investigate a homicide that Norfolk was prosecuting. They were investigating the state police for integrity violations, policy violations, inappropriate conduct, failure to supervise. And so this information has been starting to get turned over to us, and as Mr. Tipton articulated, whether it comes to motive or credibility or bias, that's part of what we want to show and what we expect to show. So we believe the material is Rule 14. They have it, ergo we should get it. So I don't think 2E is even necessary yet. If they've indicated they're going to take that road, then that's fine, but that does not negate our argument that it is Rule 14. And the SJC as recent as 2020 has clearly stated that it is in their possession. With respect to the cases they cited in their response, they're relying on Commonwealth versus Bonnet, which was a 2015 case. I don't believe that's on point. Bonnet is a case in which the state district attorney's office was not aware of the identity of a confidential informant. And so it wasn't in their custody. And secondly, they were saying that it was privileged. We have nothing to show that anything in those 3,074 pages are privileged or protected. We don't know. We've pulled it together from pleadings from other cases, responses from the government, just to know that they have it, roughly what it's about, and then several letters between the district attorney's office and the federal government talking about this material, specifically the officers involved. And the reason I can point to, there's a myriad of reasons why it would be relevant, but what we're able to determine is that Trooper Proctor, who was the lead investigator on this case, the moment he stepped foot into investigating Brian Walsh and the disappearance of his wife, he knew he was under federal investigation. And so his bias, his motive, anything that, or his integrity, is forefront for him. So with all those thoughts, when you're considering all of that, I don't know how it's not Rule 14. I don't know how we're not already in possession of this. And so otherwise I rest on the papers. And they talk about Beal, your argument. In Beal, I agree the prosecutor doesn't have a duty to go investigate our case, but they haven't. So we're not asking them to go get something they don't have. And in footnote 4 in Beal, which is cited in their brief, it specifically says the government isn't able to simply put their head in the sand if there is something exculpatory. And documents that show that the lead investigator in a homicide case knew he was under federal investigation the moment he stepped foot in the case is certainly...
Isn't it even strong? Well, I'm not making your argument, but wasn't he already under prosecution?
No, Your Honor. Do you mean
what's the timing?
Yes. No.
What's the timing of his federal indictment?
Do you mean do you mean Trooper Proctor or Mr. Walsh?
I thought you were talking about Mr. Walsh.
No,
Mr. Walsh because he knew that Mr.
No, Trooper Proctor knew he was under federal
investigation.
The moment
I thought you were saying there was a bias against your client because he was under federal law.
No, it's Trooper Proctor.
That's an additional bias, by the way.
Right, but we're just focused on that part. But the moment he stepped into this investigation, and bear in mind, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, they control homicide investigations. They work with the state police with CPAC. So now the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office knew that Proctor was under federal investigation, specifically for how he investigates supervision, etc. He now is the case officer in this matter while his case is pending. So that's one of the myriad reasons why not only are these documents relevant, they could very well be exculpatory. And under Rule 14, it's not exculpatory, it's material and relevant. And so with respect to that, I would rest on the papers, Your Honor.
All right.
So, Your Honor, it's my understanding that the federal government has never said that they were investigating officers. That's never been a public statement by the U.S. Attorney's Office in this matter. They have released information to the Karen Reed prosecutors that was subject to a federal protective order signed by a judge that is impounded that I can't see. I have also not seen the materials that were turned over to the Karen Reed prosecution team. So I don't know what's in those materials either. I can tell you that I watched a large portion of the Karen Reed trial. And from what I could see, 2 witnesses identified that they had testified in a federal grand jury in that case, when they were testifying in the state Karen Reed trial. It's further my understanding that the federal government acknowledged that they were investigating the death of John O'Keefe, not the district attorney's office and not the state police. It's also my understanding that the U.S. Attorney's Office has not said that this investigation is done.
They never do.
They never do. I can say, Your Honor, I have no knowledge of anyone receiving a target warning. As far as being a state trooper, the district attorney's office, Canton Police Department, any civilian witnesses, I have received no knowledge of anyone receiving a target warning. And I would suggest that this is premature. That I have filed a TUI request with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Walsh materials. I told counsel today I think I should file a TUI request for the Karen Reed materials. And I was willing to work with counsel to make it a joint request. I can understand if they want to do their own. But that would be my suggestion, because I would suggest under ALEA, we haven't gotten to the point of the need for the court to become involved in order discovery to be turned over. Particularly discovery that if it was turned over, the people who have seen it would be a violation of a federal non-disclosure. So I'm not prepared to have someone from my office be charged with contempt. I would prefer that we go down the road of trying to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and see what those results are, report back to the court, and let the court know.
All right. I'll take a look at the cases that both sides have cited, and I'll include whatever my decision is with regard to that in the omnibus order as well.
And one last point, I don't think we can say that the U.S. Attorney's Office and the state police work together on this investigation in the matter of John O'Keefe. It looks like it has been completely two different agencies doing two different investigations. I don't see there has been no sharing of information until there was discovery turned over to the Karen Reed trial.
Well, Your Honor, it's not the case law isn't just about specifically whether or not they worked on this case together, but if there is cooperation in general between the two agencies, which clearly there is. And the problem is there's too much we don't know we think. I don't think it's, respectfully to Mr. Connor, I understand he's willing to make the TUI request, but I don't know how we say we're going to make a TUI request, which when you send a letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office saying we believe you have relevant material information, and then at the same time object to the Rule 14 of materials in their custody. That's no foreign deal on point. You can't put your head in the sand. I don't think it's right to be like, well, someone else in my office knows, but I'm just not going to talk to them about it. I understand if there's protective orders and if the government wants to rely on that at this point, but I think that not only is there evidence that these two agencies routinely do work together, I think the fact that the officers involved in both cases were under investigation for whether it's integrity, investigation, failure to supervise, I think that does count as working together for this case as well.
I would just disagree with that.
All right.
If I may, Judge, just briefly, I don't want to step on anybody's toes here, but when Mr. Connors just said that we didn't want to work with him, I will say we will work with him. I just don't want, and Attorney Porges don't want, that our efforts to work with the Commonwealth dilutes our Rule 14 argument. That's all.
Get the lower hanging fruit, the Rule 17, when do you want to schedule that?
I reached out to Chief Legal Counsel for the State Police. They asked for 4 weeks.
Okay.
So
what does that bring us to?
4 weeks would bring us to the beginning of January, first week of January specifically. January 6th through the 10th. I'm available.
All right. So, I want to get a date on the calendar, and recognizing you're likely going to be up and moving for that one.
That's right.
And so I just want you to know that in advance. I'm happy to do what I typically do, and frankly what I'll be doing when we try this case or whatever that is. I try cases from 9 to 4. And what I do to accommodate the other business, depending on the length of the case, is try to go on the bench at 1:45 and clear away the more straightforward matters, and frankly put off the more substantial matters to a time when you're not on trial. And the goal there is to keep the case moving and to be as most respectful, frankly, as I can to the jurors who are making a big commitment of their personal time. So it becomes a little bit of a juggling act, but it's doable. You just do it for the 2 weeks. This feels like a 2 to 3 week trial for me. You're going to tell me later on down the line what it really is, but just on the limited knowledge I know, 9 to 4, Monday through Friday, it feels like 2 weeks, but I don't know enough about the science yet.
We're anticipating 4 weeks. And
on a full day schedule?
On a full day schedule. We were just talking about that before we came.
You're probably right. It doesn't feel that way to me, but that's only because you know a lot more about the case than I do.
We also know each other. We've done a lot of things with each other as far as trial work, and we know that neither one of us kind of wastes each other's time, so we just believe that we're probably in that realm. We also think that impanelment will take 5 weeks.
And that my estimate was after we get the impanelment, which could be 1.
I was trying to include impanelment, so I think that if you're thinking about testimony, it's probably about 3 weeks.
So it feels like.
Yeah.
But again, your estimates, I'm going to take your estimate to the bank because I'm just entering the case and you know so much more than I do about what it's going to take to try the case.
Yes, sure.
So, but that's important, and it's a good segue. Anyway, let's get the reason I mentioned that scheduling issue is I can see you at 9 o'clock in the morning if you want to do that, and I'll just delay my trial on that day till 9:30 or 10 if that works. If you don't like that, and I get that, because you're going to have to deal with the 120 in traffic going up there, which is not good. I could see you at 1:45, and I'll give you 1:45 to 2:15. Or I can see you at the end of the day. Pick your time slot.
Whatever works for Mrs. Dipton, I'm happy to do it.
The 1:45 certainly works for me.
All right, let's do the 1:45.
Which day?
Any day, but Wednesday or Thursday or Friday that week would be the best, because the panel on the case tomorrow is probably going to take a couple of days.
How about January 9th, which is the Thursday?
That's the one date I couldn't do that. Sorry.
So I picked it. How about the 8th?
January the 8th.
1:45
Wednesday?
Yes. And if the defendant wants to be there, obviously we can get him there. If you want to waive his presence for that, that's fine too. You just let the court clerk know and each other.
And just so the record's clear, I do have a manslaughter case scheduled for trial for January 7th, but I'm probably going to learn within the next few days if that's going to go or not, but I don't anticipate it going. I just don't.
Okay. If it is, we'll find another. I just want to keep everything moving to the best that we can, but and I will be agreeable. You're on trial, given the nature of this dispute. Also seeing you on Zoom. So, given the nature of it, the dispute, I don't know that we all have to be physically in the same room. I prefer that, but it certainly isn't necessary to get your points across.
Thank you, Jim.
All right. But right now we'll presumptively say 1/8/25 at 1:45 in Middlesex, and I'm going to be in Middlesex 5:30, I believe. But definitely on the 5th floor.
Oh, okay.
All right. So let me move to the schedule. Let me see if I can find proposed schedule in order. Every judge has pet peeves. We all do. You do too. Yeah, your own pet peeves in your practice. One of my pet peeves is serial motions to suppress. I like to do them all at once. I never understood why you have a motion to suppress this, that, and the other thing. Just do it all together. Evidentiary, non-evidentiary, put it all together. So I want one date for the motions to suppress. Or put it all into, break it out if you want to break it out. But it's all going to be argued and heard on the same day. And so that's going to compress the schedule. The other question that I had about, these are just general observations when I looked at your joint motion, is there's a sort of relatively brief period of time, as you have it scheduled right now, between the motion to dismiss and the motion to suppress. So in my judge mind, I read one of two things. I don't think one is really coming and it's not going to change the schedule. Or there is one coming and obviously we're setting ourselves up for, we're not going to even get to the April date. So those are the thoughts that are running through my head. This case ought to try in 2025. I think we should pick a trial date in around a year from now. Now that you're telling me it's 4 weeks, I'm much more likely to look to November as opposed to sort of when I was driving down here, I thought first week of December we'll get this in before the end of the year. Maybe somebody could take a look at the calendar and see when Thanksgiving is. Maybe we do the Monday after Thanksgiving. I think we'll get it in 4 weeks, clearly there. But I think that kind of schedule should give you a reasonable amount of time to get the work on the important work that you need to get done. But keeps this case on a little tighter schedule. It's going to be, as I said, I think the case was arraigned in April 27th of 2023. So I guess the suggested time that I'm giving you is 2.5 years. That seems like enough time. Now, I've said it a couple of times, I'm going to repeat it again, and I'll certainly hear you. You know the case better. When I see things in motions that say there's 27,000 pages of documents in this case, what does that really mean? I don't know, because I don't know what's in those 27,000 pages. Not all 27,000 pages are the same. You know what I'm talking about. And I don't know how much more is coming. But we can compare it to other cases tried here and certainly elsewhere in the Commonwealth and say 2.5 years, it's time to go. And that's what I'm suggesting. So I'll hear from both of you. Who wants to go first?
Well, Your Honor, I can say that as far as the discovery goes, it went in a couple different directions between the grand jury, which was about 1,000 pages, but I think it was a complicated case as far as pulling it together because there was a significant white-collar portion to it. So with that, I understood how the discovery got up to there in numbers, but that being said, Mr. Tipton and I have had a long-standing relationship and working on cases together against each other, and I think that we have a really strong relationship on trying to get to the heart of the issues. We talked about trying this case in 2025, and we were looking at potentially late October, and I'm looking at the calendar right now in front of me, and I think October 20th, 21st is the second to last week in October. To me, that gives us about a month before Thanksgiving, which is a nice target. I think it also makes it easier to panel jurors. I think once you start crossing towards holidays, it becomes a little bit more problematic. So that would be my suggestion as far as the trial.
And just so you know, that's 6 weeks before Thanksgiving. That date you just picked.
October 20th, 6 weeks before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, late Thanksgiving was again a late one, it's November 27th.
So that's, given impanelment being a long time, it could be like over 5 days, could be 7 days, I don't know. I think that gives us enough time.
After talking with the district attorney and our client,
If that date is good for you, it's good for me.
That's right.
It's not mine.
Someone's media box has a phone or some device that's vibrating, so if we could shut that off, that'd be great.
I think it's stopped now. It's all right.
Do we want to work backwards?
Yes, we're going to work backwards right now. So what was the date that you just said?
So October 21st, Tuesday, October 21st.
Okay.
if I could,
I just want to add, does anybody want me to ask Civil to start on the 20th?
Might be a good idea.
Yes, please. It's been a few years since I sat here, so it's, what is it, Monday is the civil
Monday's
day?
civil, Tuesday's
Wednesday and Thursdays.
criminal, stuff like
That
exceptions.
wasn't that long, I guess it was about a year and a half ago, it just seems like. All right.
Judge, if I could just, before we start nailing down
dates, yes.
And just so you know, the Commonwealth, we all met, and we hashed over a bunch of dates too, hoping that the court will find those dates for you. But having said that, briefly, I'm just going to say this: I didn't have the case for David.
I know, you came on board about a year ago, right?
I was in the middle of a double homicide when the case came up, and I really didn't look at anything for a few months. And when I say 27,000 pages, that's an underestimate. And included in some of that is video surveillance, hours of video surveillance. There's also transcripts of statements that still need to be properly transcribed in some instances. But aside from that, the forensic testing in this case,
thank you for mentioning that,
is extremely complicated, and it's still ongoing. And the Commonwealth and I, Attorney Porges, we're trying to work out an issue with the DNA testing and the exhaustive testing that is a very critical aspect of this case, and we expect to be able to, file a motion to address the issues we have. But the short story, judges, I hope the court understands. When we selected the dates for the proposed scheduling order, that was after we met a number of times. We talked about what the case was, our understanding of the case, and I want the court to know that we didn't suggest dates as a subterfuge to suggest, we'll just pick this.
And I don't think that anything I said in substance, or certainly in my intent, sometimes it gets lost in my translation, in my delivery, was meant to suggest that wasn't in the realm of possibility. I just think that it's probably not the best thing for the case. And I'm going to be here to try the case, whether it's in October or it's in April. But it's going to be tried in an efficient manner, and there's a reasonable view to it. It's my pet peeve. I don't like serial motions to suppress. It's just as simple as that. But some people like serial motions to suppress. You don't know who you're getting on the other side of the bench. Some people like to take it in smaller tranches. I'm just telling you that I think there's a way to be more efficient. Of course, I'm not going to force or pressure anyone in this case within reason, and I'm never going to have to do it with counsel that I have here to make you do something that you're not comfortable going forward. I think we can be more efficient with the schedule, and I'm going to do my part to turn around the motions you do to present to me quickly.
And on the just now limiting to the issue of motions to suppressing the dates, after the Commonwealth and I and Attorney Porges all talked, we think there is a need for 2 separate dates. And if we could, I would ask to come to sidebar to tell the court, to give you a reason that I'd like to do it sidebar.
All right.
So this is really great info we're hearing. We're hearing about the scheduling, we're hearing about the hours. So it's going to be 9 to 4. She, meaning Judge Fanier, is saying 2.5 weeks. She's going to give the state 2.5 weeks. They want 4. So, but it's interesting to hear 9 to 4. So these will be early days for us. I won't know what to do with myself if we're done at 4. Okay.
All right. Let's go back to that so that we'll seek the 10-20 day for impanelment, and then I'm going to put you on the final pretrial conference. Let's do it 2 weeks out, because there may be enough instead of, I don't know what they normally do it here. It's usually the week before. But this one, we'll put it two weeks out.
Mr. Tippett and I can only start around 6 months out and be visiting for that. So don't be surprised if we...
I'll be watching. I'm just like, we'll be on the final stretch of motions eliminate on, let's do it Tuesday the 7th, is that right?
Yes, October 7th.
And then...
9 or 2.
I'm going to say 9.
I agree.
Okay, so 9 a.m. for that, and that'll mean that you're going to have to back this out, but get your motions eliminated with any objections to me by the Friday before that. Earlier, if you can. If you can't, I'll just read them over the weekend.
So file everything by the 3rd, all motions eliminated by the 3rd.
Yes.
And any jury instructions, proposed voir dire. I don't know if you're going to want to do a questionnaire. If you do want to do a questionnaire, you can reach out to the court. I have a couple of ones that I've used recently in homicide cases, and I can give those to you. It does, in some ways, make the impanelment. I don't know if it goes faster, but it raises issues in a more sensitive way.
I appreciate that, Judge. We've been working on a questionnaire already.
Okay, great.
I would appreciate anything.
I'm happy to share them. They're available, and I think that every time you look at a different questionnaire, different issues come to light that you think might apply to your case, so I'm constantly tinkering with it. But I'll share a few that I've had in the last couple of years.
Excellent. So, were you going to pick a date, give us a date for the filing of...
Everything's on that Friday before.
Okay.
Your Honor, if there are objections to anything that's filed on Friday, understand what it's written objection would be getting to you.
Right. So what I was trying to build in was, and since I know that you work collaboratively, is I'd really like the whole package, like the 9A package, so to speak, together on that Friday before, so I can consider the objections, the oppositions. So if you can work collaboratively so that the oppositions are filed, maybe you give them to each other the week before. Your motions, if you want me to put that as a date. So initial motions eliminate are the Friday before, any oppositions are the Friday before the 10th.
Objections by the 3rd.
Yeah.
So the 28th of September would be...
Yeah, you did that by September 26th. You'll file all motions eliminated and your objections or oppositions filed by the 3rd.
That works for everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. All right. Let's do, I think we agreed to 1-2 on the motions to suppress.
Your Honor, we need 2 tentative dates for the court.
Sure. Thank you.
For the first motion to suppress, which we will believe, forgive me, will be evidentiary.
Yes.
We were suggesting April 7th. And then the following would be, for the remainder of the motions to suppress, May 12th. That would give counsel and myself 30 days to respond to anything that could come up.
Okay.
Especially if you had a decision, you would have time, the counsel would have time, or you would have time to examine it.
So, hold on a second, I just need to check something. Have the calendar from the... Okay, 4/7 is a good date. That's on the evidentiary one?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I am not going to be here. I'm going to be close by in that quarter as well. So just stay tuned for a location. But it's going to likely be in Middlesex as well.
That's right. 147, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then 512. I can do that. I have to move something around, but I can do that. 9 a.m. also?
Yes, Your Honor. Also Middlesex?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Dates on the motion to dismiss.
So, Your Honor, I haven't talked to Mr. Tiffany and Mr. Borges about this, but I don't know how they feel about July. So, July 14th, it's kind of smack in the middle of it. It's Monday.
All right.
Again, 9 a.m.?
Yes. Just stay tuned for where that's going to be.
Oh, yes, sure.
But I'll try to get up there. So you don't have to be where I'm going to be.
Thank you.
All right. Any other dates we need to put on?
We have a potential motion about the DNA testing, Your Honor.
What is going on with DNA testing? How long has the lab had it? What needs to be done? What has been done?
So the lab has tested samples from objects taken from garbage that was located outside the defendant's mother's apartment building. It's also tested samples from inside the family home in Cohasset. What is at Bodie right now is tissue that was found on a saw in the garbage at the mother's apartment building. That can't be done by our state lab. Essentially, these items put in a wax paraffin block, and Bodie has the ability to take slices from the block and do DNA testing from that. There are 6 samples that have the potential of having results. And so where we're at is that they have the potential of also being destructive testing at Bodie. And so that's where we're at as far as potential motion. Bodie has a different, and Mr. Tiffany can probably speak to this better than I can, has a different policy and procedure for outside experts coming in and doing their testing. And also, there's a cost. And Mr. Tiffany and I have been talking about the cost. And it has to get paid one way or the other. The question is who's going to pay it? Is the government going to pay for all of it? And so we're trying to figure that out, and that might be the subject of the motion.
Okay. Anything you want to add to that, right?
So the money issue will be resolved. I mean, they want $20,000 just to have someone stand there and watch. However, the real issue for us is the observation and what Bodie requires and limits any observer to see as compared to the Mass State Police and some other ones. So we anticipate filing a motion. We discussed it with the Commonwealth arguing that Bodie needs to at least change their protocols for this case, especially given the gravity of this evidence that's being examined. And we'll file a motion, and that's the two issues. The cost, which probably is not much to talk about. It's the other one that needs to be addressed.
Okay. When can we take that up?
I think we should probably. I think we can probably do it on that same January date. On the 8th, because I don't think it's going to. I think I'll file something I can rest on the pleadings and we'll just release it.
All right, let's do it then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Two of you work together with regard to when it's going to be filed and give each other enough time, obviously, to oppose.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any other dates we need to set?
The only other thing is a discovery date, but I guess maybe we should wait and see. I know there's two, at least, there's other production of discoveries coming. I think when we come back, on January 7th, we'll get a realistic final decision.
All right, that makes sense, Joe, and I think you'll have the benefit of my ruling at that point and know what additional I think you ought to be producing.
Yes, Your Honor.
The addition of that motion, does that change the Zoom option for January 8th?
It doesn't in my mind. If you feel differently, let me know.
I was just thinking on being there, but I know
you're welcome. All of you are always welcome wherever we are. But if it becomes an issue that we would have to cancel the hearing versus doing it on Zoom, then it would be my strong preference to do it on Zoom. So you have that option. Just let the clerk know what you're doing, and obviously, it does create, obviously, some problems if defense counsel's on Zoom and the defendant had a number of issues with the facility not putting them on, and then it gets delayed. And so sometimes if there's two counsel, one will come up and the other will be on Zoom. Just work to make sure that everybody's coordinated so we don't lose the date.
Yes,
or have the defendant transported to Middlesex and nobody's there. I'm sure that won't happen, but given that there's some moving parts, I'm going to just alert you to the prospect.
Now that you've said you're sure it won't happen,
all right. So I'll see you all on the 8th. Before we close, is there anything anyone else wants to raise that I did not raise?
Yes. It's a housekeeping matter about the protective order.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. We submitted 2 protective orders. They're agreed upon without prejudice, but it relates to internal affairs discovery and potential bias that we've identified.
Okay. So let's take a look at them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those orders.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for that.
And counsel will receive the materials.
All right. Excellent. Thank you all.
All right.
See you in January.
Thank
you.
Goodbye. Goodbye. All right, so that was good. We found out a lot. 9 to 4 is going to be the timing. 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Obviously, East Coast. State was asking for 4 weeks, and then Judge Frenier's like 2.5. So I'm still not quite sure where they landed. Maybe it will be a 4 week. They're talking, and she was spot on with the Monday after Thanksgiving, which is tomorrow, December 1st. She was spot on with that. All right, they talked a lot about Proctor and that. So that was from December 2nd, as you can see the hearing. Yeah, I know, I like that, Shirley. Goodbye. That sounds like a Zoom or something. All right, so it was December 2nd, 2024. They talked a lot about Proctor. I don't have the hearing where they made a decision on that, but I do have this news clip, and then we'll get back to the next up is the discovery hearing. I want to check out the discovery hearing. And then I think we've got like 2 after that. Sorry, that pops in. So this is a news clip about what they decided about Proctor. So just so we have that in our minds.
The fallout of the Karen Read murder trial is impacting another high-profile case here in Massachusetts. State Police Trooper Michael Proctor will not take the stand in another murder trial.
This time, it is for the murder trial of Brian Walshe. The Cohasset man is accused of killing his wife, Ana, last year and then hiding her dismembered body. NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg joins us live outside the Norfolk County Courthouse. Eli, what is Proctor's connection to this case?
Well, it's very interesting, and if you follow the Karen Read case, you know the name Michael Proctor. And despite the fact he is leading investigator in the Brian Walshe investigation as well, the DA's office saying more likely than not he will not be climbing these steps to testify in that separate murder trial. He was front and center at one of the biggest trials in recent memory.
A sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Michael Proctor on the stand and in the hot seat over his conduct during the Karen Read investigation and trial. Now word he won't be involved in another high-profile murder trial, in which he was also lead investigator.
He was a complete disaster in the Karen Read case that would follow him around at any other trial.
According to this recent court filing, the district attorney not planning on calling Proctor in the Brian Walshe trial.
Brian, did you kill your wife?
Walshe is charged with killing his wife and dismembering her body in early January 2023.
The baggage he comes with, it costs more to call him than not to. Now, the defendant will likely call him. That's their right. But it won't come off as badly for the government.
Proctor was the subject of controversy when, during the Read trial, texts he sent to colleagues and friends were made public. And soon after the trial, state police suspended him. Legal experts say Proctor would face the same line of questioning in Walsh's trial.
The Walshe case is very different from Read. You know, it's always a little more difficult to prove murder without a body.
All this comes with Read's second trial now set for the end of January. The DA's office declining to comment when asked on Tuesday if Proctor will testify during Read's second trial.
I think this is a serious problem at a second retrial. Any case that does rely on his testimony substantially is in serious peril.
All right, and you see the courthouse right here in Dedham. Word from the DA's office, he more likely than not will not be testifying here. Walsh's trial is set to take place here. It's the same courthouse, of course, as Read's trial. No court date, though, has been set for the Walshe trial. Meanwhile, according to Mass State Police, Proctor remains on unpaid leave as the investigation into his conduct continues. Live in Dedham, Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
Eli, thank you, and be sure to stay with us on air and online for continuing coverage of the Karen Read case.
All right, so Proctor was booted, though, wasn't he, originally? Or initially, I should say, because don't forget, that was from last year. That was September of 2024. I think ultimately he got booted, right? Didn't Proctor get booted? I thought Proctor got booted. Michael Proctor's still a cop. May 5th, he was later fired. So that was August 26th of 2025. So, yeah, he got fired. He's gone. This is from May 5th. Oh, wait, May 5th filing. Yeah, he's no longer... So August 26th, he was fired. State trooper fired after mistrial fights to get job back at hearing. Oh, he's trying to get his job back. All right, that was from August. This is an article from ABC News, August 26th. State trooper fired after Karen Read mistrial fights to get job back at hearing. So I get, he's appealing his filing in March. So he was fired in March. Yeah, so he was fired in March. He was fired. His attempts to get job back are done. Okay, yeah. Toots. He's gone. Oh, I see. Yep, Proctor got sacked. Alex, no longer a trooper. Perimenopausal. Yep. So that's what, yeah. Carlene, he's gone. Yep. All right, that's what I'm reading. So he got fired in March. Karen's trial was in May and June, and then August he's trying to get his job back, which I'm guessing he did not get it. All right, so we do not have to worry about Proctor. Yeah, no problem, Itty. No problem. Yep, he's gone. Mama, no Proctor gone along with most of the map from Norfolk. Most of the map. Katrina, he tried to appeal for a while, but then gave up in September, October. All right, cool. All right, let's continue on. So Proctor is not going to be doing anything with this trial. All right, next up we have the discovery. That you heard them talking about discovery. So let's get to the discovery. I want to hear this. Discovery hearing is going to be good. Let's see what they allow. And this is an hour and a half if you guys are, working on your schedule for the afternoon. This one's an hour and a half. So this will get us to about 3:30 or so.
Always big trials there in Mass.
All right. Oh boy, this is Court TV, so this is going to take some wrangling. All right. Court Beardy, Court TV. Let's get to it. Okay. Let's see. All right, so this is his discovery hearing, December 8th of 2024. Discovery hearing, yep, December 8th. Okay. So this is a discovery hearing. I'll do that. Okay, and I'll do all this. Oh, they put so much stuff. Let's do that. All right, here we go.
Lawyers, and good afternoon to the defendant. It's the same one. All right, great. So happy to see everyone, and I'm going to go through what I have on my agenda, and then I'll address with you whatever, if I can, address with you whatever questions you have. On my agenda today is to talk about the pending discovery disputes, see if we can make some forward progress on that today, either today in the hearing or if not, in ruling in the near future. I want to discuss the scheduling order and where I see this case going in terms of progressing forward, and discuss your joint motion that you submitted last week, and as a preview for that. I guess I don't see this case going into 2026 for a trial. I think it should be tried in 2025. I'm certainly going to do my part to make sure that it keeps on track to get us there. And that's due to, in large part, the age of the case and its respective complexity, or not, and range of cases like it. So I think that it's reasonable to assume that a case such as this one will be tried within 2 years of indictment. On the present schedule or looking there that you suggested, I think it's coming closer to the 3-year mark, and I think that's a little unnecessary. And nothing gets better with time. People's memories don't get any better, and the case isn't going to get any stronger. People's memories fade over time, and so I've been interested in making sure the case gets tried as efficiently as is possible, respecting the numerous issues that have to be addressed. So we'll talk about that. And then I think attenuate to the motions that have been filed, we're going to need another date, or perhaps need another date on the Rule 17 motions, which I appreciate the defense filed to come up, I assume, based on your earlier pleadings, and third parties may be filing objections to those, so we'll get that on the calendar. With regard to the calendar, I'm happy to come down here today. As you know, I have been specially assigned. I want you to know when we're picking dates for future things that it's highly likely you're going to be traveling. I'll try to travel here when I can because I know that this is where it is. But you should also build in the expectation that you may be traveling, and the travel in the next 3 months is going to be to Middlesex County because that's where I'm going to be assigned for the first quarter. Deliberately not far from here, recognizing that I probably would be seeing you a bit between now and whenever we get the case ready for tee up for trial. So let me say that just so that you sort of have an idea of what my knowledge base is, and I've gone back and tried to listen to a number of the hearings on the case, most notably, I guess most importantly, your last hearing before Judge Cannoni, when this issue with regard to, I think as Attorney Tipton said, it was an exhaustive or extensive discovery request came up, and you all thought that you could make some headway, and you did make some headway, although there's some disputes that still linger. At that time, so I listened to that last hearing. I also went back and listened to a hearing on June 24th in which the parties informed the court that the trial date was too tentative at that point, at least 6 months ago anyway. I have before me now what are the first round of discovery disputes. Those were docketed just for the record, and as paper number 18, the defendant's motion for discovery of documents related to the district attorney and law enforcement. That then gets updated by your second motion, which I got to be filed on Friday. That's paper number 32. I've gone through those. I've gone through the Commonwealth's oppositions to those. And then also, I received on Friday paper number 31, which is, I'll call it the federal investigation motion, and the Commonwealth's opposition to that, which I just briefly, I got it just as I was coming down the stairways, and I read it, but I haven't given it much thought. The first thing I wrote before I got here, opposition was do a TUI request. And so I see that at the end of that, that's exactly what we're doing. We'll get to that in a minute. So I've read all the pleadings. I have looked at some of the law that I want to look at. There's one thing that I didn't get a chance to look at this morning, but I'll hear from you. And perhaps the best way to do it is to just go item by item and identify. I think it pretty clearly now identifies where there's a variance. If you wish to be heard on any of the orally, I'll certainly give you the opportunity to do that now. If you want to rest on the papers, that's fine too. I may have questions as we go through. But why don't we all just turn to paper number 32 and go through those now.
Sure. I think by and large, I'll just rely on this pleading written file after the Commonwealth.
All right, that was that hearing from Massachusetts that was yesterday, and we wanted to
All right, we're going to have to deal with this, unfortunately. We want the whole thing. All right, let me fast forward. No.
Hearing that eventually is going to mention Trooper Proctor.
After the Commonwealth and the defense sat down on a number of occasions and worked through this. By and large, Judge, what we're asking, just turning to page 2, paragraph 1, subparagraph A.
Yes.
We continue to ask for disclosure. I understand the reality of this is that they've engaged an attorney who I am familiar with professionally. And like I say in our motion, we don't object to Attorney Sack being assigned to review. So we have no objection to him, and I'm not familiar with Jim Carney, but I have no objection to Jim Carney. It's just that we believe, based on the existing case law and the citations that I've provided in the memorandum, that defense counsel is in the best position to assess the exculpatory nature and the utility of this information, whether it impacts bias, credibility, or the Bowden defense of the conduct of the investigation. And for those reasons, and I'll leave it at that, we ask that this material that the Commonwealth declines to turn over be turned over. Other than that, that's all I'd have to say on that particular issue.
So, Your Honor, I can tell you that not only did we retain Attorney Sack, and he's received the download of the phone, I am also going through the phone through all of the emails and all of the text messages and anything that could be a statement to try and find Brady material. But I'm also focusing in on Rule 14 statements, and I feel it's my duty under Graham and McFarland to go through this myself and find anything that could be potential bias, but also statements, and I'm doing that. I've focused in on all
I'm happy to hear that, because you'll find that I try to be as transparent as I can, both sides. And when I read this, I don't know Attorney Sachs, and I don't know the computer person either, but this is interesting. Commonwealth gets to delegate its responsibility to review the materials. The defense isn't objecting to it, but I've seen special ADAs, special prosecutors assigned to a case, but I've never seen a third party that's responsible for that. And my initial response, honestly, was, I don't think they can do that. I don't think they can delegate that responsibility to an attorney. But it sounds like you've got belt and suspenders. You're doing it yourself, and it's a backstop or a double check.
Yes, Your Honor. That's the purpose of Attorney Sack, is not to outsource it, but to double check what the Commonwealth has done.
Okay.
And he's doing it independently.
All right, that's always good to have another set of eyes, I suppose.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anything else that you want to talk about with regard to this beyond what's in the papers?
Not beyond what's in the papers, Your Honor. We pointed out that there's sensitive material in there about ongoing investigations. Turn over the phone wholesale would be problematic and could jeopardize ongoing investigations, and as a result, that's one of the key issues of why we can't turn over the phone wholesale.
By the way, what I'm probably going to do is, following this hearing, is I'm going to give you an omnibus order on discovery. I'm going to follow your sort of how you set up the issues, because it makes sense. And so I'll just go one A, B, C. It makes sense, and I'll probably be doing that more quickly than I thought it was going to be. My trial was supposed to start tomorrow, just tanked on me. So I'll have an opportunity to look at this. While it's fresh in my mind, I'll get something out to you. I will tell you that preliminary view on this is it's the Commonwealth's obligation, and that nothing that has happened or that I've read so far turns that on its head. And the idea here that I understand that the defense has a very unique perspective on every piece of evidence that is just a different view than the prosecutor in the case is going to have. But in some ways, I feel like you're inviting me to rewrite the obligations of Rule 14, and I'm not prepared to do that right now based on the information that I know. But that's just my preliminary view, and I want to give some more thought to the arguments that have been made. All right?
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
With regards to paragraph number 2, the request regarding the 3074 pages, I will defer to Attorney Kelly Porges, who at the time when we finish this motion, she will be arguing the motion that addresses that request, I think.
Okay, that's the motion, paper number 31.
Yes.
I will defer on that one.
We don't need to touch upon paragraph 3. We're waiting for production of those letters. Paragraph 4, we don't need to address because we're withdrawing that at this time.
Right.
Regarding Paragraph 6 is really subsumed in Rule 17 that we'll deal with it.
5 is not an issue either, right?
5 is not an issue. I'm sorry. And once again, paragraph 7, that's assumed in the Rule 17 request, I do believe. Number 8, we all agree, at least the Commonwealth and we agree that that's captured in paragraph number 5, the request 5, and we don't need to deal with it. Moving ahead through now to request number 14. What we're trying to do is say that the Commonwealth needs to produce this unless it can make a sufficient showing of what it characterizes as the basis of its argument, that what we're asking for implicates the work product rule. And where I would agree that if the work product rule under 14A5 is in fact implicated, I understand that they would have grounds to say they can't disclose it. But I find it hard to believe that what we're asking for, that the entire universe is captured as work product. And so for those reasons, we ask that that request be allowed in so much as what we've asked for. That they
Why isn't a good initial step to just say, have them, we commonly see this in civil litigation, but go through, but it's perfectly appropriate for criminal litigation as well, to go through and say, this is the basis for the work, this is, the privilege law, and at least give the defense then the universe of what the responsive documents are, and if it is the Commonwealth's position that they're covered by work product privilege, there'll be enough information that you can make some, everybody can make some preliminary assessments. And if there are some that still can't get to yes and figure it out through that long, I may then entertain looking at them myself, but I don't think that that's necessary as a first step. What's the Commonwealth's view with regard to privilege law?
Your Honor, there are some items that would be distinctly privileged that we would have the burden to show. That being said, the Commonwealth is producing any and all notes written by any of the officers, investigators in this case.
I saw that.
In reaching out to, we've also produced any and all notes and reports from the crime lab. I'm reaching out to OCME to see if they have any additional notes. So the only notes that I can think of that aren't being produced would be mine. And my notes would be on scheduling, strategy, theories, thoughts on the case. And so at this point in time, those would be worked on.
All right. Do you have any objection to putting those in a law?
I would, yes, Your Honor. Well, because
all I'm asking you is from the date, if you have it on your notes. If it's an internal note to yourself, that's it. Internal note, 88 Connor. Date. I'm not asking you what's in there. You can say as blandly as trial strategy, if that's what it is.
Well, my notes might not reflect dates so much as where I am sitting at my desk writing down theories. So the best I could do would be to say...
You're not asking for that, Attorney Tipton, right?
No.
You don't want to.
So I will go through my notes and see if there is anything that would be discoverable under Rule 14. But as of right now, I can't think of anything, but I will double check, and if it gets to the point that I have to create a log, I will. But I will see if there's anything that contains a statement under 14.
All right, if this is a series of notes, it seems like an exercise in futility for you to have them do the log. I'm just saying if there's something more complicated or complex than that, because I'm clearly not giving, you don't want them, you're not going to get them. So if it's something more than your notes, something going back and forth that reveals strategy, perhaps with you and the investigators, I'm not going to have you produce that either. But he wants a record, and he's having Attorney Tipton's, credibly saying that he doesn't think that that's the whole universe of what would be out there. It may be.
And so, Your Honor, if we're talking about communications, separate from notes, like I said, I'm going through the emails and text messages that are in the phone. And if there is anything in there that's discoverable under Rule 14 as far as a statement of a witness, that's going to be turned over.
Sure.
I intend to be as liberal as possible, understanding what could be 14. But if there is something in there that is trial strategy. And I think that it could get to that point. We're talking about statements in the phone, then I would create a law.
Okay.
I would create a law. That it seems like the appropriate way. If we're talking about the phone itself, but when I say the phone, I'm talking about Michael Proctor's work phone.
Right.
I'm not looking to go through every person's phone. I have no knowledge of what is in every other person's phone. But Mr. Proctor's phone is distinctly in the custody and control right now, or the download of it of the district attorney's office.
Okay. All right. So with regard to that, let me finish by saying, any notes, and you'll see this in the omnibus order, any notes that are internal notes to the prosecutor, I don't need to see that on the privilege log. If you want to revisit that, Attorney Tipton, you let me know. If there's something that comes up in the course of your review of the phone that is of the sort, I know it varies a little bit off of what we're talking about right now in this particular request, start making a privilege log and honestly share it as it's being updated.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, we're hearing a lot inside of this courtroom. We're here.
All right, let me fast forward through this.
Focusing our attention on both paragraphs 15 and 16, I think I can just argue these both together. Sure. And the gist of this is our request is because the Commonwealth has said they are not in possession of anything and any knowledge at this point, my subparagraph F, really what we're asking for then is to make sure that the Commonwealth, in an affirmative fashion, requests cellular records and text records of the Cohasset police that would impact and bear upon bias, credibility, or the investigation. And I say that because without an inquiry by the Commonwealth of its agents, that being the Cohasset police, we really have no way of seeking this type of information. But more important than that, that given what we now know about what has and may have occurred within the ranks of the Mass State Police assigned to the District Attorney's Office. And I'll just add, without trying to sound hyperbolic about it, but in the Boston Globe today, there was yet another report talking about the failings, if you will, of the Mass State Police in the way it disciplines its officers and the way that certain officers, at least one, was promoted even after significant complaints were made. I think to fulfill McFarland and Graham and the requirement of Mass Rule Criminal Procedure 14A3, that the Commonwealth should be required to inquire specifically whether the Cohasset police have checked, and I'm not talking about all the police officers, I'm talking about the Cohasset police, and there's 3 primary officers involved in the investigation of Mr. Walsh, to see if they have anything that comports with, and who knows if they would disclose it, but I would hope they would, comports with text messages and emails and cellular phone records that indicate a bias, a prejudice, and a lack of professional integrity when it comes to investigating Mr. Walsh. And I will say that it was the Cohasset police, and I'm not casting aspersions on the Cohasset police. I'm just saying that if it's out there, the only way to really get to the bottom of it is if the Commonwealth fulfills its duty of inquiry and then returns back and tells us. I leave it at that.
Who are the 3 Cohasset police officers you speak of?
Schmidt, Lopes, and the third name is eluding me right now.
The third name? Or
I would suggest that Harrison Schmidt and Anthony Lopes were the lead investigators for the Cohasset Police Department. Several Cohasset police officers did aid and help. So if you were to say that there was like a B team that was helping with the initial investigation, that would be more than just those two officers. But Lieutenant Lopes went to Washington, D.C. and did some investigation, and Sergeant Schmidt has been the case officer for the Cohasset Police Department. So, Your Honor, as far as a duty to inquire, I am happy to inquire of the Cohasset Police and the state police investigators to see if there are any statements in text messages or emails that fall under 14 or are exculpatory, for instance, under Brady, McFarland, and Grant. I'm prepared to do that. That being said, cellular records is a bit more of a problem because I don't think a cellular record, whether it be a call detail record, would necessarily show anything. It would show maybe a call takes place, but I can't tell you that that call is about a Walsh matter.
Well, and that's what I wrote in my notes next to C is how would a telephone record tell you whether it related to this case or not?
Well, I just apologize for being unclear about that. I should have been much more specific. I really wasn't looking for phone logs or anything. I was looking for something that was contained on their cellular phones, such as whether it be emails or text messages or the written word that would be indicative of bias and credibility issues. I am not interested in, at this point, of looking at phone logs, and I apologize for not being more clear about that.
So with that, I would inquire of the officers.
All right. So we have a break.
Yes, Your Honor.
The judge is taking a break, and we are going to bring in our trial attorneys who are standing by now.
Number 17, we withdraw.
Yes.
As we continue. Number 18. And once again, if I could just point the court's attention and the Commonwealth to subparagraph G. That is one of G. That's one of the most inartful sentences I've ever drafted.
I don't want to hear what I wrote next to that.
Probably you said something a lot more stern than inartful, but it's what it was meaning, what it was meant to convey was that I'm sure the government is aware of the fact if something in their possession was destroyed or altered, and they would tell us that. I've been working with this DA's office for 2 decades.
Right.
So when I read that this morning in preparing, I cringed because it suggests that they're unaware of their own mistakes. And
that's how I read it.
What I was trying to say was, when they respond that they're unaware of anything being destroyed or altered, at least by their office, I take that at their word, and I understand that. So what we're saying, though, is, once again, a duty of inquiry, and a very specific inquiry of its agents to find out if anyone else is aware of something being lost, destroyed, or altered by way of, and whatever that is, if it has to do with the investigation of Mr. Walsh. And I think a duty of inquiry is required under the facts and circumstances and what history has told us now, the recent history of the conduct of some officers involved in the investigation of this case. And so that's really what we're asking for, just an inquiry at this stage to make sure that there is an affirmative statement on the record that after inquiry there's no knowledge of anything being altered, destroyed, or corrupted.
Okay.
I appreciate Mr. Tipton, his honesty on paragraph G, as I was confused as well. because when it comes down to it, is at this point in time, I don't know if something is lost or destroyed. So if I find out, that would be exculpatory, and under the rules, I would have to tell him. So I would tell him. I guess what Mr. Tipton has asked me to do is to actively go and ask every officer if anything is lost or destroyed. When I do my inquiry, I will ask if anything is lost or destroyed.
Sounds reasonable.
I think that's good for them.
That was faster than I thought. All right. Do we want to address paper 31 and whatever the Commonwealth's been docketed as the next entry, which is the, I'll call it the 2-week request? Now that the defense is seeing what the Commonwealth intends to do, is that, I mean, that seems to me the way that we get the information, if they're going to get the information.
Respectfully, Your Honor, they have the information. The information is in the custody of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, so not only is TUI unnecessary, it would still be premature when you look at the cases such as Donahue and Lehman.
What if I'm not persuaded by your argument that I ought to be persuaded by this Rahim case, which I frankly am not persuaded by?
So the first question is whether or not the documents are under the purview of Rule 14. We believe they are. We're kind of at a disadvantage because, one, we don't have a copy of the protective order or the non-disclosure agreement. So we're at a loss there because I can't specifically articulate what exactly the protective order is, what exactly it covers, and two, we can't even articulate what is in these materials. The importance of Rahim is that if it is physically in their custody, then they have received it. It is in their control. They possess it. Just because a federal agency says, no, it's really ours, it's not theirs to give.
That was very much so in the context of a joint investigation, right?
It was, Your Honor, but in this case, the government, the federal government and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were essentially working together. They were working to investigate a homicide that Norfolk was prosecuting. They were investigating the state police for integrity violations, policy violations, inappropriate conduct, failure to supervise. And so this information has been starting to get turned over to us, and as Mr. Tipton articulated, whether it comes to Bowden or credibility or bias, that's part of what we want to show and what we expect to show. So we believe the material is Rule 14. They have it, ergo we should get it. So I don't think 2E is even necessary yet. If they've indicated they're going to take that road, then that's fine, but that does not negate our argument that it is Rule 14. And the SJC, as recent as 2020, has clearly stated that it is in their possession. With respect to the cases they cited in their response, they're relying on Como versus Bonnet.
We're hitting the pause button on this discovery hearing. We have to get to
which was a 2015 case. I don't believe that's on point. Bonnet is a case in which the state district attorney's office was not aware of the identity of a confidential informant. And so it wasn't in their custody. And secondly, they were saying that it was privileged. We have nothing to show that anything in those 3,074 pages are privileged or protected. We don't know. We've pulled it together from pleadings from other cases, responses from the government, just to know that they have it, roughly what it's about, and then several letters between the district attorney's office and the federal government talking about this material, specifically the officers involved. And the reason I can point to, there's a myriad of reasons why it would be relevant, but what we're able to determine is that Trooper Proctor, who was the lead investigator on this case, the moment he stepped foot into investigating Brian Walsh and the disappearance of his wife, He knew he was under federal investigation. And so his bias, his motive, anything or his integrity is forefront for him. So with all those thoughts, when you're considering all of that, I don't know how it's not Rule 14. I don't know how we're not already in possession of this. And so otherwise I'd rest on the papers. And they talk about Beal, your argument. In Beal, I agree the prosecutor doesn't have a duty to go investigate our case, but they haven't. So we're not asking them to go get something they don't have. And in footnote 4 in Beal, which is cited in their brief, it specifically says the government isn't able to simply put their head in the sand if there is something exculpatory. And documents that show that the lead investigator in a homicide case knew he was under federal investigation the moment he stepped foot in the case is certainly...
Isn't it even strong? Well, I'm not making your argument, but wasn't he already under prosecution?
No, Your Honor. Do you mean
so what's the
Walsh?
Yes.
No.
What's the timing of his federal indictment?
Do you mean Trooper Proctor or Mr. Walsh?
I thought you were talking about Mr. Walsh.
No,
Mr. Walsh because he knew that
No, Trooper Proctor knew he was under federal investigation. The moment
I thought you were saying there was a bias against your client because he was under federal law.
No, it's Trooper Proctor.
That's an additional bias, by the way.
Right, but we're just focused on that part. But the moment he stepped into this investigation, and bear in mind, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, they control homicide investigations. They work with the state police with CPAC. So now the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office knew that Proctor was under federal investigation, specifically for how he investigates supervision, etc. He now is the case officer in this matter while his case is pending. So that's one of the myriad reasons why not only are these documents relevant, but they could very well be exculpatory. And under Rule 14, it's not exculpatory, it's material and relevant. And so with respect to that, I would rest on the papers, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, it's my understanding that the federal government has never said that they were investigating officers. That's never been a public statement by the U.S. Attorney's Office in this matter. They have released information to the Karen Reed prosecutors that was subject to a federal protective order signed by a judge that is impounded that I can't see. I have also not seen the materials that were turned over to the Karen Reed prosecution team. So I don't know what's in those materials either. I can tell you that I watched a large portion of the Karen Reed trial, and from what I...
All right. Yeah, we did hear this already. Because I'm like, am I taking crazy pills? I'm like, wait a minute. It's two different dates. But then I went back and I'm like, oh, they have the same clothes on. So we did actually hear this. And that just confirmed it. So sorry, guys. We did actually hear this before. So we're watching the same thing. So yeah, we already heard this. Yep. Yeah. Because I went back. I'm like, wait a minute. He's wearing the same outfit. One says December 2nd, one says December 8th. So let's put a cork in that one. All right, so we did actually hear that. So now let's go to hearing from July 24th. This one I know. This one I know is going to be not the same. We're going to fast forward a little bit, and we're going to go to this year. All right. Yeah, I'm listening to that. I'm like, wait a minute. We've heard this, but I didn't hear her at the beginning say I'm the new lawyer, because that other video we watched, she says, I'm sorry, judge. She said, I'm the new judge. I don't know. And I'm like, am I taking crazy pills? And I went back. Oh, no, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. She said she was the new judge. I don't know. Anyway. All right. Here, let's get to this one. This is from July 4th. Let's see, July 24th, 2025 hearing. All right, so let's get to this one. Exactly. Am I taking crazy pills? I'm telling you. All right, let's get to this one.
rise. What's the section you
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The matter before the court is Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh on Norfolk County docket 2382CR0091. Mr. Walsh is present, represented by Kelly Forges and Larry Tipton. Commonwealth was represented by Assistant District Attorneys Andy Ash, Gregory Connor, Lauren McLaughlin, and Tracy Cusack. This is on for a hearing on a motion to dismiss.
Good morning, counsel. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusack for the Commonwealth.
And Ms. Yaz is sitting behind us.
Not enough space for her?
Hopefully you'll let there for three of us today, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I appreciate everyone being here, and I see that you have a new...
Yes, I'm working...
I heard about that the last time we were together, so I'm glad to see you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome to defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kevin Forges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh, and I would just ask, once again, in my request to have his handcuffs removed so he can use the pen and just speak with the court officer.
And I spoke with the court officer this morning, and as I said to you, the last places we've been, I follow the rules as they direct me. And in this instance, I understand that the court officer is comfortable with that, so his cuffs will be removed. So we're here today on, I guess, to handle two matters that are on my radar, and I'm happy to handle anything else that you want to bring to my attention. Of principal concern to me today is the defendant's motion to dismiss, and also motion with regard to the, I'll call it the federal protective order. And I just want to address that specific to this case. I think that we were all on a call, we're all listening to the same hearing before Judge Rupp. I didn't feel the need to necessarily engage myself in those hearings and let it play out. As you know, I sort of put a temporary hold for a hearing last Friday, which I ultimately decided we didn't need to do because of the events as they progressed. But we can talk about that as well today and how that particular issue impacts this case, which may be very different than some of the other cases that were involved in the prior hearing. But I'm here on those two motions, and then again, anything else that you wish. So let me just tell you where I am with regard to my level of preparation so that you can respond accordingly. I have read all the days of the grand jury transcript. I have read, I'd probably say, 75% of all the documents that were presented to the grand jury. And that 75% is directed towards the issues that I thought would be important today. So, for instance, I didn't spend any time looking at records that related to airline. I didn't spend any time looking at grand jury records that related to finance. We can make an argument. The argument isn't made with regard to what's contained in the document. So I read all relevant, what I thought were relevant grand jury exhibits. I've obviously read your motions, and so as a preliminary matter, that's where I start. It's the defense's motion. I'll hear from the defense first.
Thank you, Judge. First thing I want to address is this, the interpretation of Riley. We cite to Riley, and then the Commonwealth cites to Riley, and it appears that Commonwealth relies on Riley and their interpretation of Riley to say, since we, in their opinion, met the sufficiency of evidence as to premeditation and specific intent, now we can also prosecute on extreme atrocity and cruelty. Let me just first address Riley. That's not what Riley says. What we made clear in our memorandum is that Riley stands for the simple proposition that they clarified the case. They basically said, just to be clear, the case was talking about the face of an indictment under 265-1. And they said, well, now this case Riley presents a different matter. And so, to be clear, you have to present sufficient evidence to the grand jury on first-degree murder. And they kind of left it at that. Then the opinion kind of wanders off and says something about, in footnote 8, that the Commonwealth tends to rely on, saying that if you present any theory of first-degree murder, you can then, it seems to be saying you can, at least that's what the Commonwealth says, you can then prosecute on any theory. That's not logical. If you just think about it for a moment, Judge, I would defy well-standing law, Moran, Walcheck now, Humberto H., Handwright, the cases we cite, and two of the cases that they cite, Moran and Walcheck, that make it clear that elements of the crime at issue, the grand jury has to hear sufficient evidence to make out the elements of the crime that is going to be indicted. And what does that mean for this case? What it means is that you have to, if you want to prosecute Mr. Walsh on a theory of extreme atrocity and cruelty, you have to give the grand jury at least sufficient evidence meeting the probable cause to arrest him on what the elements of extreme atrocity and cruelty are. And what do those elements include? They include the three now Castillo factors, that the grand jury has to hear sufficient evidence of at least one, I would suggest at least one, if not all three of those factors. They heard nothing at all. And the Commonwealth in their memorandum does not even try to argue that they presented any evidence of those factors. And why is that? Why is it important to understand what Riley says and what Riley doesn't say? Because if you just think about it for one moment, if a grand jury only heard sufficient evidence of third-pronged malice, an intent to do an act that a reasonable person with the facts known to the defendant at the time would have believed would have resulted in a plain and strong likelihood of death. And let's just say, for this hypothetical, that the grand jury also heard sufficient evidence of premeditation. Is it the Commonwealth's position that the indictment, whether it's issued with the language of 265-1, would allow a prosecution of premeditated murder? Of course it would. Because the only malice element that that grand jury heard was third-pronged malice that does not apply to premeditated murder.
Is that fair recitation or evaluation of the evidence that was presented? That they only heard third-pronged malice?
No, I'm not representing that, Judge. I'm trying to just distinguish and make clear.
All right, so let me just ask you, Attorney Tiffany. Yes. It seems to me that this motion to dismiss is based on an argument of insufficient evidence. And the issue that you're raising now seems to me to be something that is relevant, perhaps, to a motion to eliminate with regard to what the Commonwealth can produce at trial. But your task today is to convince me that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation, right?
Well, that's right, insofar as you stated it, but I understand my task is also to argue that they did not provide sufficient information to establish...
But you agree with me, sir, that if they provided sufficient evidence of premeditation, the first-degree murder and malice, the first-degree murder indictment stands.
The first-degree murder, insofar as it alleges premeditated murder.
Goes back to what I just said. Isn't this an issue that you're addressing with the court, an issue with regard to limitations on evidence if you're unsuccessful in this motion down the road? If
I understand the court, Judge, and I might not, so Let me know if I'm not. But all I'm saying is, I think what is being confused here is the interpretation of how the statutory language of 265.1 encompasses all three theories of first-degree murder. It encompasses second-degree murder, and it encompasses manslaughter, unless it's otherwise limited by the grand jury in the language. And that's pretty clear law, at least since 2009. What I'm here for is to say that so much of that indictment that is the Commonwealth believes alleges first-degree murder based on extreme atrocity and cruelty, it does not, because the grand jury did not hear sufficient evidence of first-degree murder. The same with felony murder.
All right. I understand the argument. I will take a closer look at Riley, maybe not for purposes, maybe for purposes of resolving this dispute, but certainly for purposes of future aspects of the case. But you need to convince me, I think, the Commonwealth, whether they would like to proceed on the theory of cruel and atrocious or not, it's clear that their fastball, so to speak, in this case, is premeditation. So convince me that there's not enough in the grand jury transcripts, and not only in the transcript. What's before the grand jury is all of this is only part of this. All of the exhibits that were presented to the grand jury is before them. And one of the things that I noticed when I was reading through your argument is you almost exclusively focus on the testimony that was provided to the grand jury. And I don't want to say you ignore the other stuff, but it's not discussed. And it is before the grand jury for them to consider. So convince me that there's not enough there.
No. There's nothing in the grand jury exhibits that have any statement, any conduct that can be attributed to Mr. Walsh, that he planned a murder, that he planned to harm Ms. Walsh. Nothing at all. All of the conduct of the exhibits that are contained in the exhibits are conduct that occurred after something happened. If any, whatever was happened, after something happened.
What do you mean by that?
Because the clear reading of, first, the searches don't indicate that he's planning or anything, other than he's talking as the grand jury witness testified to, asked by the prosecutors, how do you characterize those searches? Your searches about how to put it out. How do you put it out? There's not one search as alarming as those searches can be interpreted. There's not one search that talks about planning to kill, intending to kill, or anything of the sort. There is not one example that contains any statement, any plan, anything by the search about intending to kill.
With regard to premeditation, their argument would be from their opposition that it's reasonable for a jury to infer that credit the defendant's statement that Ana left the house at 6:30, 6:35 in the afternoon, in the morning, excuse me, that it would be reasonable for them to credit that the 6-year-old son saw his mother that morning in the early morning. It would be reasonable for them to infer then that those incriminating searches between 4:53 a.m. and 6:35 a.m. happened before she was murdered, and that's supported by a 3-hour break in the searches from 6:35 until 9:35 a.m. There is significant motive evidence that was presented to the grand jury, about $2.7 million in life insurance, about knowledge that Mr. Walsh knew that his wife was having an affair, probably as early as December 25th, 2022. And there was his motive evidence with regard to the conundrum of the federal prosecution and his pending sentence. That's all before the jury. As I understand their argument, it is that those searches that are done, and there's 8 of them done before 6:35 in the morning, are prior to. And even though it's reasonable to say that those searches relate to what you do once you have a dead body, that it's not inconsistent with the fact that he may not have yet killed her at the time that he did those searches. Those are the reasonable inferences they're saying that a grand jury could have found. Why isn't that within the bounds given the evidence that was before the grand jury?
First, the Commonwealth says, on the one hand, based on the statement of the defendant that and of the young child, that he saw his mother. And then they go on to say, but the defendant was coaching him. And then at the grand jury, they go through an enormous amount of effort to dispute whether the child actually saw her. They put on witnesses talking about everything from how well he understands English, the young child, what he does, what he doesn't understand, that he couldn't have created the searches. But they go on to try to dispute that what the child said is not accurate, and it's the result of coaching by the defendant. That's what the Commonwealth presented. We weren't there, but that's what they presented. Let me talk about the insurance. The court used the word motive. It's possible motive evidence, but motive evidence is not premeditation, and motive evidence is not malice. And there is nothing untoward about life insurance policies named in anybody's name, and there were still life insurance policies presented to the grand jury that still had Miss Walsh as the beneficiary. So now we look at that quality of evidence. It may be some evidence of motive, but it is not evidence of premeditation. It is not evidence of malice, according to the case law. And there's nothing in these...
Well, but the evidence of malice that they're going to rely on that was before the grand jury is certainly contained in those searches.
If the searches happened before.
That's their theory.
That is their theory, but
one of their theories, anyway.
But their evidence presented to the grand jury doesn't establish that, and it requires the grand jury to speculate and pile inference on inference and say, well, maybe it could have, I don't know what the grand jury was thinking.
All they have to believe is Mr. Walsh's own statement that she left at 6:30, right? And those searches.
But I think what the court is saying is the grand jury heard sufficient evidence to establish that somehow, that contrary to what the Commonwealth presented to the evidence, the grand jury can still ignore what the Commonwealth presented, and that is they disputed that the child saw his mother at 6:30 in the morning. So you can't just throw, forgive me, but you can't just throw things against the wall and see what sticks, then walk away and say the grand jury heard sufficient evidence. And because that is the probable cause to arrest standard.
They don't need Thomas Walsh's, they don't need the minor's statement to establish probable cause. They can go at it alone with Mr. Walsh's statement, she left at 6:30, and the fact that those 6 searches are done before then. Isn't that sufficient? Counsel, we're talking about probable cause.
Judge, but what...
I'm not talking about proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about probable cause to arrest and reasonable inferences on trustworthy evidence. What did the Commonwealth do in front of the grand jury? They tried to demonstrate that Mr. Walsh lied about Ana Walsh leaving at 6:30. the Commonwealth spent more than a day putting on evidence that she didn't leave at 6:30. She never left. So what he said was a lie. And that's the quality of the evidence that was presented to the grand jury. So if now the government wants to stand up and say, well, we want to have it both ways. We called him a liar in front of the grand jury, and we don't want the grand jury to believe that she left at 6:30, but we're going to rely on that very same evidence to construct this argument that, as they say on, I forget what page it is, I have it, but they say that in a cryptic one sentence, maybe those searches happened before. And that's all they do.
All right, what's the argument? Let's change the playing field and say the argument is that, because they could pursue alternate theories, that she was murdered prior to the searches. So your argument with regard to lack of any probable cause before the jury is stronger, right?
I think so, yes.
All right. Anything else you want to ask me, or you want to tell me?
About premeditation?
Yes.
We shouldn't discard the fact that premeditation requires, I understand there's a lot to do about the time element, and I'm not even going to recite all that case law, but the case law also makes clear, and I cited to the model instructions for homicide on premeditation, that it's not just that someone says, okay, I'm going to kill somebody. There has to be cool reflection, there has to be a thought, and then it has to be followed by action. They have no evidence of that. If the evidence is that now they want to construct an alternative argument that, okay, even though we wanted to convince the jury that Mr. Walsh was lying about 6:30, Ana Walshe leaving at 6:30, and even though we want to try to convince the grand jury that he coached his son and his son never saw Ana Walshe, we will nonetheless use that as sufficient evidence to get the indictment based on premeditation. That is not due process. And that is exactly what they did at the grand jury. They disputed the evidence. They did not endorse it when it came to what time she left and if the son ever in fact saw her. And now they want to use it. If they try to use it, they want to use it to say, therefore, the searches happened before the death. And the grand jury is entitled to do that. When in fact, the only evidence they presented to the grand jury was, you can't believe she left at 6:30, and you can't believe that the son saw her.
So the two of you are going in different directions on the significance of the destruction of evidence. That is, the Commonwealth cites to, and I will candidly acknowledge I haven't looked at the different cases that you cited. I certainly will before I make any decision on this case. But the Commonwealth cites to the defense's argument that is sort of that destruction of, under the law, the destruction of evidence is not relevant to the issue of premeditation. And the Commonwealth cites me to, I'm going to butcher the last of this, but I'll spell it so I don't butcher it, Dagenais, Denais, a 2002 case for the proposition that evidence of destruction of evidence is highly probative on the issue of premeditation.
Well, I think what that, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Go ahead. That was the end of it.
Okay. And I too don't want to butcher the case name.
You can call it just D.
We'll call it D. Look, all that case said was, and the Commonwealth uses it in their memo, all it says is there's no blanket rule.
Prohibition against it.
That's right. But then you have to look at all the other cases that talk about that, and all the other cases, Blakey and all the other cases that we cite, say, well, it doesn't have any bearing, destruction of evidence doesn't have any bearing on premeditation if it happened before the blow. That's the phrase used in Blakey, before the blow was struck. That is bedrock case law. That's what they're talking about. So now, getting to your point, Judge, what is the case that they cite and is Nadworny? And I think that Nadworny talks about, consciousness of guilt evidence that may be used, may also be used to demonstrate, let's say, intent.
And it goes hand in hand because there's a difference between the analysis of premeditation and intent. But what Warney, a case way back in the 70s, says is that on those facts, you could consider the condition of the body found in the trunk of the defendant's car that had been in the trunk for 4 months and showed decomposition, showed that it was specifically wrapped up like a funeral director may do it because his father worked at a funeral director, and they go on to elicit all those facts of how that type of thinking can be impugned to that defendant. You don't have anything like that here in this case. And so the grand jury didn't hear anything of the sort like that. And Blakey says, as well as any number of cases, say that consciousness of guilt should not be used to try to prove malice or premeditation if you can't demonstrate that the so-called consciousness of guilt evidence, and I will say for purposes of this motion, it's probably likely that at trial those searches would be considered consciousness of guilt if the Commonwealth can demonstrate sufficiently prior to introducing them that they were in fact created by Mr. Walsh and no other person, that they could be considered consciousness of guilt, but that's the limitation. And the case law that they cite and that we cite go on and talk about the errors that are asserted in appellate review where a defendant argues that you used consciousness of guilt to influence the jury on intent and premeditation. And what the analysis shows in many of those cases is, well, where the jury got a complete instruction on consciousness of guilt and premeditation and all the variations of malice, and many times these decisions are made by a substantial miscarriage of justice. But the point is, they're saying in those cases, we think the jury understood that you can't use that evidence other than consciousness of guilt. So in this case, you might have consciousness of guilt evidence, but that is not evidence of premeditation on these facts. You might have consciousness of guilt evidence, but it's not evidence of intent, and it's not evidence that establishes any of the three prongs of malice. And that's what we argue throughout our brief. I think I heard Your Honor refer to affair, the knowledge of the affair. Let me just talk about that for just a moment. And then I have to circle back and not repeat what I said, but I want to talk about inferences and how they apply to the arguments that the Commonwealth makes in their memorandum. First, I know the government wants, and they've said it to the public, but they're just wrong. Mr. Walsh did not know about an affair, period. What AK, and I'll just use the initials that I did in the memo, what AK told the grand jury was that Ana Walshe had talked about telling Mr. Walsh she had a crush on someone. There was no testimony by AK that Ana Walshe discussed with her that Mr. Walsh knew about the affair that was ongoing.
I don't think that's correct, counsel.
Okay.
Let me tell you what I have in mind from reading. I just need to find the right piece of paper, but I will. AK testified that the defendant told Ana that his mother had told him that Ana was going to leave him for a guy in D.C. and take the kids, and that he believed that. That was her testimony.
I'm trying to think of that specific, I recall that specific testimony, but I don't think, I thought it said that, well,
59 to 60 of the transcript.
all right, can you pull that up?
Your Honor, do you have a date from that grand jury?
March 8th, 2023.
Thank you.
The defendant told the police in his January 4th interview that he had access to Ana's iMessenger on his phone and some access to her Instagram. Those are the two ways that Ana communicated with WF per his testimony. Also before the grand jury was that he, the defendant, searched WF's name 6 times on December 25th, 2022. That there were 20-something, 21, 25 searches between the 26th and January 1st on his Instagram account. They don't know where they were, too. Also before them were the messages between WF and Ana, which leave little doubt that there was an affair going on.
If I may inquire, Judge.
I've got to assess the evidence that was before the grand jury in its entirety. And that was the entirety of the evidence that was before them with regard to whether there was an affair going on and whether he knew about it, right?
Well, that's not the entirety. I'm sorry, Judge. I don't.
Well, that's some of it.
That's some of it. It's not the entirety, though. Because the entirety also includes the testimony of the other testimony of AK and the other testimony of WF. And that testimony from WF was specific that him and WF and Ana were talking about their affair and that she wanted to tell Mr. Walsh about it, that she would, quote, be devastated if he learned about it. And then there's this conversation about his mother hiring the psychic and that's where that came from, hiring a psychic that told her, the mother, that Ana Walsh may leave the defendant for someone in D.C. And then WF is asked specifically by the government, was there any conversation about Mr. Walsh knowing, I'm going to paraphrase, knowing about the affair? No. Was there any conversation about whether she had told him about the affair? She wanted to tell him about the affair at some point.
Doesn't that evidence go to the issue of whether or not Ana knew that Brian knew about the affair, not whether Brian knew about the affair?
Well, when the court recites the fact that if we assume for purposes of this motion that Mr. Walsh is the one that reached out and tried to search for WF, how does that show, how does that demonstrate reasonable and trustworthy and reliable facts, articulable facts, that he knew about, quote, an affair, as opposed to the simple truth that was presented to the grand jury that she had a crush on?
Well, let's put aside the searches on the searches on the December 25th. Put aside the 21 other searches between those dates and just focus on his admission to the police on the 4th of his access to her Instagram and to her iMessenger and WF's exhibits of the messages between Ana and himself. As I said, there's little doubt, based on what's in there, you know what's in there, that there was an affair going on, right?
And you're referencing the messaging between Anna and WF.
Correct, which the defendant told the police that he had access to that during his interview.
He may have
before the grand jury too.
He may have in fact told the police that, yes, he had access to it. He never told the police that he read those text messages. He saw those text messages.
Isn't that a reasonable inference?
Why would it be? Why would it be a reasonable inference that jumps from the fact that someone may in fact be able to access messaging, but there is no that he has access to it, but that in fact he did? Why is that?
I don't think that's his language on 1-4, but that he had access to it. I'll go back and listen to it again, but my memory of it was that they were coming up on his phone.
Okay.
But I'll go back and refresh that. But what did you want to? So this notion that that there's no evidence supporting the fact that he knew of the affair just doesn't seem to me to be a fair assessment of the evidence that was before the grand jury.
And what we're arguing, Judge, that it can only be a fair assessment based on reasonable and articulable facts of trustworthy information. There is no trustworthy information. There's no information at all that Mr. Walsh read Ana Walsh's messaging between herself and WF.
Does somebody have the January 4th interview, page 30, lines 8 to 22? I have it here, I just don't know exactly this. Oh, maybe I do. Anyway, I'll go back and look at it. That's the area where, that is the location where he discusses in his interview on January 4th his access. You may be right, it's access and not that he actually looked at it.
And I'll take a look and see if I'm wrong, too.
All right.
Could I just go back to pages 60 and 61 in that issue?
Right.
So, I thought the court had recited in saying that there was testimony that Brian believed.
Ana believed, Brian believed. So, I'm on 60, line 11. Diana was convinced that she went to a psychic, and that due to that, she was convinced that Ana was going to leave Brian for some guy in D.C. and take the kids, and that she believed Brian believed that.
Well, but that, maybe I misheard the court. I thought you said that there was direct testimony that Brian had represented that there was a statement attributed to Brian Walsh.
No.
Okay.
He consistently, throughout his interviews, as I know them, with the police, averred that he wasn't having an affair, and he didn't believe she was either.
Okay, so turning back to that now, Judge, line 11 at page 60. Ana can believe what she wants to believe. There is no factual basis presented to the grand jury that Brian Walsh did, in fact, believe that. In fact, the evidence presented
believe what?
That she was having an affair. In fact, there's testimony at the grand jury that this psychic investigation was revealed by Brian to Ana Walsh. So how is it then that when people are sharing information and nothing happens at that time, nothing untoward at all happens at that time, that the government can then move on and pile another inference on top of that inference and say, therefore, Brian Walsh believed there was an affair, and therefore Brian Walsh acted on that belief, and therefore there's evidence of premeditation as opposed to motive or whatever. But how can a grand jury be permitted to pile inference on inference when that's what the government is at, if in fact that's what the government intends? That's what occurred. There is no trustworthy, reliable information that Brian Walsh believed or knew about an affair. And when you consider the testimony of WF at the grand jury, and the testimony in conjunction with AK, did she ever say he was jealous?
Counsel, let's circle back to those December 25th, 2022, the 6 searches with regard to William Fasto on that day. So there are 6 searches that are done on a device that's attributed to Mr. Walsh for Mr. Fasto's name on December 25th.
Yes.
I think it's just randomly searching the guy's name on December 25th, the day that his wife is supposed to be coming home and missed her flight.
Well, he's trying to find out where she is because she's late, and she has to leave on the 25th, and she misses the flight, and she has to drive up.
And she thinks of William Fasto, or he thinks of William Fasto.
Well, he's also reaching out to others, I believe.
He didn't, as far as I know, the only information before the court from the materials that were in the grand jury is he searches William Fasto's name 6 times that day.
Okay, but William, she's already, if you believe what was presented to the grand jury, and that's the constraint we're under right now.
Sure.
She, according to AK, she told Mr. Walsh she had a crush on WF. So why wouldn't he, if your spouse says, I have a crush on this person, the other spouse is not allowed just to say, I want to learn about what that other person is.
When does, and this is up for grabs for either side, I have a question with regard to the evidence that was before the grand jury. I'm just going to find that. So much paper.
You can't be an environmentalist, I'm afraid, and be a lawyer.
Not a lawyer that's this old, anyway. One of the exhibits to Mr. Dozier's grand jury is a series of voicemails left by left by Diana. And I've listened to those files. My question for the more technically enabled people is, was it before the grand jury that file number 046, or any of the files that Mr. Dozier provided, time-stamped in any way? Does anyone know that from your review of the evidence?
Off the top of my head, standing here,
All right, so the Commonwealth, I know there's a lot of you over there, but if somebody can answer that question when you get up to argue, if you can, I'd appreciate an answer to that.
But talking about, and you're talking about the investigator when you, right?
Yes,
okay.
And it was something you just said triggered that memory of sort of an open question in my mind, was whether or not the grand jurors had before them, other than by context of what's being said in those messages, the timestamp for the days those messages were left.
And we can get the answer to that question, but the testimony of Mr. Dozier under oath was that there was no testimony that he got that's the other interesting thing. He never got a name.
Well, he never gave the name. He had a name, They had a person of interest. It was WF. But he never provided that name to them. That was something, that's how I recall his testimony.
And what I was about to say was, he never testified, and he was asked, or I guess asked in substance, no one like Brian Walsh gave him a name. And in fact, the government kept asking that witness, when did you ever talk to Brian Walsh? Yes, we did have some conversations. When did that occur? If my memory, I'm paraphrasing, if my memory serves me, it was sometime after January 1st. January 1st. So I think that's another piece of trustworthy and reliable information that someone could make an inference that at some point Mr. Walsh became aware of an investigation that his mother instigated, but there was no evidence that that investigation was informed by Mr. Walsh, and Mr. Walsh didn't have a reason to get on the phone and say, hey, apparently, to check out this WF guy. So that's why we say in our memo that when the government begins to spin out what it believes are reasonable inferences, they are not grounded in articulable and trustworthy and reliable facts. They are the ruminations of the Commonwealth trying to justify that what they presented to the grand jury is sufficient in making out the elements of the charge, even though, as I return briefly, they don't even attempt to make out the elements of extreme atrocity and cruelty when it comes to what was presented to the grand jury. Another final example of this, and I know the court didn't reference it a moment ago, but it's this articulated argument by the government that somehow, and they go on for almost a full page talking about the facade that Mr. Walsh created by making it look like to everybody that it was just a happy family, and that was his plan to present to GM this presentation that it was just a happy family. You know, Judge, what the grand jury, and that's the government's inference. Okay, what's the articulable and reasonable facts, trustworthy facts, that establish that? Nothing at all. It's an inference that is created out of whole cloth, and it's used by the Commonwealth in their memo to suggest, see, that was his planning stage. That's what he was planning. Who invited GM?
Ana did.
Ana
on December 29th during the phone call.
And here's this long visit of hours where there's nothing but happiness and cooking and eating and a little bit of drinking champagne, and then at 1:30 he leaves. We recite all of that evidence because it is the trustworthy and reliable evidence that the grand jury heard and contradicts not the other evidence that they heard. It contradicts the inferences that the government is trying to make. Did it get across the finish line here on the grand jury presentment? And
well, I credit what you're saying, that this argument that he somehow in some planning phase called Mr. Mutlu and invited him over for, I probably mispronounced that as well, but invited him over for dinner is contradicted by the evidence that Jim himself presented, and which he clearly said he was invited by Ana on the 29th. It's contradicted by the text messages between Ana and Mr. Fasto, in which she discusses inviting him over. So I credit that the evidence wasn't that was a planning thing as far as the evidence that I can see before the grand jury. But also, it's clear that there was sufficient evidence before the grand jury that this marriage was in distress over the issues relating to his then pending federal sentence and the implications of that on their life and where the children lived. it was clear that AK was seeing something different than she had ever seen before in her friend, in her demeanor. She mentions that in her, which a reasonable inference could be based on the context of that, which was she was talking about her marriage and the failings of her marriage, that their marriage was under stress. So while I credit you that this notion that he planned this by ordering or by inviting Jem over, there doesn't seem to be any evidence before the grand jury that I can see. They'll argue otherwise, perhaps.
And let me respond to some of that, though, Judge, some of the themes of what you just said. Once again, I'm going to very quickly refer to AK's testimony. Yes, friends with Ana Walshe, recited conversations with Ana Walshe, was asked specifically, did she ever talk about divorce? No. No. What did she talk about? She talked about the frustration of not having the 3 kids in D.C. and the time it was taking. And who was Ana Walshe angry with? She was upset with Brian, but she was angry at his lawyer because she thought the lawyer was the one setting up this idea that the kids had to, the 3 children had to stay in Cohasset. That wasn't Brian's doing. The government tries to argue that, but that's not what the grand jury heard. Also, AK testifies initially.
But what the grand jury heard is she was angry with him because she had learned that it was not the FBI, but rather Brian himself that was delaying his sentence. Delaying the trial or the resolution of that case.
And she goes on to, I understand, she goes on to testify that Ana Walshe then was talking about Mr. Walsh, Brian, had to take responsibility and that they needed to work through this, and that's exactly what they were doing. To suggest that stressors, serious stressors, that have been going on for some time, somehow transform into motive to kill, malice, or premeditation, is once again an inference that is not supported. It is, somebody can dream up the inference like the government is doing here, but it doesn't rest on the facts, and it doesn't rest on the entirety of the testimony of of AK. The same thing with the WF testimony. You know, if what the grand jury heard was, yes, there was conversations, but there was never the only conversation that he recalled where divorce was mentioned was in terms of, quote, protecting assets. And I will just, that's it. That's all he recalled. And when the assets may have been the life insurance. It might have been the value of the condominium, $1.3 million. It might have been the other properties they owned. They were renting the Cohasset property, but maybe the other properties. But here is WF being asked a myriad of questions about, well, didn't she talk about this? Didn't she talk about that? No. She always, quote, I'm not quoting, paraphrasing. WF said that what Ana Walshe described Brian was basically this wonderful man. That doesn't sound like, and it can't be used to now construct some argument that whatever stressors were going on in the family then can be used to establish premeditation or malice in any of its forms. It is, as we say, it is piling inference on inference, and doing so is violation of due process in Article 12 because the grand jury wasn't presented that type of evidence. It is the inferences that are being constructed by the Commonwealth that aren't grounded in articulable facts, plain and simple. The other thing is about the money. They'd already started paying the money back. This idea constructed out of whole cloth that somehow one of his motives was to murder his wife so he gets access to monies so he can pay $450,000 that they'd already started paying for, and they had all these properties just defies logic.
What was the evidence before the grand jury that they, since you mentioned it, that he had paid back anything?
I think that I know it's in the grand jury somewhere, Judge, because I
Where?
I will find it. I'll give you a particular citation.
Anyone?
Mr. Walsh made statements one of the 4 days that he was interviewed by the police. He had explained, and I believe his attorney was present when they both represented that part of the money had already been paid back. And Tracy Minor indicated to the detective that they were trying to pay back as much money as possible prior to the sentencing.
Well, I knew that part. I
and they
appreciate
represented that money had been paid back. A number had never been given for the amount.
So it wasn't in the grand jury, it was in the exhibit.
And is there anything in the exhibits that were before the, well, that's in the grand jury.
Well, I understand, but I was misleading when I said it was in the grand jury minutes.
No, I think that's the proper statement. It's before the grand jury. It was an exhibit. Was the federal docket that has been presented to me, and I don't remember in connection with what at this point, because I have so many motions that I'm considering, but you know that somewhere in my travels I've come across the federal docket to his federal case that was attached to something. Was that ever before the grand jury? I don't think so.
No, Your Honor.
There was reference to the federal case.
Yes.
There's reference to the federal case. I was just wondering whether there's any evidence of payment in that docket, because if there was evidence of payment in the docket, then it would be fair to say that they had evidence before them. Often, in my experience, when restitution is paid, it may not have happened here because the sentence doesn't happen until 2024. But that would have been certainly something that would have been noted. And they did get darn close, it looks like, from my recollection of my review of that docket to a sentencing. But then I don't know what happened, but they retreated.
So if the grand jury
so they do have evidence in his statements that some restitution was paid.
And they did not hear any evidence that there was some conflict about, or some argument about the amount of money that had to be paid back. There's nothing like that presented to the grand jury. There were the stresses revolved around primarily the 3 children in the DC. And once again, AK testified about the plans that both Brian and Ana Walshe were trying to make to move the 3 kids up to DC. So what you have is testimony of stresses in a family grounded in what we'd all believe would be true. 3 young children living in one place, mother living in another, and they're trying to work this out, and it's taking longer than expected. How does that become a reasonable, articulable, and trustworthy fact to build a premise that stress led to premeditated murder or malice in any of its forms? It's pure conjecture, it's speculation, and it can't be the basis for this indictment. I don't want to keep going on here. I would like just to make clear something here before I sit down. And you can shut me down, Judge, I know you will if you want to, but it is this Riley thing. And let me just say briefly, I would be happy.
I won't shut you down because I'm still not convinced that it's relevant to the decision I need to make on this motion, but it's certainly going to be relevant later, so that the earlier I get educated, the better.
So let me try to make the argument that it is relevant, because we do argue it. What we're saying basically is that the grand jury has to hear the elements of the offenses that are encapsulated in 265.1 statutory language. There's 2 separate bodies of law. 265.1, that covers all the theories, but that is a procedural issue. It's a little substantive, but it's procedural. Over here, we have all the case law, Moran, Walchek, and I believe, the way I interpret Riley, to say this. You have to present the elements. And for some reason, the way the justice wrote that opinion in Riley was, we want to clarify what we left open in DePace. He doesn't talk about Moran or anything. And what I think he's clarifying is, let's just be clear. In DePace, we talked about 265-1 because the challenge was on the face of the indictment. In Riley, we're talking about something else. We're talking about what the grand jury heard. And so, under Moran, if the grand jury does not hear sufficient evidence of the elements of a particular theory of murder, then the indictment, as we're asking, that so much of the indictment that can be read to include, in this case, extreme atrocity, and they didn't argue felony murder, so I'm not going to waste the court's time on that, but extreme atrocity, you can't try him on extreme atrocity because the indictment doesn't include it.
See, we're ending at the same place. To me, you're seeking to limit the Commonwealth with regard to the theories it may pursue at trial based on a failing in your perceived failing of proof in the grand jury. It seems to me that's not a dismissal of the indictment for first-degree murder. It's a motion in limine to say that the Commonwealth can't have that evidence at trial. Even if I credited your world view with regard to that case law, that alone wouldn't result in the dismissal of the indictment because of the evidence, if I credited it, of premeditation, right? That's why I see this slightly differently than you do.
Well, and I would agree with you, Judge. If you found sufficient evidence to the grand jury of premeditation and the type of malice that only applies to premeditated murder, if you find that, I agree they can. So much of the indictment that charges first-degree premeditated murder stands. But it's due process that requires this court to consider whether that indictment that was issued under the language of 265-1 encompasses extreme atrocity and cruelty, and for that matter, felony murder. And why? Because we have to be able to prepare our defense, and we have to know what the Commonwealth is going to charge, because that's the other part of this due process argument. We have to be prepared to challenge the extreme proof of extreme atrocity and cruelty, and they can't present it because the grand jury didn't hear it.
If my ruling, it ends up that the murder charge isn't dismissed, you have plenty of time. You don't have to wait on your motions in limine. You will have plenty of time to brief and address that issue between now and October. I mean, it's plain to anybody in this courtroom that knows the evidence in this case that whatever the Commonwealth's evidence is with regard to cruel and atrocious behavior, it certainly isn't their lead argument. It's not great.
Well,
it'll be even if I allowed it. Frankly, this is where I go off script, and it's never good. Even if I allowed your motion or I denied your motion and said, "Oh no, they can go forward on both theories," as a strategic matter, they got to start thinking, "Are we shooting ourselves in the foot by doing so?" Because from what I've seen, it's pretty thin.
I appreciate that comment, Judge. I understand you're not making a ruling, but I appreciate the comment. But I'm not going to...
But I get it. You have to get ready for trial in both theories.
And I'm going to infuriate Assistant District Attorney Cusick when I say this. I'm going to stop beating this dead horse. You and I, and Attorney Porges on behalf of Walsh, I don't think I'm making myself clear about the differences between what you're suggesting, a motion in limine to kick out a theory of first-degree murder, and what we're asking for the court to do.
You're asking me, I know what you're saying, you're asking me to dismiss it in so much as it charges cruel and atrocious.
Yes.
I understand what you're asking for. I'm not even sure, well, I'll look at your cases. I'm not even sure I've seen that ever done. It's an interesting concept, and I'll give some more thought to that if I get there. Maybe the Commonwealth will make our job easier.
It looks like they've made our job easier for felony murder. They didn't even brief it.
Right, well, we gotta start, October, TikTok, it's coming. So figure out what your theories are gonna be, and let's argue about the things that really matter, right?
Well, these really matter to us. I understand.
And I don't take any of this lightly. And when I say, let's talk about the things that matter, if it is the case that the Commonwealth's not going to really pursue cruel and atrocious, then we're just wasting our time, right?
May I have a brief moment to ask a question?
Certainly. I know.
I think that's all we have, Judge.
And by the way, in fairness to both sides, I only know what I know. That is, I know all the stuff that I've read. I know everything that went to the grand jury. That was March 2023. What I don't know is all the stuff that's happened since March of 2023, and whether that has any bearing on the Commonwealth's ability to pursue a cruel and atrocious. I don't know. I only know what I know.
Your Honor, I'm going to sit down after I say this final sentence. That makes my argument. If they develop evidence post-grand jury of extreme atrocity and cruelty, they can't just decide, oh, now we have evidence of it, we can try them on that. They have to go to the grand jury and get an indictment. And I think that encapsulates what we're talking about here.
I understand the argument.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth disagrees with Mr. Tipton's interpretation of the Riley case. Obviously, the court has it and will interpret it as the court deems appropriate. But I would suggest here that the court should not eliminate any theory of first-degree murder, because here the grand jury did have probable cause to find that the defendant committed a premeditated murder with the intent to kill. A few housekeeping matters. The Commonwealth agreed. We're not saying that we thought Mr. Walsh, or there was evidence before the grand jury that Mr. Walsh invited the New Year's Eve guest. That was Ana who invited him. The Commonwealth's argument is, with the guest being there, Mr. Walsh used the guest's presence to create a facade of a jovial, happy couple having a New Year's Eve celebration. And I suggest that that is also borne out by the fact that when Mr. Walsh eventually got in touch with the New Year's Eve guest, I think it was on January 4th, he was asked by the New Year's Eve guest, GM, well, did you argue? And Mr. Walsh's response was, you saw us. Did it look like we argued? So I would suggest that that certainly supports that dinner was used as a charade. Your Honor, the defendant had serious financial, legal, and marital problems in December of 2022. There was ample evidence that he was aware of Ana Walsh's relationship with a man in D.C. He's certainly doing those searches on Christmas Day. That's the day Ana had said she had to work. Mr. Walsh said that in one of the interviews with the police, that she wasn't home on Christmas Eve because she had to work. And there was certainly, she did show up late. The flight had been canceled. She did drive up, and that's the night he begins searching WF's name online. Then later on December 27th, he's doing a search about divorce and states to get divorced in, and the results of that search shows that Massachusetts is not a favorable state for divorce. And then the mother hires the private investigator in D.C. Now the mother says she got the name from Mr. Walsh, that he told her not to do it, but I would suggest here he gives her the name of a private investigator. She hires the private investigator to investigate whether Ana is engaged in activities that are not appropriate for a married woman. And I understand the court's question about the timing of those voicemails. I don't know off the top of my head the voicemails from the mother to the investigator firm, but we will look into that and see if there is anything in it.
The one that I'm most interested in is, well, I'm interested in whether there's a timestamp on any of them, but the one that I'm most interested in is file 046. And in that message, she indicates, my son says, could you please check WF? Because during that period, he was in Idaho, and he just wants to see how often they saw each other. That's the one that I want to know, that whether the evidence was before the grand jury as to what the time frame of that was.
Certainly, Your Honor. We will re-examine the exhibits, and we'll let the court know, and we'll let counsel know, obviously, what we decipher, whether the timestamp is indeed in front of them or whether it was not. Your Honor, here, the grand jury also had information from the testimony of AK about her conversation with Ana on December 29th, I believe. They went out to dinner, and she describes Ana as just being beside herself. Ana described a huge fight with the defendant over Christmas, had given him an ultimatum about the children coming to D.C. to live with her. She had found out that the defendant, and she does mention the lawyer also, but essentially that the defendant had engineered the children remaining in Cohasset with him because it was perceived that that would help him avoid an incarcerated sentence on his federal case. Certainly there's discussion of that during the interview with the one where the lawyer was present at, and he makes a remark about, which one could infer means essentially, well, if Ana's not around, that's off the table of me going to jail. But certainly recent news to the defendant and to Ana as related through various conversations that suddenly the topic of him going to jail had arisen, and that according to AK, Ana had said he should just do whatever is necessary to resolve this, even if it involves an incarcerated sentence. So I suggest that is another, we could characterize it as a stressor, but it's also another reason why if Ana's not around, if Ana is deceased or disappeared, the defendant would suddenly be a single parent, would have the children's sole caretaking for these 3 small children. He would potentially avoid that committed sentence, which he was very motivated, one could infer from the materials before the grand jury, in avoiding. He would inherit millions of dollars in life insurance proceeds from Ana. Again, those searches also include some searches for luxury items. One could infer that he's planning to, how he might spend those proceeds. And he would also...
But those searches, I don't think that rings true, because those searches with regard to in terms of premeditation anyway, the searches with regard to the watch are later.
I agree with that, Your Honor. I just suggest that...
So how does that relate to premeditation?
Your Honor, I suggest it relates to the concept of having money, which was certainly a stressor, that the defendant needed money to pay that restitution. I know at some point, I believe it was in the interview with the lawyer, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I think it was he owed $450,000 in federal restitution. And I suggest here, the fact that he is looking at luxury goods suggests that this is, again, expecting to inherit money. Some of the searches are for cleaning up crime scenes. Specifically, I suggest that shows that the defendant's awareness that this was indeed a crime and not some sort of accidental person dying in a home. Your Honor, I suggest also that the defendant's behavior before that time, approximately 6:30 in the morning on January 1st, his behavior before that time when he says Ana left the house shows that he was planning and premeditating and had the intent to kill her. She arrived at the home on December 30th from D.C. She was not scheduled to go back until January 3rd. So certainly there's a block of time where no one at her work would be looking for her. He planned to appear happy and jovial with the New Year's Eve guest. And again, when he spoke to the guest next, and the guest said, "Were you arguing?" "No, you saw us. Did it look like we were arguing?" He also told the guest that his phone was misplaced. I suggest that that was also part of the planning, creating a window of time when he didn't have the phone, that it would be an explanation as to why not responding to any text messages. Certainly, how do we know this was planned? Forensic exam shows that that phone was actually in motion, being unlocked and plugged into a power source when it was alleged to have been missing. So I would suggest that's another thing that would go towards planning. And the defendant, planned for
the fact that he shut off his phone, or he put his phone, the phone that's missing. Let's even make the most adverse inference to the defendant. That all happens after the Commonwealth believes that he's killed Ana, right?
Your Honor, he tells the New York...
This rearward-looking sort of concept of premeditation is a little bit difficult for me to...
Your Honor, there's testimony from the guest on December 31st, before Ana had been killed, that the defendant said his phone was mislaid.
All right, you're right.
So certainly the phone disappeared or was mislaid or whatever happened to the phone, but the defendant represented that his phone was mislaid on December 31st when the New Year's Eve guest was there with Ana. And the defendant also, there was a nanny coming that afternoon. She was scheduled to come about 2 o'clock on the 1st. Ana had told a woman in a nail salon that she and her husband, the defendant, were going out to a adults-only dinner in Marblehead. And certainly I'd suggest that there's no other evidence of that other than that statement. One could infer that the defendant told her that they had plans to go to this party in Marblehead, and that the nanny was going to be there. This would give the defendant, again, a window of time to take action to deal with the disposal of the body of Ana Walshe. Certainly from WF's testimony, it's clear Ana had no plans to tell the defendant about their relationship over the Christmas holiday. She said that he would be devastated, and she also said she did not know what he was capable of. And one can infer that the defendant certainly was seeing those text messages, whether he looked at the phone itself. He made some statements in the police interview claiming that Ana had put the phone upstairs based on a message from someone named Abdullah that had caused some controversy. Certainly the GM, the guest, sort of contradicts that, saying she was using the phone throughout. And other people, AK was receiving text messages from her, and she was texting with WF. Certainly it's a fair inference that the defendant saw those text messages and perhaps realized the true extent of this relationship that they were having, where they were discussing long-term plans, 1-, 5-, and 10-year plans, and there's a reference to travel that they had taken together. That it's fair to say that the defendant, that might have been something he didn't know about, because based on what at WF's testimony. And also, WF, Ana sent a photograph of the house guest herself and the eldest son to WF, and that was something, again, that Mr. Walshe told police about, that she had sent that to him. So I suggest that certainly there's a very fair inference.
Play that again to me, that last statement.
During one of the police interviews,
yes,
the defendant says that Ana had taken many photographs during the evening and had sent one of them to WF. And that's in, I think it's the third interview, the second or the third interview, Your Honor. And certainly I can find a page site for that.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And Your Honor, I'd also, cases I'd call the court's attention to are Nadworthy, which is in the Commonwealth's memorandum. It's 396 Mass 342, and Cardarelli, 433 Mass 427.
Can you give me the second one again, please?
433 Mass 427.
Yes.
And these cases indicate that, in some circumstances, evidence of a defendant's activities afterwards, after a murder is committed, can be used to infer motive and malice. And I would suggest here the defendant's activities of looking up how to clean up a crime scene, his activities of purchasing large quantities of cleaning supplies in various stores, and certainly going to different dumpsters and disposing of, one could infer, the victim's body in her possession, certainly is indicative, should be considered as consciousness of guilt, but also as evidence of intent and motive. So, Your Honor, the court has all of the materials that were presented to the grand jury, the exhibits, which are voluminous, and the transcripts and the memorandum from the Commonwealth. If the court doesn't have any other questions, I would rest on the pleadings. If Your Honor does have questions, I will get the answers to those questions the court does have to the court.
All right. I don't have any questions.
Well, the Commonwealth would ask the court to deny the motion in its entirety. Thank you.
Well, let me add, I do have a question. Attorney Tipton is suggesting that I have the power under the law to sort of slice the bread, slice the loaf of first-degree murder, such that I could dismiss the indictment in as much as it charges cruel and atrocious. And you haven't talked about that.
Your Honor, I disagree with Mr. Tipton. The Commonwealth does have, there's very few cases on this that the Commonwealth could find. There are 2 unpublished ones in the Commonwealth's memorandum that deal with dismissal of so much of an indictment as charges first degree. I'm not sure if they split it so much as to theories, but I would suggest looking at the Riley case, it's clear that if there is evidence to support first-degree murder under any theory, then it survives.
The indictment survives.
And the Commonwealth may proceed at trial under any theory. Again, and they also mention
any limitations that might come as a result of a motion.
Again, and I believe that it might be in a footnote, but there's reference to subject to bills of particulars or turning over evidence or information like that. It's not vastly, it's not any different than other rules.
Do you want to discuss what evidence the Commonwealth believes was before this jury on the theory of cruel and atrocious?
Your Honor, I agree with the court's description of it as thin. I don't disagree with that. Again, I would suggest that at this juncture the court should not cut any theory out of the indictment and should instead, again, I imagine this will be litigated prior to trial, but the Commonwealth, again, if the court finds that there was sufficient evidence of premeditation, this juncture is not the time to make any determination as to what the Commonwealth may or may not do with other theories.
All right. I appreciate the argument on both sides. Attorney Tipton, it's your motion, so you get the second bite of the apple.
And it'll be a small one, but because I'm not going to repeat what I said, but ask the Commonwealth judge, if you will, give you one citation for a case that says a trial court does not have the power to limit what can be tried based on what's presented to the grand jury. Those 2 cases they talk about, there's actually more, but I think they're talking about Johnson and Rivera, which were 128 decisions. They don't have any reasoning or rationale to them. They don't explain it. What we do know is that there is a whole body of case law where the court examines what evidence was presented to the grand jury to determine for the appellate court's reasoning that there was sufficient evidence in light of a motion and in light of a ruling by the judge of that there was insufficient evidence, and so you can't try the person on a particular theory of murder. I can give you the citations of those cases if the court permits, but I don't think the government here, and they have 2 well-versed appellate attorneys with them, can give you one citation to a case that says you, judge, don't have the power to do what we're asking you to do. And of course what we're asking you to do is we believe is grounded in the law.
All right, well, I'll give you a couple of days here or there to bring me up to speed or give me any citations. Obviously, you don't have to file a pleading. You just need to memorialize it and emails to each other, that the cases that you're bringing to my attention. If you prefer to file a pleading, that's fine too. And if you give me case law, I'll just note the emails and put them, I'll just have them scanned or something so that there's a record of it happening if you need that.
I will file a very short pleading.
Whatever's easier for you. All right. So that matter's under advisement. Now, so let me say that I was happy to see you all on the Zoom with me last week because we were getting the same information, although I think you were on a Zoom that I was not on because I did not get on the Zoom with Judge Krupp round 2. And the reason I didn't do that, and I apologize, by the way, if you didn't get notice that the 3:15 hearing that I had preliminarily ruminated about got canceled. I don't know if you were on there. I think what happened, honestly, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, is that a couple of clerks in Middlesex, in Norfolk were out in the afternoon, and so it was a slip stitch between what was probably apparent to you that by virtue of what had happened on Friday, we didn't have an emergency situation, although some could argue otherwise, and did on Friday. I understand from listening to the FTR. But regardless, it seems to me that we have a slightly different situation than maybe we have a different situation than what presents in some of those other cases. And here's how I think it might be different. Maybe I've got it wrong. But let me just start the discussion in this way. It seems to me that ADA McLaughlin is one of the signatories on the agreement as a result of being on the Reed case. And it seems to me that she is on this case, was in the grand jury throughout the 11 or 12 days of the grand jury, so she's intimately familiar with what happened in the grand jury. And otherwise is intimately familiar with what this case is about because she's still on this case. And being in that unique role as being A, someone who can look at the materials, and B, is assigned to this case, it would seem to me that she would know whether or not there were any materials that were required under Rule 14 and the case law to be produced in this case. And that situation does not replicate itself in all of I don't know if it replicates itself in any of the other cases that people were involved with Judge Krupp last week. I don't care about those cases. I just care about your case, this case. So it would seem to me that with that pause, I understand that Judge Casper has put a 30-day pause on everything for people to assess the situation. And it seems to me that what needs to happen is that ADA McLaughlin, who has access to that information, needs to determine as an initial matter whether there is anything in those materials that would be required to be produced under Rule 14. And if there are, we'll deal with that. And if there aren't, then the Commonwealth needs to aver by, I can think of a bunch of different ways, affidavit or otherwise, that there aren't any. Now, the backdrop to this is, as we know, and I'm not going to get the exact language correct, but when we asked for a TUI request earlier in this case, we got a, we're not giving it to you, but by the way, there's nothing there. That's my paraphrase of it. But that doesn't relieve the Commonwealth of its obligation. So that's how I frame the issue in my mind right now for this case. And it's the defendant's motion that brought us here and alerted me to the issue. I mean, the Commonwealth gave me an email before that, but Attorney Tipton, what do you think about that first shot? Attorney Porges.
So I had a brief discussion with the Commonwealth this morning, and my understanding is that they're filing a request to impound the protective order in which they would show it to the court, show it to us.
They did.
Okay.
Did you get that before the hearing?
We did. So we have the protective order. So our main concern this morning was asking the court to order the Commonwealth to review the material for any exculpatory material or issues. If the court's inclined to do that, then I don't need to be heard further. I would just highlight that a case came down just yesterday that is decidedly on point with this issue. You're smiling because you know, or you're smiling because you know?
I think I know.
Okay. It's Commonwealth versus Goparian, and I would refer everyone to the section that discusses possession, custody, and control. Furthermore, the new revised rules under the Mass Rules of Criminal Procedure do a very good job of clearly explaining and expanding what exculpatory means. And in this situation, they are arguably in the possession of federal grand jury material that was investigating not only Trooper Proctor, but possibly the integrity of a murder investigation done by this very county, by these very officers. And so I just want to be clear that if the court is going to order it and the government is going to accept the order, that we want to make sure everyone has the same understanding of what exculpatory is. So otherwise, I have nothing further unless the court has any questions.
No, although, let me see if I can get to that paper. So, I like to take things very logical person, I like to think anyway. So I like to think things step by step. So we'll just go in that manner and we'll cross each bridge when we need to.
Okay.
But I know two particular parts of the order that got my attention.
But when you say order, do you mean the protective order or do you mean the motion that Mr. Tipton filed?
The protective order. And one is paragraph 14. Which may bring you somewhere else. And I'm doing this I'm putting the high beams on for your future, should we need to. Paragraph 14.
I think that's a bridge we'd have to cross.
Yes, and
at one point.
Yes. And the other paragraph that stood out to me as having relevance to this issue is the opening sentence, or all of paragraph 11, with regard to the issue of possession, custody, and control.
The first sentence of paragraph 11?
I think it might be one, yeah. Yes.
So,
but we don't have to.
I don't think.
I'm just alerting you to those two paragraphs because there are two things that caught my attention as we move forward on this issue. But let me hear from the Commonwealth first with regard to what, and then I'll go back to the defense. Thank you, Attorney Porges.
Thank you, Your Honor. So it's kind of a unique posture because my co-counsels are not party to viewing the protective order at this juncture. So First Assistant Lisa Beatty has been in contact with the Special Assistant.
What does supervisor mean?
That would have been the chief of the appellate unit at that time who signed the protective order in 2024.
But it says, is that right?
That was the way.
Hold on a second. I just want to go back and see what the. So I refer you to 6B. What does that mean?
When that was drafted, it was relative to supervisors assigned as part of the Karen Reed prosecution.
Right.
So at that time, it was the First Assistant, Lynn Beeland.
But it wasn't just appellate supervisors.
Correct.
It says any supervisors of counsel of record. So anybody that was counsel of record supervisor, which could be multiple levels. I don't really know. I haven't studied your corporate structure.
Correct, but as I can say today, well, defense counsel has the opportunity to review the protective order. My co-counsels have not had that opportunity. So Lisa Beatty is in contact with the Special Assistant Attorney General, who has an update. She's on Zoom, if your Honor would like to hear from her, where the office is working with the U.S. Attorney's Office about any future amendments to this protective order or any additional clarification that the office is seeking about any potential further disclosure. So if you would like to hear from her, she is on Zoom and could fill the court in on recent updates that occurred this morning.
Yes, please. Welcome, ADA Beatty. I can't hear you. Hold on. Can we try that again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I can't see you anymore, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Yes, and I can see you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm in the process of drafting my notice for Judge Kruk, which is due in 18 minutes, and I got a call from our counsel informing us that at this time we will be able to view the protective order. I know that not all assistant DAs in the office have been able, and I have not been able to view the protective order until I just learned this information, so I can't speak to what's in the order. So that will be able to be changed if there are ADAs who have matters that are in the posture that we're providing discovery and need to address these issues. ADAs will be able to look at the order. In addition, defense counsel, after the state court and defense counsel have signed a protective order, defense counsel will be able to have a copy of the July 21st order as well as the December 2nd protective order. Those are sort of my updates as I'm receiving them now. And then the U.S. Attorney's Office has acknowledged that we need additional accommodations or modifications. I don't know the exact words that they would use, but we have additional requests in order to be able to move forward with cases in a productive manner, and they understand that we're going to continue to engage in dialogue with them and possibly the federal court about how to manage these situations.
All right. Thank you for the update.
Now, just add, the case that came down yesterday is distinguishable because in that matter, the SJC said that the DA's office did not have those materials, that federal materials in perhaps a protective order remain in the custody of the federal government. That case is distinguishable because a Worcester police officer participated in the interview and had personal knowledge that he could have discussed or disclosed to the ADA, that the ADA did not pursue that information that would have been held by a Worcester police officer. It is distinguishable that pursuant to this order, that materials do remain in the care, custody, and control of the federal government, and the DA's office is just prohibited from any further disclosures.
So what of my suggestion with regard to your role?
That is a role I understand. That is a role I can represent to the court in a different matter. Upon my review of the materials, I saw a statement that was clearly exculpatory in a different case. I spoke to the U.S. Attorney's Office about that matter and had to advise defense counsel and trial prosecutor in the office that they needed to seek a TUI request. Right. I could not disclose that directly. The U.S. Attorney's Office did not produce that outside the protective order. Defense counsel and the Commonwealth had to seek that information. I provided date stamps, numbers to counsel, and they had to go to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
But I'm suggesting that in this case, you do that first step.
And that, I would say, has been done, and it's sort of in a similar posture where we represented to counsel that you need to file a TUI request. Counsel filed a TUI request, the Commonwealth filed its own TUI request, the U.S. Attorney's Office denied that.
But the difference is, in the other case, you identified a document that you believed. What I'm asking the Commonwealth to do, and I'm asking you to do it now in light of the new rules of discovery, not the ones that may have applied when you did it the last time.
Yes,
is
Your
to
Honor.
review those materials and identify whether we even have something to worry about.
And the understanding would be trying to, without knowing the defense theory of the case and seeking the broadest, what is most favorable
That's
to the
always
defendant.
that's always your problem. I don't mean you. It's always the prosecution. They make that argument, I don't know, a couple times a week before me when I'm sitting in a criminal session. They can't possibly do as good of a job as me. And yet you have to. That's what the rules require.
And I understand my obligations as a prosecutor to do that. It just becomes a difficult conundrum where if there was a matter, I cannot disclose it to defense counsel and I cannot disclose it to the court.
I understand that.
Due to the the order.
I understand that, but why is it not I don't want to say an easy first solution. It puts a huge burden on you. I don't know how much materials there are in there. But why isn't it the first step that we should be taking here is we have somebody that's assigned to this case that has access to those materials by virtue of the fact that you were assigned to the Reed case. And you have knowledge of this case by virtue of your affiliation with the case and your prior stuff that I said. Why isn't the easy first step for everybody other than you in the courtroom who has to do the man hours, for you to make that analysis and at an initial matter say there is or is not something in the materials that we need to disclose?
And I can represent to the court that the materials that were produced are related to the investigation of the death of John O'Keefe and not any materials related to the investigation of the death of Ana Walshe.
All right, well, I appreciate that. That's falls short of what I'm asking you to do, which is to avert to me, probably by affidavit, that there is or there is not information in. I understand their focus was on there. That doesn't mean that something doesn't make its way in to that file and those records. And I want some assurance that somebody has laid eyes on those documents and recognizing that it might be unlikely that there's anything to do with this defendant in those records. Close that door.
And to do so, Your Honor, I believe we would have to seek guidance from the U.S. Attorney's Office to make sure it's not outside the confines of the protective order. Because the way the protective order says...
Well, the order allows you to review it, right? The order allows you to review those materials.
For use in the state court action against Karen Reed.
So have you sought guidance from the court with regard to for review in connection with any other cases?
I believe that is what ADABD has represented with where the Commonwealth can't represent itself in federal court. A assistant attorney general has been appointed, and I believe there is ongoing discussions.
All right. We're headed to another meeting on this probably next week because I don't want this to. I'm not going to put this out till the 30th, the 30 days, and we're in another fire drill. So we'll talk about that.
Your Honor, just briefly, I'm certainly sympathetic to the position that ADA McLaughlin finds herself in. It's clear that she understands her obligations under Rule 14, under Brady, but I do disagree with her analysis of Goparian. When it talks about reviewing material, the detective in Worcester was a detective on the homicide case in Goparian, and so just for a picture, ADA McLaughlin is an ADA, part of the prosecution team in this matter. The cop in Goparian randomly happened to be present for a proffer on an unrelated case in which someone made a statement. So Goparian went on to specifically state that the law demands at the very least that the prosecutors ask other members of the prosecution team whether exculpatory information exists. So to me, that combined with Brady and combined with Goparian impose a duty for her to look. I understand that she is, and I agree, the 2 paragraphs on the protective order I think are very clear, but I don't think it's an automatic, just automatically resolves her or the rest of the team to just not look because they can't. So I think it's a long way of me saying we might have to end up litigating something in federal court. And so I think we do need to kind of figure if the motion, the protective order, can be expanded insofar as ADA McLaughlin has to do a specific review for this case, guided by the revised Mass Rules of Criminal Procedure, Section 14, that gives a very clear description of what, in fact, is considered exculpatory.
Your Honor, may I be heard briefly? Yes. I apologize for interrupting. These are exactly the issues that we are in communication with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I can promise the court that I can address this specific case and this specific request that this court is making at this time when I speak with them. If you would give us some additional time.
I will, and I appreciate you specifically raising this, because I think we have, I don't want to get, particularly in light of the schedule in this case, I don't want to get dragged down with the other cases that are not in a similar posture. The unique situation here is that ADA McLaughlin has already seen the materials. It's not disclosure to any, she saw them in connection with another task. But it's not like a new person is coming on or a new set of people are coming on at this moment. So that might give us a swifter direction to a better result. So I'll give you some time to see if we can sort that out.
Thank you very much.
All right. So those are the motions that we had here. We're going to set a status on this last issue for next week. Madam Clerk, what do we have?
And judges, we're picking this date. I'm just hoping we can appear by Zoom. Mr. Porges is going to be, Attorney Porges is going to be on trial, and I'm on vacation, but I'm glad to appear by Zoom.
Yes. You're welcome here, and you're welcome to appear by Zoom.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, what is our next week look like?
Next Friday.
Okay.
Your Honor, if you'd be willing to, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if everyone's available for a 2 or 3 p.m., I might be able to get permission just to hop on at court.
Okay.
But if or I might not. I'm just throwing it out there.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Is 2 or 3 p.m. better?
Well, I don't want everyone to schedule around me. I mean, I do, but I could be in the middle of a witness and the judge is like, I can't let you
Right.
But it's just there's a higher likelihood.
Well, why don't we schedule it at 2, knowing that probably somebody could, I don't know who you're before, but they might be able to take another 10 minutes.
And he's lovely. I'm sure he would. I just don't know where we're going to be.
So Friday the 1st?
No, any day but Friday.
Oh, any day but Friday. Sorry, I apologize. The 31st, is that available?
We can do Friday the 1st.
Oh.
Whatever works for the court.
So why don't we do Friday the 1st at 2 p.m.?
Friday the 1st at 2 p.m.
Could I trouble Madam Clerk to issue a Zoom hey to Norfolk for Mr. Walsh?
Yes, I'll request it through the Norfolk County Clerk.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I can do that too.
That's all right. We'll be in contact with them.
Thank you.
The motion to dismiss is under advisement. The matter is continued to August 1st at 2 p.m. here at Plymouth Superior Court. A Zoom aid will issue for Mr. Walsh. All parties may appear by Zoom.
They may.
All right, thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Court, all rise.
All right, so that hearing was from July 24th of this year, and now we are going to go to November 14th. We're going to skip a little bit, so now 14th, 17th, and 18th. So this just happened recently. This one is a competency hearing, and then we're going to get to his final appearance, and then we're going to get to him pleading on the 2 charges, the lying to police officers and disposing of a body. So we have 3 more to go. 1, 2, 3 hours, about 3 more hours. So if you're getting your scheduling going, or you're concerned about your scheduling, we have about 3 more hours to go. So this one is a competency hearing. Let me just pull this up. All right. Competency hearing. All right. Here we go.
I have. All right. So welcome, as I said, to council, and welcome to Mr. Walsh. I have a few things on my agenda. The first one, which is over here, is the competency. I've now received a report from Bridgewater State Hospital, a comprehensive report from Dr. Ryan. And in that report, Dr. Ryan concludes that the defendant is competent and ready to stand trial. And with that finding, which I accept, I had a brief conversation with the side of the bench. What's the defense's position? I just want it on the record, on the public record, with regard to the defendant's competency.
2 things here. 1, we're not contesting the competency finding. 2, we've had conferences with Dr. Holmes. We had them last night. What he asked us to do, is he is concerned that changing to the jail may have an adverse effect on Mr. Warren. He wants us to advise us, ask us to come on court if he's concerned about that. He said that's not his lane, but we do. We want to let the court know that we have those concerns, and we'll bring it to the court's attention as soon as we think they might be posing a problem. And we're also informing the jail and do everything we can. But other than that, we're not contesting competency.
All right. As with any case, and any time, in my experience, the defendant goes to Bridgewater and then is returned to the facility, there's always a transition period. He's been there for 40 days now and has gotten, as I understand, into a routine. And that routine is going to be changed as he moves back to the House of Correction. So understandably, there will be some transition period, and you and alerting the facility knows this. They deal with this quite regularly. But I understand your intent to alert me to it, and we'll have some time here, I believe, between the time that we're picking a jury in this case and the time. I'm not suggesting that you're not working at that time, but the defendant's role in that is significantly different than it is when we're actually actively engaged in the trial. So hopefully that'll give him a nice time to settle back into the House of Correction. But obviously, if at any point you become concerned about that, I know you won't hesitate to raise it with me.
Thank you.
All right. So, Let me, and I discussed this with you at this side of the bench as well. I received some edits from the defense to the questionnaire, which I will incorporate into the next version of the draft questionnaire. It's always a draft until the minute that I finalize it and send it to that pool of jurors. Speaking of that pool of jurors, somewhere on my desk, I have the updated numbers. Who knows what the yield will be, but I expect to take about 70, if I can, 60 to 70 jurors a day. In my experience, it's hard with the questionnaire, even without doing all the copying, to get through more than that number in a day, and there are other cases that are starting on Tuesday. And so if we can accommodate those, we will. We'll have to see what the draw is. The expected number is 105 now for Monday, and we're going to hold those over to Tuesday because, as you know, we're doing the final trial conference on Monday, and then we'll start the impanelment on Tuesday. So it looks like 105, 126, 121, 68 on Thursday, but those people will be pushed and held over till Friday. So we'll have a full group of some number of people to work with in getting a jury next week. And then jurors are here also on Monday and Tuesday of the following week. And I think we're the only game in town. That is, I don't think anybody else is paneling on Monday and Tuesday. Our intent is, if we get a jury during that allotted time, we will start the trial, the substance of the trial, on 12/1, the Monday after the Thanksgiving holiday. Everybody on board with that schedule? All right, good. Let me next address, and then once I do this, I'll certainly turn it over to you. We're going to have our formal, really today's purpose was to address the competency, but to the extent that I could pick off issues that aren't technically motions in limine, but other important motions to the parties, I focused on those today. And I am prepared now to make a ruling on the change of venue paper. That's paper number 219, and I'm going to read that into the record now. Mr. Walsh has moved for a change of venue on the grounds of extensive and prejudicial pretrial publicity that he asserts has tainted the jury pool so as to deprive him of his right to a fair trial by impartial jury. Alternatively, the defendant seeks an order that prospective jurors be selected from outside of Norfolk County. In support of his motion, the defendant has submitted evidence of extensive national and local media coverage of the case beginning on January 6, 2023, after Ana Walshe was reported missing, and continuing till the present day, as well as evidence of social media engagement with this case. After careful consideration of the defendant's motion and the exhibits provided to the court, I'm denying the motion and the request for alternate relief for the following reasons. The court may order a change of venue where there exists, quote, and it exists in the community where there is a prosecution is pending so great a prejudice against the defendant that he may not there obtain a fair and impartial trial. And that cites back to Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 37 and Commonwealth versus Clark, 432 Mass 1 at 6, a 2000 case. A judge has substantial discretion to transfer a case to another county based on pretrial publicity. And according to Commonwealth versus Gaynor, 443 Mass at 245 at 259, pretrial publicity, even even pervasive adverse publicity does not inevitably lead to an unfair trial. A change in the place of a trial should be ordered with caution and only after the defendant has established, based on a, quote, solid foundation of fact, that the pretrial publicity has created presumptive prejudice. And to that I cite to Commonwealth versus Hart, 493 Mass. 130 at 141, and Commonwealth versus Tulin, 460 Mass. At 452, at pinpoint site 462, 463, a 2011 case. Presumptive prejudice exists only in truly extraordinary circumstances where the trial atmosphere is utterly corrupted by media coverage. And, quote, the entire venire may be presumed prejudiced, regardless of specific voir dire procedures utilized. This standard is only met if the publicity is both extensive and sensational. And to that I cite to Commonwealth versus Who's, 467 Mass. 395, 406, a 2014 case. In assessing whether pretrial publicity precludes a fair trial, the court should consider additional factors such as, quote, the size of the community, the length of time between the peak media coverage and the date of the trial, and whether the news stories contained a confession or smoking gun rather than merely being unkind portrayals of the defendant, end quote. Commonwealth versus Garhut-Strider, 82 Mass Appellate Court 500-506, a 2012 case. The defendant here contends that transfer of his case out of Norfolk County for trial is necessary because the nature and extent of the negative pretrial publicity his case has received has encouraged a bias and prejudice against him in this county. Having reviewed the numerous materials submitted in support of the defendant's motion, I conclude that presumptive prejudice has not been shown. Although the media coverage has been extensive and somewhat graphic due to the nature of the crimes charged, it has also been primarily factual, describing the events in question, the charges against the defendant, court proceedings in this case, and the defendant's criminal history. Quote, fact-based publicity, even that which contains references to charges pending against the defendant or a prior criminal record, is not the sort of sensational publicity that would give rise to a presumption of prejudice, end quote. And that's Who's at 467 Mass at 407. The publicity in this case peaked in January 2023 when the defendant was charged in connection with the victim's murder, and has decreased in frequency over time, undermining a presumption of prejudice. Again, Who's at 406 and Tulin at 460 Mass at 465. Notably, nothing in the defendant's submission addresses whether the pretrial publicity has been more extensive in Norfolk County or the likely number of potential jurors who were actually exposed to the media coverage. Moreover, other factors weigh against a finding of presumptive prejudice. The trial is scheduled to take place nearly 3 years after Ana Walshe was presumed dead, and therefore there has been a substantial amount of time between the initial media coverage and the selection of the jury. Indeed, much more of the recent media coverage is focused on court decisions leading up to trial and the status of the case. Further, the defendant has not shown that there has been any report of a confession by him or any like evidence. See Gerhardt's-Reiter, 82 Mass App Court at 506. And unlike other cases where the small size of the community weighed in favor of a finding of presumptive prejudice, for example in Nantucket County, given the size of Norfolk County, the defendant has not shown a high likelihood that the entire jury pool would be tainted by the pretrial coverage of this case. To that, the court cites to Commonwealth versus Leahy, 445 Mass, 481 at 493, 494, a 2005 case. Defendant's motion relies heavily on evidence of negative social media posts presuming his guilt. There is, however, no indication that any of the posts were made by or read by Norfolk County residents, and thus they do not present a compelling reason to transfer his case to another county. In sum, while the defendant has demonstrated that the national and local media have extensively covered his case, he has not demonstrated the, quote, type of emotionally charged, inflammatory, sensationalistic coverage needed to support a presumption of prejudice. End quote. United States versus Angulo, 897 F. 2nd, 1169, 1181, a First Circuit case from 1990. Nor has he shown that there exists in this community a prejudice so great that he cannot obtain a fair trial in Norfolk County. Thus, I will not now order a change of venue. Alternately, the defendant has requested that prospective jurors be seated from outside of Norfolk County and transported to Norfolk County Superior Court for trial. Quote, such an order ought not be given lightly. Commonwealth versus Aldopoulos at 390 Mass, 438, 448, 1983. The defendant must, quote unquote, fully establish the reason why a foreign jury is, quote, necessary to further the administration of justice. The defendant's motion falls short here. The defendant has not specified in his motion why he cannot obtain a fair trial with jurors from Norfolk County. He has not, for instance, shown that the media or social media coverage has been more widely viewed by prospective Norfolk County jurors as opposed to residents of other counties. That engagement with social media postings about his case has been higher by residents in this county, or particularized his evidentiary support to the residents of Norfolk County in any way. Merely explaining the widespread coverage of this case in the greater Boston area and providing examples of negative social media posts from unknown users is insufficient to establish the necessity of a foreign jury. Any concerns as to the impartiality of prospective jurors from this county due to pretrial publicity will be addressed by this court with careful and thorough voir dire and is always subject to reconsideration by this court. Accordingly, the defendant's motion for a change of venue or alternate relief is denied without prejudice. The defendant may renew his motion, and the court won't hesitate to re-examine its own decision should the impanelment of an impartial jury prove impossible as a result of community prejudice. So, there's one other matter that I want to address with the lawyers, and that will take place at the side of the bench. But before I do that, are there other matters that it's important for the parties to raise today, recognizing that we are going to have the final trial conference on Monday?
One quick one, Your Honor, was I know that Mr. Tipton had a hearing on 12/9. I didn't know if the court was going to break for that at 2 o'clock.
Oh.
I was going to ask this side to talk about that briefly.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Anything from the defense other than what we're going to discuss at the side of the bench?
No, and the only other thing is I just want the record to reflect that we object to the court's ruling.
Certainly will. I understand. All right. I'll see you at the side of the bench. So Madam Clerk reminds me we're on for 9 a.m. on Monday. If there's anything you need between now and then, you get it to Madam Clerk. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing you at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Boy, that was a long sidebar. That was like half of the feed. All right. I just want to make sure that this is not the same day. I want to make sure that he appeared twice, right? The 17th and the 18th. He had his final appearance, and then he pled guilty. Well, he entered his plea. I think, okay, these are two separate days. All right, so we're going to get to his final court appearance. So we'll get to that. And then we get to his pleas, which is right when they were doing jury, selecting a jury. All right, so let me get to this. All right. All right, so this is from the 17th. So this is November 17th. All right. Now this is watch when he walks in. You guys will see him when he walks in. Watch what he does when he walks in.
The motions that came in over the weekend. All set?
Thank you.
For the record, the handcuffs have been removed from the defendant so that he can fully participate in today's hearing. So the purpose of today really is to go through the motions and eliminate, see where I can give you some rulings and some expected rulings. I always say expected rulings because I like to think of a trial as a living, breathing thing that evolves, not something that is pre-planned. So these are my best guesses. Sometimes I'm making actually affirmative rulings because I know enough that I don't think anything will change, but if it does change, I'll let you know. So I'll just start. I'm going to go through those motions that we went through a couple of weeks ago in the same order as they're listed. Instead of, I'll start first with the pretrial motions. And what we have left over there are the following. And before I move to the motions and eliminate, I'll give you an option to check in on others that you think that I might have missed. So the first motion that I think needs tending to is paper number 184, which is the Commonwealth's motion for use of streaming platform to prevent juror exposure to extraneous matter with an affidavit in support. The defendant did not object. The request is to use the standard Zoom format. The court intends to do that. And so that motion is allowed. There will be no other streaming platform used in this trial other than Zoom. Any questions about that?
Your Honor, just briefly, there's the standard Zoom platform in which remote users are able to unmute themselves, and then there's the other version where they can't. I don't know what the name of that is. Are we using that version?
We're using the version that they can't unmute themselves.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Paper number 185 is the Commonwealth's motion for an order to prevent juror exposure. This is called the stay away, no contact order, so to speak. I don't know that we're going to need it. It's hard for me to judge what is going to be the appetite for either demonstrators in this case. I don't see anybody outside yet. And I'm hoping it stays that way, frankly.
Your Honor, I think the parties are all also hoping it stays that way. In the event that there's any information suggesting that there might be any sort of demonstration outside, how could we communicate that best to the court, information that we might...
Through the clerk. The best point of communication always is Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if things change outside, and I have a skewed version of it because I sit out on the back, so I don't see what's going on out on the front of the building, but if it changes, you let us know, and I won't hesitate to order that, because of premier importance to me is keeping that jury that we pick in their fair and impartial state throughout the entire term of the trial. So the supplemental questionnaire, I'll get that to you today. I did add in, as requested by the defense, or I changed those 3 questions to be 3 separate questions. I added in the additional question that the defense asked. I think at the side of the bench on Friday, the Commonwealth indicated to me that it didn't have any additional edits to that. And I did see some motions came in this morning. I can't say that I spent a lot of time looking at any of them, but I did see that there was a revised witness list, which the Commonwealth eliminated witnesses that it no longer intends to call, and added a few witnesses. Which reminded me, so I'm going to, that witness list as abbreviated, we talked about cutting out the custodian of the records and adding in the defense witnesses to the appropriate subheading. And not on Friday, but previously, I think I said to you that, said to the defense to take a look at where I put them to make sure that I put them in the right bucket, so to speak. Have you had a chance to do that, and are you content with where I put them?
I know I looked at it, Judge. I remember, but I think that it was fine, and I'll take a look at it before I leave today, but I think it's fine.
Okay. So what I'm probably going to do is take the new witness list from the Commonwealth and then add those people back into the same spots that I put them on the prior version, rather than try to figure out who the Commonwealth took off. But sometime this afternoon, you're going to get the questionnaire, and you'll get the attachment that I intend to, and just take a look at it for the final. We can always make changes in the morning. And while I'm on the topic of questionnaire, I think I told you, I think it's the most efficient way to get the information to you, and the least logistically challenging way is the way I've done it really in almost every case that I'm using a questionnaire now, which is those questions are designed in a particular way such that a yes response requires further follow-up. And so when that person comes in, and I'm pretty sure now that we're going to be impaneling in this courtroom. I didn't think that the last time I talked to you, but based on what's happening in the other courtrooms, I can't get a clear courtroom somewhere else. So we are going to impanel in this courtroom. We'll be using the whisper technology for strikes. When the person comes in and is seated, I will follow up on any missing information on the statutory questionnaire and any yes answers to the questionnaire. And then I have a few more follow-up questions if the person's still standing and is still a viable potential juror. One of the questions that I think I'm going to ask in that individual voir dire is to tell the prospective jurors that during the course of the trial, they need need to agree not to be on any social media, and they need to agree not to watch the news in any medium. That's a big ask, but I think it's a necessary ask given the level of publicity, media coverage in the case. Anyone have an objection to that?
No objection. Objection, Judge? Could I just ask a question, Judge? I looked at my notes from our last discussion. I read my notes to say you weren't going to give us copies of the questionnaire.
That's right. So how do I do that?
Yes.
So you'll have a blank questionnaire, of course. Mm-hmm. And so what I do is I have the person come in, I tell them in the impanelment script, you fill that out, give us your honest answers to the questions, you fold it together, and you keep that document in your possession. Don't show it to anyone until you hand it to me. So they will come up to the side of the bench, they will hand me the questionnaire. Mm-hmm. I will then recite. Juror number 40 answered yes to questions blank, 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 and blank. So you'll know what questions they answered yes to. And occasionally people don't answer, and they'll put a question mark, or they'll write something. And if that happens, I read literally what they wrote and where they wrote it. And if you at any point want to look at the questionnaire, that's fine with me too. I just want to prevent the both the time and the paper that's involved. Jury selection is so paper intensive anyway, the last thing you need is more questionnaires. But if you want to look at the questionnaire at any point, that's fine. And then at some point, the very last question, as you know, on the questionnaire says, whether this would disclose anything that would be personal to you. I presume that some number of jurors are going to answer yes to that question. At some point, typically at 1 o'clock, I will have the required hearing under URIP to seal those questionnaires. And you have to give, under the rule, you have to have a hearing. So it'll take about 2 minutes, but we will have that hearing at some point during the early stages of the trial.
Thank you, Judge.
The Commonwealth filed a preliminary request for jury instructions. I just want to bring that to the defense's attention with regard to the elements of all of the crimes, so that if there's any objection to that, the murder one is really the SJC's, and I don't know that you're going to be dabbling with that, but with regard to the others, just take a look at those so that we're all on the same page with regard to the elements that are attenuate to the other crimes, all right?
We have, Judge, and at the appropriate time, we do have an objection to some of their requests, but we'll deal with that when the court wants to.
Okay. I think we're a little before that point, but I'll be happy to hear you whenever you want to bring it to my attention. We've dealt with on Friday the motion for change of venue, and we also, I guess implicitly, if not explicitly, have addressed the defendant's motion for leave to conduct attorney-conducted voir dire to the extent that the defense is asking for panel. I'm not going to exercise my discretion. I'm going to do the traditional individual voir dire. And of course, you play a big role in that. That's all I have for non-motion in limine pretrial motions that I think that I could give you some rulings on. Before I move to the motions in limine, is there any other non-motion in limine pretrial ruling that you're looking for?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth did file a motion for reciprocal discovery.
Okay.
The defense did provide us with a notice of intent to call Dr. Banerjee and an outline of Dr. Banerjee's opinion if she testifies. The Commonwealth is requesting the proposed potential testimony of Dr. Lakin and Joel Scaletti of Safos Corporation, who are identified as potential experts by the defendant. And also Dr. Dan Ferrier and Steve Verino of MVP Forensics, also identified as potential defense experts. And also Tim Creamer has been identified as an investigator. Commonwealth is requesting any statements that Mr. Creamer has obtained, and also the substance of any testimony he may offer.
We have no opinion, we have no reports, we have no statements. I will, though, provide them with a summary of what I anticipate the other experts would testify to. I'll do that.
All right, when can you get that to them?
Pardon?
When can you get that to them?
Wednesday.
Seems reasonable. Any other non-motion and limine motions? All right. So I'll move to the motions in limine, and I'm going to take them in order, I think, with the exception of maybe one of them. When we get to it, I may pull that to the end. So, paper number 187 is the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate number 1. It's to provide the jury with a means to review electronic exhibits during deliberations, and the defendant did not object to that as of at least 10/31. Same position today, right?
Yes.
It's allowed. The Commonwealth needs to ensure that the laptop that is in the jury deliberation room contains no other information other than the information that's necessary, the software that's necessary for the jury to review the material evidence.
We will do that, Your Honor. There is a special laptop that will be used for that purpose, and it will be provided to the defense to inspect it.
All right, and that was the second part of my order, which is the defense is ordered to review that laptop before it goes in to make sure that we don't have any glitches. Paper number 188 is Commonwealth's motion in limine number 2. It's to notice of any visual aids defense intends to display during opening statements. The defendant objected to that. Is the defendant still objecting to that?
It is. We are.
The motion is allowed. As to opening statements, I want to see any chalks that you're intending to use. It's for your own good. Because if I determine that there's something on that chalk that is inadmissible, you are not going to be able to use it because you're not going to be able to turn it around. Go right ahead and state your objection on the record.
Well, Judge, I would just like to explain something. I object to it for a very simple reason. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never had an objection in either my openings or my closings when I've used visual aids. Secondly, I only include visual aids that I know are going to be exhibits that are admitted. If I have any question about anything that I would use visually for the jurors, I approach the DAs, I approach the court, make sure that we're all in agreement that's an exhibit. I don't use...
Then why are you objecting to it then?
Because it gives, if I give it to the Commonwealth before I make my opening, they have a roadmap, they have a preview of what we're going to say.
Everyone's supposed to be getting a preview of the evidence.
Not of my opening and not of my thoughts.
All right, I'm not going to engage in a discussion about this. Any chalks that you intend to use that are not agreed to exhibits need to be shown to the court and to opposing counsel.
Okay, Judge, just so I understand.
And it can be the morning of, but it's going to be before you're holding something up in front of 16 jurors that we spend 2 weeks picking a jury for. No, not happening.
And I don't want it to happen, but let me just clarify something. I understand the court's ruling so far. Chalks, but not what we know to be exhibits.
If you have, and I know you have, agreed to exhibits, then you don't need to address that. Those are agreed to. You know it's agreed to. You can show those. Right. If you have chalks, different thing, that you want to put in front of the jury, I am not letting you stand up before the jury without me seeing it first. and the Commonwealth see it first. It can be the morning of, but I do not want you showing a chalk to our impaneled jurors without me seeing it first.
I understand, Judge.
All right. Paper number 189 is Commonwealth's number 3. It's for notice of any third-party culprit evidence. The defense has indicated that he understands what the rules are and you're going to abide by them. There's no ruling necessary. Paper number 190 is Commonwealth's number 4, notice of any proposed reputation testimony. It also relates to, I have them in my notes, see paper number 193 below. 193 refers to any bad character, bad reputation of the victim or any of the witnesses, and alleged prior bad acts of the victim or any witnesses. The defense has objected to that, arguing that he intends to bring in evidence of general reputation evidence. Is that right?
Your Honor, at this point, we don't have any notice of specific reputation evidence that we'd either offer through cross-examination or in any case in chief for us.
Okay.
The concern I do have is the Commonwealth has indicated they expect to introduce evidence, quote unquote, that Ana Walshe was a loving mother who would never have abandoned her children and was a dedicated employee. So I'm sure the government is aware of the restrictions on how this evidence will come in, but that may or may not be relevant, and so I'd ask the court to revisit this before they seek to put this information in.
All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the Commonwealth does plan to call witnesses who will testify as to their observations of the victim at her employment. Her employer will testify, as well as her former employer, who was the New Year's Eve guest, will testify as to her.
Is it Metlu or Mutlu, or how do you pronounce his last name?
Mutlu, Your Honor.
Mutlu?
Mutlu.
Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The Commonwealth will be introducing evidence to those persons regarding the victim's work ethics and
observations or interactions with the children?
Yes, Your Honor, observations and interactions with the children.
All right. I'm not going to give you any firm rulings on it. You raised your objections at the time. I will tell you generally that I probably will allow observations of her, not to an excessive amount, whatever that in my mind becomes excessive, but general observations as to the victim's interactions with their children is permissible.
Your Honor, I would just add that the law is clear on this. They can't have specific acts, so an observation would be a witness giving their opinion or testimony on a specific act. And so that's not admissible. What they're allowed...
You're right, opinion or testimony.
So observations, how are observations of her with her children relevant, which I suspect may or may not be relevant once we start? And it can't just be a limited number of people. So one person from her work saying that she had a good work ethic, the case law says you cannot do that. It has to be the general reputation of a community. And so I guess we will just raise the objections at the time. I just wanted to put the court on notice that any of this testimony could just be inflammatory and prejudicial and invoke sympathy of the jury to hear that she was a great mother and a great employee.
All right. I hear your objection, and I encourage you, and I know that you don't need any encouragement to make the real-time objection at the time of the trial, and I'm just trying to give you some basic guideposts of what my present thinking is with regard to that evidentiary issue. Anyone want anything more on that particular motion?
No, thank you. Not at this time, Your Honor.
Commonwealth's number 191, motion to eliminate number 5, is to allow in-court identification. The defense asked for, and the Commonwealth has now given, I see this morning, a list of the witnesses who will so identify. Any issue that I need to be aware of with regard to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that motion is allowed without objection, and the Commonwealth has satisfied the defense's request to provide names as of this date. Number 6 of the Commonwealth's motion in limine is to preclude reference to or introduction of irrelevant conduct of testifying and non-testifying police officers and agencies. The defendant objects, and I'm happy to hear further argument on this if you wish, but the defense's objection to me was, I wrote in my notes, it depends on what the Commonwealth does in its case in chief. And so you've alerted me to the issue, and we'll take it as we go along. With regard to a preemptive ruling in that regard, nor do I think that it would be part of your opening statement, because the opening statement is supposed to be a preview of what the evidence in the case will be. And so the defendant may not open on this without raising it with the court. It wouldn't be expected testimony at this point based on your opposition, or seek to introduce that evidence without readdressing it with the court affirmatively at the time that you're going to do it. All right? Commonwealth's number 7 is paper number 193. I think we just went over that with the other one, so I'm going to bypass that. Paper number 194 to Commonwealth's number 8, to admit photos of digital devices rather than the actual devices, and the defendant did not object, and that's current today. That motion is allowed without objection. Let me pause on 195, because I think we're going to have to go through. Let me just say, first of all, Commonwealth's number 9 is to admit the defendant's 4 recorded interviews with the police. I saw this morning, but I haven't really had a chance to look at it. The Commonwealth supplemented its legal briefing with regard to statements of Miss Minor and of the minor child. I want to look at that, and I want the defense to have an opportunity to look at that. I looked the case over quickly this morning, but I frankly didn't have much time to deal with it. But I'm going to circle back to that motion, because I think we're going to have to go sort of on the micro level and start going statement by statement, which is going to take some time, so I'm going to put that towards the end of this hearing. Paper number 196 is Commonwealth number 10, to admit NCIC missing person form for Ana Walshe. Defendant didn't object, correct?
Correct, Judge.
It's allowed. Paper number 11 of the Commonwealth's motion in limine, to admit photos and a short video of Ana Walshe as she normally appeared. The defendant objected. So I haven't seen the video. Does the Commonwealth have a way to show me the video?
I believe we could email it to you, Your Honor.
I meant like right now.
Your Honor, I have it on my computer. If you can give me a moment, I can walk up to the bench.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Generally, what is the video of?
It's her with her 3 children on a rug in the living room of the home.
And why is it important?
The rug, an identical rug was found in the dumpster outside of the defendant's mother's home.
Your Honor, I can approach, but just what might make it easy is the video is unnecessary. They could do a screenshot of the video which portrays the rug in question. I can approach and I can show you.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
And if their sole reason for introducing that is to simply show that that rug was in the home, they can do that with a screenshot.
No objection.
All right. That's the ruling you were going to get, so it's good that you, there is no reason that the video needs to be played. So just take a shot of it, show the shot. Now, with regard to the other photos, you need to use, it's sort of like autopsy photos, in my view. Use the least number you can use to get, I understand that's one picture she's wearing a necklace, and one picture she's showing the watch or something else. But use the least number that you can use.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I agree with that, and we tried to cull it down. So there's one with a jacket, there's one with a watch.
The black jacket?
Yes. There's one with a watch, and there's one with a necklace. We can probably take away one or two from what we submitted, because I believe that there's one where she's with Mr. Mutlu wearing the watch, so maybe we can delete that one. So we're talking probably about 4.
Your Honor, the other issue is those photos can also be cropped, and there can be a stipulation that the cropped photograph showing a person wearing the necklace, the coat, is in fact a photograph of Ana Walshe. So they have sent a parade of photographs. I think that there's other ways to serve that purpose, and some might be stipulations. So this.
Well, I'll let you work out whether you have any stipulations, but even if you want it that way, doesn't mean that the Commonwealth wants it that way. And the Commonwealth gets to. Hold on one second.
Excuse me. Yes.
I'm going to take a break.
Okay. All right. Let's get a recess and see. No, I'm fine.
You just had them. I saw them.
Be seated.
All right, I think I was saying that you may be able to reach a stipulation. I don't know if you can, if you can't. But I think I was just about ready to say that the Commonwealth gets to, within the bounds of the evidentiary bounds, gets to present their case.
I appreciate the analogy to autopsy photos, and so let me go back and see if I can do something that's more palatable to the defense.
That's frankly how I see it. I mean, I understand the significance of the various items that we've just listed to the Commonwealth's case, or I think I understand generally what the significance is to the Commonwealth's case. So I'm inclined to let them have the photos that they're going to need to make those arguments. But they don't need to be inflammatory. And so, yeah, just look through the lens of an autopsy photo.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that, and I'll work on it.
All right. Commonwealth's motion number 12 to admit evidence concerning the defendant's federal charges. And the defense is opposing in part. I'll hear from the Commonwealth first on this one.
Your Honor, we have actually attempted to develop a stipulation. The Commonwealth had sent it to the defense, and we haven't heard back as to whether that is something they wanted to stipulate to. We had been working on potentially reaching an agreement as to what information about the federal charges would come in.
All right. Well, to aid you in your discussions, it seems to me, and this actually overlaps with regard to the one of the other motions with regard to the interviews. I understand the importance of the federal case in terms of the Commonwealth's argument with regard to motive, and particularly the timeliness of certain information vis-a-vis the time that the Commonwealth indicates that they believe the defendant did the acts that he's charged with. And the one area that I wanted to probe so that I have the information firmly in my mind, what the evidentiary significance of it is, the weight of it versus the prejudice, is the GPS. So my memory from prior proceedings on this case is that the GPS was not the way that the Commonwealth found out that Brian Walshe was at various places.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right.
It was not a GPS bracelet.
What was it?
It was a radio frequency bracelet that would go off if he went a certain distance from the home, and he would have allotted amount of time to leave the home to perform errands and drive the children.
Okay. So there's no evidentiary, there's nobody coming in and saying based on how his bracelet he was at X, Y, and Z. They found that from the phone, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. They found it through the two phones.
So that seems to me to be both in the transcripts and also just to the extent that it's in any of the federal papers as a condition of release, highly prejudicial. And I'm not inclined to let the jury hear about that. It's not relevant to their decision-making, and they may, even if I give them a limiting instruction, may make it difficult for them to accept the limiting instruction. It doesn't have any evidentiary value. Okay. So anything with regard to both in the interviews, which I know we're tabling for later on, and or in the federal records, that seems to me to have very little evidentiary value to the Commonwealth and has a potential for prejudice to the defense. So that won't be in.
Understanding you've made a ruling, can I make an attempt to change your mind?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. So, with the defendant's ability to have windows of time that allowed him freedom to leave from the house, it allows the Commonwealth to show the premeditated nature of this crime and that he had windows to clean up after the crime was occurred.
That's a different thing, though. The fact that he has windows of time that he, or certain parameters that he has to be at home, and that comes up in the interview at one point when Attorney Minor makes mention of that. I don't know what we're doing with that yet, but putting that to the side, I don't think that what you just said about windows is the same thing as I'm saying about being on an electronic bracelet.
Okay.
I think there's different prejudice that attaches to those two things. The fact that he had restrictions, that he was on federal supervised release, and that he had some restrictions is going to be known to the jury. It's integral to the case. But the fact that he's on an electronic monitoring bracelet is a different thing in my mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand your ruling.
But keep on objecting, as I know you will, but that's sort of the dividing line that I'm drawing in my mind's eye right now. And keep on working on the stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paper number 199 is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate number 13. It's to admit the victim's out-of-court statements, evidence of her state of mind, and the defendant's motive to kill her. The defendant is opposing it in part. I'll hear from the Commonwealth first.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would seek to introduce the victim's out-of-court statements to Alyssa Kirby and to Mr. Mutlu and to Mr. Fastow as to her state of mind, which was known to the defendant. Your Honor, certainly the defendant, the evidence will show that the victim had a meeting with a friend, Ms. Kirby, on the 29th of December and told her about the big argument they had had over Christmas.
Give me a timeline because I want to have this in my head. She comes home on Christmas Day.
Yes.
Anna comes home on Christmas Day. She drives because she missed the flight. She spends much of the day driving, and then she gets there on the evening of the 25th.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it would be around 8 o'clock.
When did she drive back?
She leaves on the 26th of December.
Okay. And she drove back to D.C.
And she drove back to D.C.
And then she returns back to Boston by flight on the 30th.
On the 30th.
All right, that's helpful. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, on the 29th, when she's still in D.C., the night before her return to Boston, she goes out to dinner with her friend Alyssa Kirby and talks about the big fight that she and the defendant had, and tells Alyssa Kirby...
She'd been home for Christmas.
Yes, over the Christmas break, or the day that she was home. She tells her about that big fight, that she gave the defendant an ultimatum, that she had learned that the reason the children weren't with her was because of the defendant and his attorney, and that she had told him essentially to just resolve the case, even if it meant taking jail as a result. And I know Your Honor has reviewed the paperwork, and it is a little more detailed, some of the grand jury. Your Honor, I would suggest that this is admissible because certainly it shows the victim's state of mind, that she is prepared to do what she needs to do to take her children down to D.C. to be with her. She had a very highly compensated job, and I know Your Honor is familiar with the circumstances of her moving to D.C. without the defendant and the children. I suggest that that is certainly known to the defendant. He acknowledged and alluded to a big fight over Christmas in the recorded interviews, and indeed said that he had learned after fighting with the victim previously over Christmas, and I believe he said Thanksgiving, that he was not going to fight with her over her alleged need to return to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. I suggest this is highly probative of the victim's state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her. It also shows that he is aware of this. He's searching Mr. Fastow's name. He's searching for divorce. And he is conducting those searches in between. I believe the search for Mr. Fastow was on December 25th, and then he's searching for divorce, I believe, on the 27th. His mother then hires the private investigator to investigate Anna's, whether she's behaving appropriately for a married woman. That's on the 28th. Certainly suggested all of this is highly relevant to the victim's state of mind and the defendant's motive to kill her and what happened in that home on the 1st of January. And with Mr. Mutlu, there is some testimony about Ana Walshe had some conversations with him, I believe, on the 28th. And Mr. Mutlu's testimony is a bit indicating in some of his statements that some of it he might have learned from other people, but some of it he did learn from Ana, and certainly the Commonwealth would be very careful to make sure that we were only eliciting what he learned from Ana, not something he had heard from somebody else. And I would suggest that that should all be admitted in this case.
All right. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the problem I have is the Commonwealth is also cherry-picking parts of these conversations. The dinner that they're speaking about, her and her friend were out until 1:30 in the morning, a night that ended at a karaoke bar. So there was probably copious amounts of alcohol, I would assume.
But that goes to the weight the jury chooses to give to it.
But in the context, I think it's important. The other thing that the Commonwealth didn't seek to introduce is the fact that Alyssa Kirby at the grand jury, at her grand jury testimony said that they had a very open and honest relationship, and that Ana wanted him to do whatever he had to do so the family could be together. And further, she didn't say that she wanted a divorce or was going to leave him with this ultimatum. Specifically, Ana supposedly said to Alyssa Kirby that she wanted him to choose life because he had been so depressed. And even if he had to go to jail, that will be waiting for you when you get out. Mm-hmm. So I think they're not only cherry-picking what portions of this conversation they want to put in, they're overstating the relevance, especially in light of the case law. When you look at the cases that talk about state of mind, they cite Castano. That was a situation in which the witness had told the defendant in that case that she wanted to end the relationship, that she had rejected his anniversary presents, not only was ending the relationship, but has packed up his bags. And when the police responded to the scene, there was in fact a packed suitcase of the defendant's items at the door. That is not what we have here, let alone to that level. In Martin, the statements that the government was seeking to introduce were basically statements in history of physical abuse, violence, of her trying to take the children from him. That is not what we have here. Half of the conversation to Miss Kirby was how she wanted her family together. They had an open relationship. Couples fight, so to say they had a big fight on a date, she was late for Christmas and they had 3 children. This was not earth-shattering motive to kill information. So I don't think it's fair that these conversations with Alyssa Kirby come in. And certainly if the court does see value in those statements as the case develops, then the doctrine of verbal completeness would force the court to allow all those statements to come in, because this was one conversation. So that would be our position with respect to Alyssa Kirby. With respect to Jem, I think there needs to be either a voir dire or clearing up of what he heard from other witnesses and what he specifically heard from Ana. And again, Mr. Mutlow was with them on New Year's Eve into the 1st of January until about 1:30 in the morning.
And he's also described the night as joyous, that they had a happy marriage. The federal case had been going on since 2018. They had been weathering this storm. And so, again, if they're seeking to introduce statements, I think that the full conversation would come in to show the context, and we need to figure out what exactly Mr. Mutlow heard directly from Ana.
All right. So let me give you some guideposts. The defense in its opposition cites to Qualls, which is sort of one of the earlier and seminal cases on state of mind evidence. And but I'm not persuaded by the defense's argument with regard to what Qualls stands for in light of Castano, and in light of which, for the record, Castano's at 478 Mass 75, a 2017 case, and also look at Commonwealth versus Bins, B-I-N-S. That can be found at 465 Mass 348, a 2013 case, at head notes 17 through 22. Under that case law and other cases that I looked at, it is very likely that I'm going to allow Ana Walshe's statements to Alyssa Kirby, a limited purpose of establishing her state of mind as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill his wife, to the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing his defendant's prior bad acts. His federal case on his statements will be admitted, and with a limiting instruction that it is limited to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any other criminal offenses. There's a limiting instruction that is posited by the court, the SJC and Bins. It's on the bottom of top of page 419. Take a look at it. That's what I'm likely going to give you. I think that the parties need to do a little bit more work with Jem, and they will, as the Commonwealth gets ready to prep him for his trial testimony, and obviously be in touch with the defense with regard to what that pretrial work reveals with regard to statements that were made directly to him from Ana, as opposed to third-party other evidence that would not be admissible.
Yes, Your Honor.
With respect to William Fasto, there's one notable exclusion or sustained you're going to hear. The statement that she makes to Mr. Fasto about she doesn't know what the defendant would do if he were to find out about the affair is not her state of mind evidence and is not admissible and is prejudicial. So don't go there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, of course, with regard to the doctrine of completeness, I think the defense has an argument there. And so I'm inclined to let them bring in the other statements. And you can oppose it if you want, but that's sort of the guidepost that I'm setting right now.
Understood.
All right. Paper number 200 is Commonwealth 14, to allow the admission of text messages conversation as of 11/12. I wrote the defendant had not filed a written objection. I think I invited that at our last hearing, and I'm guessing that you didn't because it's 801D2 stuff, but you let me know if it's otherwise.
So, Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, I think maybe we have some objections to some of the portions of the text messages, but specifically, and I did talk about this in
another paper,
did defendant's response to Commonwealth motion in limb 13. The William Fasto text messages, I don't think that any of them are admissible and the jury should not receive them. There is no evidence about state of mind in them. It's text messages about two friends who are having an illicit sexual romantic affair. There's no evidence by the government other than speculation that Mr. Walsh ever even saw these messages.
Is it speculation? I mean, he says in his own words in the interview that somehow her text messages are showing up on my phone or something to that. And I'll go back and listen specifically, but we did cross this issue once before, and that was my recollection. Maybe it's a failed recollection.
No, the statement that you're referring to, there is a conversation between Mr. Walsh and the police where in the same paragraph he says, "I'm messenger," not "I message," and then there's talk of Facebook messages popping up on its phone. So I don't think it's clear. And even if the court were to infer that "I messages" came to his phone, there's no indication that those came to his phone. The text messages with Ana Walshe and Will Fasto ended at about 10:30 on New Year's Eve. Mr. Mutlow was at the home until 1:30. He specifically said, either during an interview or his grand jury, that at no point did he see Mr. Walsh on his phone. He didn't see Mr. Walsh on his wife's phone. He, again, described jovial, happy, up until the time he left at 1:30. So I think it's a very thin speculation that he saw these messages. If a foundation is laid during trial that indicates that he did see them or he did know them, it would be different. But otherwise, these text messages are hearsay and they're not admissible for any purpose.
How are they hearsay? In order, in what I'm focusing on is what in them, is to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, then
I guess we'll have to look at each, and that's sort of where we're going to end up with the transcript, I suspect.
Well, then that's it. So it kind of reverses the question back to the government. Why are they seeking to put this text message history in? They're putting it in because they want to wave it around and say she was having an affair and he knew and he killed her. That's what they want to do. And I think if there was actual evidence or proof, other than speculation, that he had seen these messages, was angry about them, we'd be in a different posture. But that is not the case. And so why are they trying to put them in? And hearsay, her messages, her statements are hearsay. So what other purpose is it coming in for? I don't see a purpose other than to just wave this in front of the jury. Mr. Fastow is going to testify. He can certainly testify to the relationship between him and Ana, the duration, the time, but those text messages should not go in front of the jury.
All right. Kamal.
Please.
Your Honor, in addition to the defendant making statements about her iMessenger appearing on his phone, he also told the police that her phone was upstairs on New Year's Eve. He told police about some quarrel she had had with someone over text message and then had been put her phone upstairs in the bedroom.
Abdullah.
Yes. That's different than Mr. Mutlow's testimony that she was using her phone all night. So I suggest that's certainly...
Let me ask you this. Based on the forensic work done on the defendant's phone, is there any evidence that he was on his phone that night?
No, Your Honor, there's not.
Okay.
That's the phone that was
missing.
Placed.
Right. But you do have evidence, this has been the subject of other motions, that on the first and into the second, that there was some manipulation of that phone to unlock it. So I guess what I asked you, and it was a sort of a void in my mind of whether there was any evidence that he was on his phone on the 31st, and the answer to that is no.
The first time his phone was manipulated was at, I believe, 7:35
in the morning of the 1st. All right, just trying to get the facts in my head. Well, more to follow on this as to individual text messages, and I want you to be focused on whether or not they are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and if they are, what your positions are, and see if you can make some headway on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, the only other thing with respect to the messages, and this could be an email instead of, I just wanted to, we can certainly check, but if I could have the government verify if the messages they are proposing to introduce between Mr. Walsh and the other witnesses, if they have been edited at all, because we have like pages of text messages over a couple days to various witnesses, and I don't know if that is just the chunk that they are taking, or if they went in and cut out any messages.
Okay. And by the way,
I'll talk to the council afterwards.
Okay.
By the way, this motion that I'm talking about, we started to talk about Mr. Fasto and Ana Walshe's text messages. But to the extent that they're the defendant's text messages, which were the subject of this, then that's in a different bucket in terms of evidentiary ruling. Maybe not as important to you either, which is why you went to the other.
Right.
Okay. Commonwealth number 15 is to admit internet history from devices in the defendant's residence.
Your Honor, the government has produced 2 binders that they expect to introduce into evidence. One is a binder of the gray MacBook, and then the other one is a binder of Oh, okay, we have 3 now.
All right.
So we appreciate that.
Are these for my own, sorry to interrupt you, but are these similar, if not the same, from what came into grand jury?
They're not the same to what came into grand jury.
Okay, because I'm familiar with those from the prior briefings.
This is significantly more material than what came into the grand jury.
Okay. Is it the same sort of format, though? There's a search and then the result of the search?
No, Your Honor. This would, I would suggest, be from a Celebrate report, and we have copies here that we can give to the court to review.
Okay.
But the Celebrate report for the MacBook pulls from 2 different databases, so you see the same search twice or the same visitation twice.
So let me ask you this. I have some questions that I need to process in my head.
Yes.
The searches that are done, is there forensic evidence that shows that the searches were done on the MacBook Pro?
Yes.
And not on the iPad?
Yes.
All right. That's what I suspected, but I haven't asked and nobody told me that. I assume that that was the case.
Yes.
Because that was not the state of the evidence, as you know, at the time the case was indicted.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and from that time, and that is March of 2023 when the case was indicted, are you saying that the forensic work has uncovered additional searches beyond what was known at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what's the volume of that?
So the MacBook report, that report that was generated is approximately 1,000 pages long.
Okay. Is that where this search, I hate to be so graphic, but well, it's not that, this isn't that graphic, but this, in paper number 201, I learned of a search that I had never seen before, which is the...
We're objecting to that one.
Right.
Okay.
So that was not part of the grand jury?
It was not part of the grand jury.
What is the date of that search?
That is, I believe, forgive me because there's so many, but I believe it's in and around Christmas.
So
it's before
January 1st?
Yes.
Is it around the same time as the divorcing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Around the 27th?
If I may, I have a cheat sheet for myself.
12/27.
It's 12/27, Your Honor. And it is approximately 8 hours before the searches for divorce.
So, Your Honor, there were more searches and hits in general on this topic, as you might see on someone's device. This particular search, the name was, I'm trying to be, it was also about having a threesome and impregnating someone. There's multiple searches for porn. He is an adult male. So I think to just cherry pick this one, and
I don't care about the porn part, so to speak. I mean, that is the, it's inflammatory, but it's the second part of that search, cheating wife. So that goes to the issue that we just talked about before, about his state of knowledge and what reasonable inferences can be drawn from that search being done on the 27th. That goes to that is an argument with regard to his state of knowledge on the 27th as to whether or not his wife was having an affair, right? I could care less about the porn part of it.
No, I understand. I think that without getting into a semantical discussion about pornography, I think that there's millions of different interests, predilections of what people might watch or like, and I think that it wasn't just cheating wife. It was cheating wife has threesome and gets impregnated. So to say that could have been ancillary to what the content of the material was. So I think it's inflammatory. So when the court...
So let me... There's this body of evidence of searches now that are not in my mind because they were, and it's not that it's inappropriate, that's why we have these hearings. But what would be helpful to me is if the Commonwealth, A, can provide me with those searches, and B, if you know, and it's not too much additional work, identify, maybe it will become apparent to me because there's only the list of what you knew at the time of grand jury is pretty much encapsulated both in the grand jury transcripts but also in the affidavits.
Your Honor, we're prepared to give you the binders and a list of the items that we would seek to elicit at trial from the binders.
All right.
And we'd give that, of course, we've given the binders to counsel, but whatever we give to the court, we give to counsel.
And then if there are particularized searches that the defense is objecting to, I know you will raise them with me. And as a matter of logistics for how the jury is going to be presented this is even the stuff from grand jury, which I printed out because I'm still old school, is binders worth of materials that I have still with me. How are you going to present this to the jury?
So, Your Honor, we have, that would be tagged as an exhibit, a binder, but then it can be broadcast on these different monitors, so we can ask the witness about a certain entry in the report and put the entry on the screen, and then have the witness testify from the screen saying this is what occurred in this entry, according to the report.
All right. Just an awful lot of material for them to absorb.
We understand that. It's also important material to the Commonwealth's case. And so it's not an easy examination, but we do believe that it's important, and we've tried to make it as streamlined as we can.
All right.
Your Honor, too, just so the court is clear, I believe the government's position is that they're going to put in 3 or 4 actual binders into evidence, so the jury is going to get a giant binder of 1,000 pages. And so at what point does that become cumulative and prejudicial when they just drop by? And I'm just trying, is there a way to streamline this, or is there a way to cull some of it? Maybe that's something we can all work on. I just wanted the court to be aware that that is the intention.
More to follow.
More to follow.
All right. Paper number 16, to introduce Axios Investigations, hired by Ana Walshe, December 28th, 2022. Defendant is opposing. So, what is it? Is the Commonwealth just seeking to admit through a person, presumably, that comes from Axios, because Ana Walshe is not on the witness list?
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
we listed her as a witness, Your Honor. We don't know if we're going to call her, but we did list her in an abundance of caution.
All right. I'll make sure that she's...
I apologize, Your Honor.
I don't think she's on there.
It could be a clerical error. But
okay, so keep that so that...
She's also present in court right now, Your Honor.
Well, do you want to do anything about that?
I didn't know she was on the witness list, so I didn't move to sequester her for this hearing. So I didn't understand that she was going to testify, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right. So
I can tell you what I would intend to introduce at trial from Axios. It's just very simple, a contract that was executed.
Right, which I've seen.
Yes.
It's a grand jury exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the objection to that?
So, Your Honor, what's the relevance of someone who the government isn't calling as a witness to introduce something that they did on the 27th of December?
Well, the relevance, and frankly, I'm going to ask that Ms. Walsh leave the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can speak more freely.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, the evidence that the government has provided us suggests that Diana Walsh contacted Axios Investigations on December 27th through email and phone calls, that she signed the contract, that she paid for it. In the grand jury testimony, Jeremy Dozier states that Diana Walsh specifically said, I don't want my son to know about this. So they're trying to basically say, she did this, we have no evidence that he was part of it, knew about it, directed it, paid for it, and it's just prejudicial.
But I read somewhere, and it has to be in the grand jury, I read somewhere that the connection to the defendant is that she wanted to do this for some time because of the psychic, the whole, and that she went to the defendant or said to the defendant, I want to do this, and that he tried to rebuff her and say, no, I think his words were, Anna's a good girl, and she's not having an affair, something to that effect. But then I also read somewhere, it has to be, again, in the grand jury, that he then gave her the name of Axios. So even though he said don't do it, he gave her the name of the company that she hired, right?
So if the government is going to elicit that information...
The only way that comes in is through Diana Walsh.
And they did not list her as a witness. So even if there was evidence that the government was planning to introduce that Mr. Walsh supplied the name, that doesn't indicate he paid for it, knew that she finally did it, was interested in the results. The evidence we do have is that the mother saw a psychic, and even the testimony, or excuse me, the evidence suggests that when Mr. Walsh was speaking to other people about it, he was dismissive of it, and even told his wife about it. So I don't think it's appropriate that they get to introduce the contract or the fact that Diana Walsh hired a private investigator on the 27th unless they're going to call a witness to link it to him and that he knew about it, wanted it, and was invested in the results. Otherwise, it's not relevant.
So, Your Honor, you were right about your memory of the grand jury testimony. That statement of the defendant giving the name Axios, that comes from his mother. So,
but you don't have her on the witness list, so how do you make that connection without her?
That's fair. We were suggesting it's a reasonable inference by the amount of contact the two of them had, and that he saw her frequently, and that he talked to her frequently over the phone. But again, we were trying to be very limited with what we were entering. It was just the contract through the private investigator. So with that, I think Ms. Porges, her assessment of the evidence is correct. And so I don't want to belabor this issue. That was the only thing we were trying to get. We were not trying to get any statements of the defendant, nor were we trying to get any statements of his mother, simply the contract.
Well, you make whatever strategic decisions you're going to make, but that may lead for a paucity of evidence on linking his knowledge to it. That's your choice.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Number 17 is paper number 203, and no objections to the calendar.
There isn't, Your Honor, but given the fact that there is, my understanding is that there's going to be a blank calendar and items or notations may be placed on it, and I'm assuming then that is going to go to the jury. If that's the case, then the defendant would also like access to also add or denote things on that calendar. We can color code it, we can figure out a way, but that's what I would ask for. Or we can have two calendars, which seems superfluous if there's one.
We were just looking to give each juror an empty calendar so they could make their own notes and it would be part of their notebook, not something like that witnesses would be using.
So if they just want to give a blank calendar to the jurors so they can keep track of days, then that's fine.
Yeah.
It just got confusing during the grand jury.
All right. 206 is allowed, sequestration of witnesses. 207 is a review. Commonwealth took no position.
Your Honor, may we be heard sidebar?
Yes.
With the court's permission, is it okay if Ms. Walsh comes back in?
No objection.
Sure. So paper number 208, which is now we're moving to, did move at paper number 206 to the defense's motions in limine. Paper number 208 is defense number 3. That is now mooted and requires no ruling. Paper number 209, defense 4. Commonwealth has indicated they will not seek such opinion, so no ruling is needed. Paper number 210, defense number 5. Commonwealth will not seek, no ruling is necessary.
Your Honor? Might we ask that a similar order regarding any awards or commendations for any defense experts that may be called? That they may not elicit that from those experts?
Well, to the extent that it goes to their qualifications, they need to do that. They need to know that the person's qualified, but no excessive lauding. How about we say that? On either side. Paper number 6, defense's motion in limine regarding any opinion that the defendant knew about the extramarital affair, and that was opposed by the Commonwealth at paper number 230. And as I understand the respective positions of the parties, is the Commonwealth's position is it's not seeking an opinion as to that, but is going to plant breadcrumbs such that a jury could, or could not, but they're hoping they could, infer the same.
That's right, Judge. They've told us they're not seeking an opinion, so that answers that.
So that seems to be the line that the rules of evidence draw as well. Paper number 7, defense number 7, what did I write here? Is paper number 212, and it's regarding opinion evidence, and the opposition was at 231. And I wrote to myself, what more do you want? And under what authority?
Well, all I'm trying to do, Judge, and all we're trying to do is keep these witnesses from taking the stand and start offering opinions as opposed to the facts of their investigation, that they not be asked opinions that they have not provided in all of these reports. Because when you read through the hundreds of pages, and what they've given us is all this search data and everything, that's fine. But they can't then elicit, do you have an opinion about what this means? They can't do that, and that's why we filed this motion. That's all.
I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we've provided voluminous discovery in this case. Certainly, we expect that the witnesses will testify as to what they did in conformance with their reports. They'll explain their reports to some extent, but the defendant has all this material that has all been provided. So we would, if there's something specific they're looking for, but again, the witnesses will not stray beyond the reports that have been provided.
All right, then we have no disagreement. As an aside, by the way, it is somewhat surprising to me as I was looking at this issue how little is said about experts in the context of, or how little is required by the rules in stark comparison to the civil rules. And I can't resolve that in my mind why the drafters of these rules sort of make a heavier burden on the parties in a civil case with regard to expert testimony than is expected in a criminal case. I don't know why. Curious.
If I may?
Yes.
I suspect it's because in criminal cases you have procedural due process bumping up against substantive due process, and that's not present.
Would you think that would then err to the side of more disclosure for the defendant?
I think less, because fair trial strategy, and that might be different. That would be my thought.
My thought when I was sitting in the back is, why don't they have to produce what they have to produce in a civil case? But I don't write those rules. I just try to interpret them.
I don't want to belabor this point at all, but I remember Stephanie Page filing motions for depositions because you allow depositions in civil cases.
Right.
And we were always shut down saying no, and we asked the same question the court's asking.
Well, I'm asking that question, and I almost never allow depositions in a civil case, even of the experts, but regardless. It's just a curiosity. Anyway, defense number 8, paper number 213, opposed at 232, and then another rebuttal at 281. To exclude defendant's request to consult with an attorney or statements of prior counsel. And I got more on that today, I think, too. Let's pause on that one. Bad Acts 214, paper number 9 for the defense. I think we've discussed this. It's opposed by the Commonwealth in a partial opposition at paper 233. And I had written to myself in my notes, question to the defendant specifically, what additional statements from the recorded interview does he want to exclude? But we're going to get to that in a minute. Paper number 215, defense number 10, motion in limine regarding witness characterization of evidence or of the defendant's behavior. The Commonwealth has said it will not seek character evidence, but will offer evidence of the defendant's behavior through observations. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that seems reasonable and likely where the line's going to be drawn. Number 11, paper number 216, asking the Commonwealth to designate and provide notice of specific statements and internet searches contained in the digital data seized to be introduced at trial. Anyone wish to be heard more on that issue?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth did file a response in pleading paper 234.
I saw that. I will say that the Commonwealth's opposition at 234 seemed to take a reasonable approach, and likely where the line will be drawn. Is the pillowcase and the pillow, that's all over, right? There's nothing there.
We're not going to introduce it, Your Honor.
And there's nothing other happened with regard to this is just a hanging, dangling from the prior motions, the dinosaur, teddy bear, that's nothing I need to worry about.
Nothing you need to work on. We sent counsel a list of photos we were intending to introduce. I think that we cropped out any images like that, and so if there's any issues, they'll let us know.
All right. So how do we take on this, what the remaining issue that I really want to address today, and then I'm happy to talk to you about anything that you need to discuss with the court, is these transcripts. And I had about 5 minutes to look at the case that the Commonwealth has now cited in its most recent briefing of this morning, and I want to give it a closer look. But one way that we can approach this is to literally go line by line. I know that the defense has indicated, and I appreciate the way that this was laid out in the briefing, because it makes it very clear as to what it is that you're seeking and helpful. So I appreciate the work that you did to get that in that shape. And you've stated your objections. So one way I could do this is to just go through on this list that you gave to me and rule at some time between now and before the evidence is played, and give you a little bit more time to brief it. I will say that as I said to you at the side of the bench on Friday, but I think that there's a evidentiary issue that needs to be decided with regard to what the scope of the employment of Ms. Minor was. And I'm not sure how this new law fits within that analysis. If it does, if it's just a separate analysis, it almost seems like it's a separate thing completely. And a separate vehicle or avenue to admissibility, these adopted admissions. But I want to give the defense time to respond to that because it just came in this morning. And as to many of these statements, and so that you don't misunderstand where I thought I was on Friday, which was alerting you to the issue of agency, I'll call it. And I don't want either of the parties to be misguided by what I said to you on the side of the bench with regard to that. And what I mean by that is this. Even if Attorney Minor's statements aren't coming in, even if they weren't coming in, I never intended to not allow the Commonwealth to tell the jury that she was present there. So whether her statements come in is very different than whether her attendance at the interview was going to come in. And I think in the opposition that I saw, the papers that I saw flying, I think the Commonwealth, maybe based on what I said at the side of the bench on Friday, thought that I was excluding the latter as well, that is, her attendance at the interview. I also want to remind you of something that I said at the side of the bench on Friday, which is much of what Attorney Minor says is repeated by the defendant. And so the cumulative impact of those statements is not significant for the most part. There may be statements that she makes that are significant. It seems to me, and I'm sure the defendant is going to ask for the humane practices instruction. And if that is the case, it would seem to me that the dynamic of what is going on in that home during those interviews is relevant to that, specifically Thomas's role. I see you nodding your head no, but then I get to the later interviews. Maybe there's not enough in there for you to care about it. So why are you nodding your head no over there, Attorney Tipton?
I appreciate the time to respond. I was reading their cases at 4 a.m. That's not the best time to be reading cases. If the court...
I was blissfully ignorant of it at 4 a.m. I didn't see it until 7 a.m.
So if the court's... we will file a written response. My understanding is the court's going to give us time for that. And when's a good time to have that filed? You said you would make a ruling before the evidence started, so
right.
I'm just wondering.
I mean, honestly, the next couple of days we're going to be busy with picking a jury, and maybe even longer than that. So, I mean, I don't. As long as I rule on it, yeah. As long as I rule on it in time for you to make the appropriate edits, and I don't ruin, the poor IT person that's going to be tasked with doing the edits. Thanksgiving. How deep into the case are these transcripts coming in?
Potentially the first day, Your Honor.
Well, great, thanks.
But the good news is like you said, a lot of it was cumulative. And so in going over that, particularly the interview in the 7th, when we looked at it, we're like, there's really not a big problem with a lot of these. So we'll start working on some of those redactions. And we gave a list to the court of the things that we didn't object to. So we're going to start working on this.
So curiously, and I just want to make sure that this was a conscious decision on the defense's part and not something that was unconscious. There's some of what she said that you kept in. You know that. Well, attorney.
No,
There are some statements that you did not ask to be, and so.
From Tracy Minor, Judge?
Yes.
Well, then that was an error. That's the highlight didn't carry through. Then.
Okay. All right.
Because, and I don't want to interrupt the Commonwealth. I'll just, and we're going to file a written response. Let me just lay the groundwork for it, though.
Sure.
The court brought up the humane practice. We footnoted in a pleading. We never asserted humane practice. We're not asking for humane practice. Okay?
All right.
That is the bottom line here. And the Commonwealth's citation to sheriff in their latest briefing, they misstate what the law is. The law is if humane practice is a live issue, the court is required by law to give it humane practice. It's not a live issue. We've never raised it. So I want to set that groundwork.
All right. I appreciate that.
2, I understand what the court just said about you never intended to indicate you were going to exclude the presence of Tracy Minor. Our prejudice, contrary to what the Commonwealth argued in their brief, in their memo they filed last night, we made it very clear what the prejudice is. The prejudice is from the fact that Tracy Minor is there and all these statements are being made. Not the statements necessarily of Tracy Minor, but the statements of the client. And we made clear what we think the prejudice is. And that prejudice, once again, we'll lay it out in more detail, but that prejudice is the same type of prejudice that flows from the Commonwealth's reaction to Proctor, and I won't go into anything about Proctor except for the fact that once Proctor's integrity was impeached, the Commonwealth moved away from him. Why? Because his impeached integrity reflected on this office, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Our prejudice is that what happened at these interviews, that Tracy Minor was there, that the jury can take that to say, as we said, either he's lying to his attorney, therefore he's lying to us, and they can't believe our representations during the trial, or his attorney was complicit in the misrepresentations he was making to the police because she chimed in, but she was there, and so now we're making misrepresentation on his behalf. That's the type of prejudice we're trying to avoid. And finally, we're going to be arguing, why is it relevant, especially when you take the humane practice out of it? There is no relevance to Tracy Minor being there. So we'll brief it, but I wanted to lay the groundwork for that.
All right. So I appreciate that preview, and I appreciate the reminder with regard to the humane practices, both for myself and also to the Commonwealth, as we move forward and try to resolve this issue for you.
And could I just make one more suggestion? If the Commonwealth could take the highlighted sections that we provided to the Commonwealth and you.
Yes.
And just now, take those highlighted and maybe color code all of these statements they've listed. Wouldn't it make it easier for us all?
Well, I think we can get down to I think if you get rid of the cumulative stuff, you're really probably down to not a lot.
Right.
So that might be a good idea. What do you think about that?
I think you're right, Your Honor. I think that the issue became with the transcripts. Once you started taking her out, it became confusing. So she would actually ask a question, and he would answer it.
Right.
Or she would correct him on the restitution figure 3 times in a row. So then he's just shouting numbers out, and it doesn't make sense. So a lot of it was just confusing with what was being proposed. So we're trying to go back and be more strategic about this.
All right. And so my goal is to make things clearer and easier for the jury
yes.
than confuse them. And so to the extent that you're having that situation where there's a question that she's asking that he's answering, and it's cumulative, the relative prejudice, I understand the argument, and I'm not ruling on it right now, Attorney Tipton, because once she's there for one answer, she's there, your argument is going to be the prejudice attaches. I understand the argument. But it's also incumbent upon me to provide evidence to the jury that they can, in a manner that they can consume it. And if it's doing so, once I balance the prejudice in a way that allows them to digest the evidence. But I'll think more about the prejudicial issue. And maybe you can get, there really is not a lot that she says that he doesn't repeat. So, how about Friday on that color coding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's all the motions eliminate, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, not much else that I have other than the jurors that were called in today were being used for a civil case. They're going to be told at the end of the day that they're being held over till tomorrow, and that's so that we will get a big yield tomorrow, and hopefully I'm hoping to take 70 of the jurors tomorrow, and the remainder will go hopefully to Crim 2 so that they can get their work done too. And then every day they're going to be held over. So we will have jurors right through till Friday, because as you know, typically we don't get jurors on Friday. And we'll seek to 16. Any questions that you have lingering that you need answered between now and tomorrow morning? On anything?
No, but I would ask to come to sidebar on an unrelated matter to this case.
Okay.
When the time.
Anything the Commonwealth needs?
No, Your Honor. I think that we'll work together and try and figure out some of the other issues we've talked about today. I've been keeping a running list and just trying to make sure that we stay on schedule.
All right. I will see you at the side of the bench.
All right, looks like that is the last of that. Do they come back? Maybe they come back for real quick. Let's see what else. More.
Some other minor changes that you'll see in there.
And I think we'll be able to give the court the binders of the internet stuff with spreadsheets of the isolated ones that we're looking at.
All right. That sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, and we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You as well, Your Honor.
Matters continued to November 18th at 9 a.m. Thanks, everyone.
All right, to November 18th. Let's get to November 18th. Let's get to November 18th. So this was jury selection had started. You guys heard all about this, right? So they had started jury selection. And I think we were watching Matthew Paul, I think, or Dima maybe. I forget which one we were watching, but we were kind of commenting on this. So, okay, so this is, this is when he takes his, he changes his mind and he enters a plea. So this is only 36 minutes. So if you're got a scheduling situation or whatever, just so you know. And I think then that's it. I don't have anything else. I think that's going to be it. All right, so let's check this out. This is November 18th. Jury selection had started. He makes a stunning plea.
change your plea to guilty to counts indictment 002, and I understand from your lawyers that you wish to change your plea to guilty to counts indictment 002 and in 003, and before I can accept that change of plea to guilty to those two indictments, I need to ask you some questions to make sure that your decision to plead guilty is made voluntarily and that you understand the consequences of pleading guilty to those two offenses. If at any time during the course of this colloquy you don't understand something that I am saying to you, just let me know by letting your attorneys know. Let them consult with you. And equally, if I don't understand something that you're saying to me, I'll ask for that further clarification. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you please state your full name, sir?
Brian Walsh.
All right. And Mr. Walsh, do you have any difficulty speaking or understanding English?
I do not, Your Honor.
How old are you, sir?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sure, I'll try to get into this microphone. How old are you?
50.
And what's your exact date of birth?
January 31st, 1975.
Where were you born, sir?
Boston.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
And what are their ages?
9, 6, and next month Brian will be 5.
How far did you go in school?
College, some college.
And that was like a year and a half or 2 years?
Oh, yes.
And where did you go to school?
Carnegie Mellon.
What did you study?
Business and computer science.
As an adult, have you had full-time employment?
I've had my own businesses.
And in what kind of businesses?
Mostly consulting.
Okay. I need to ask you some personal questions. I'm going to ask you those questions now. Have you ever in the past been treated for any mental illnesses or conditions?
Yes.
Tell me about them.
Depression.
And are you aware of whether anything else other than depression?
That was the main thing.
All right. And are you presently aware of whether you have any mental illnesses or conditions, to include depression?
No.
Are you taking any medications?
No.
In the last 24 hours, have you taken any drugs, legal or illegal?
No.
In the last 24 hours, have you consumed any alcohol or alcoholic beverages?
No.
Is your mind clear here today?
Yes.
Tell me in your own words, sir, why are you here?
I'm here to plead guilty.
On those two counts?
Yes.
And you understand that your trial's starting today?
Yes.
On the first indictment? All right. To defense counsel, have you had any difficulty communicating with your client?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe that he has understood the advice that you've provided to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Same.
So at this time, I'm going to go over what's called the waiver of rights. And at the end of it, I'm going to give you the form back that I believe you signed earlier today. Do you understand, sir, that by pleading guilty that you're giving up your right to have a public, fair, and impartial trial as to each of the two indictments to which you're now pleading guilty, with or without a jury, to determine your guilt or innocence?
I do, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you went to trial, you wouldn't have to prove anything? For example, you never have to take the stand to testify. You would never have to call any witnesses. No jury could ever hold it against you if you did not present any evidence at all. Instead, it is the Commonwealth that has the burden to prove you are guilty of each of the offenses and each element of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
I understand, yes.
You have the right to be tried by a jury of 12 people selected from your community, and you would have the right to participate in jury selection. You could not be found guilty unless the Commonwealth convinces all 12 jurors that you are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and they unanimously agree you are guilty. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also have the right to be tried by a judge instead of a jury. And again, the judge couldn't find you guilty unless the Commonwealth presented evidence sufficient to convince the judge beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charge. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to confront your accusers and any other witnesses that may testify against you by facing them and having your attorneys ask questions of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to call your own witnesses, present your own evidence, and if you wished, even testify on your own behalf? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty here today, you're giving up your right to pursue any arguments or motions that your attorneys may have made or filed on your behalf in this case, and that may include motions to dismiss and motions to suppress, as well as your right to appeal any rulings or decisions that the court may have already made in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you willing to give up each of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pass that to the defendant. Sir, if had the court officer pass to you defendant's waiver of rights, have you seen that form before?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you read that document or have someone read it to you?
Yes, Your Honor, I read it.
Have you reviewed it with your attorneys? Do you understand it? Do you understand what's contained on the waiver of rights form?
I do, Your Honor.
You understand that that form sets forth in writing what you and I have just been discussing a moment ago in terms of your willingness to waive your constitutional and statutory rights and plead guilty to the two indictments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your signature at the end of the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you sign that voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor, I signed it voluntarily.
Signing that form, you're confirming to me, sir, in writing that you are aware of the rights explained on the form, that you understand them, and that you voluntarily waive them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you understand, sir, that you are pleading guilty to the following two indictments? Indictment 002, which charges willfully misleading a police investigation, a criminal investigation, in violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13B, and an indictment 003, you are pleading guilty to, while not being lawfully authorized by proper authorities, willfully conveying away a human body or the remains thereof in violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 272, Section 71. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you talked to your attorneys about each of these two indictments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has counsel explained the elements of each of those two indictments that the Commonwealth would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand each indictment?
I'm sorry, what did you...
Do you understand each indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to defense counsel, have you explained the elements of each of the two offenses to your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask that the assistant of the Commonwealth, whoever wishes to do it, would tell me what the maximum and minimum sentences are, and I don't believe there are any mandatory minimum sentences, but you can tell me if there are.
There are no mandatory minimum sentences, Your Honor. The maximum sentence on count 2 is 10 years unless the investigation is into a capital offense, and then it is a 20-year sentencing enhancement, up to 20 years. On count 3, it is up to 3 years in state prison.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, did you hear the maximum possible sentences for the charges that the Commonwealth just recited?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand those maximum potential offense charges, sentences?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that I have the authority to impose consecutive sentences on indictments, meaning, for example, that the sentence on the second indictment would begin only after you completed your sentence on the first indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if I impose a period of probation, you will be subject to the terms and conditions imposed, including not committing any other crimes and reporting to your probation officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you should later be found in violation of any of the terms or conditions of your probation, a judge could sentence you up to the maximum penalty allowable by law for any of the charges on which you have been found in violation of probation, and would be required to sentence you to any mandatory minimum penalty required by the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what I just explained?
Yes.
Pleading guilty has certain implications for you, and I'm going to go over those implications with you now. First is DNA testing. By pleading guilty to these two indictments, you will be required by law to submit a sample of your blood, hair, and/or saliva, and that sample will become part of the Massachusetts DNA database. You will be required to pay for the cost of collecting, preparing, and processing that sample unless you are determined to be indigent, and failure to comply with this law will subject you to separate criminal penalties. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you still willing to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know earlier in the colloquy this morning you told me that you were born in Boston, and I have no reason to doubt that. But the law mandates that I give you warnings with regard to immigration consequences, and I'm going to give you those immigration consequences now. If you are not a citizen of the United States, you are hereby advised that my acceptance of your guilty plea may have the consequence of deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, and denial of your naturalization request, all pursuant to the federal laws. Further, if the offense to which you are pleading guilty is under federal law, one that presumptively mandates removal from the United States, and federal officials seek your removal, it's practically inevitable that this conviction will result in deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, and/or denial of your naturalization request, again, under those federal laws. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you of these consequences if you are not a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because the sentence for count number 2 could be a sentence, a state prison sentence of 3 or more years, I'm now going to give you what's called the habitual offender law warning, which I'm required to give you. Here it is. If at some time in the future you are convicted or plead guilty to a third or subsequent offense that is within the category of offenses covered by the statute, then 1, you may be imprisoned in state prison for the maximum term provided by law for such third or subsequent offense. 2, your sentence could not be reduced or suspended. And 3, you may be ineligible for probation, parole, work release, or furlough, or to receive any deduction in the sentence for good conduct. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding what I've advised you with regard to these sentencing consequences, are you still willing to plead guilty to the 2 charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm now going to ask the Assistant District Attorney to summarize the evidence that would have been presented against you by the Commonwealth if you went to trial in this case. And I'm going to ask, sir, that you listen carefully, because when the ADA is finished, I'm going to ask you some questions about the facts that the ADA has stated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, regarding count 002, misleading police in violation of Mass General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13B, on or about or in between January 1st to January 8th, 2023, Mr. Walsh did willfully mislead police officers with the intent to impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, and otherwise interfere with the criminal investigation into the disappearance and murder of Ana Walshe. The defendant first misled the Cohasset police in the morning of January 4th, 2023, when after he reported his wife Ana Walshe missing, he stated to a Cohasset police officer that Ana Walshe had left the Walsh residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset on the morning of January 1st, 2023, by taking an Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport when returning to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. The defendant then continued to mislead police officers when he made additional false statements about Ana Walshe being alive and voluntarily leaving the Walsh residence, as well as when he detailed his whereabouts on January 1st, 2023, to Cohasset police and Massachusetts State police officers. The defendant continued to make false statements when the police officers from these agencies met with him, including on the evening of January 4th, on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. In January of 2023, the Cohasset Police Department had approximately 20 full-time police officers, including 2 detectives. The Cohasset Police devoted all available resources in an attempt to find Ana Walshe. They requested assistance from other departments and agencies. And on January 6th, the chief of the Cohasset Police Department conducted a press conference seeking help in locating Ana Walshe. As a result of the defendant's false and misleading statements, law enforcement agencies and police officers took many actions which had a heavy financial and emotional cost. These included the Cohasset Fire Department searching a swimming pool at the Walsh residence, teams of police officers from multiple agencies and departments, including a K-9 teams participating in large-scale canvass of the area around the Walsh residence during inclement weather. D.C. Metro Police attempted to locate Ana Walshe in Washington, D.C., and Massachusetts police officers, including Cohasset Police, Massachusetts State Police detectives, and other units from the Massachusetts State Police traveled to Washington to search for Ana Walshe in a result of the defendant's false statements. The defendant's conduct was willful. His statements impeded, obstructed, delayed, and otherwise interfered with the criminal investigation, and the delays resulted in contents of dumpsters in which the defendant had disposed of Ana Walshe's remains being incinerated.
Why don't you pause there? We'll deal with count 2, and then we'll go to count 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Walsh, did you hear what the Assistant District Attorney just said with regard to the statement of the offense conduct for indictment 002, misleading police?
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Walsh is prepared to admit to the recitation of facts with respect to the indictment that the government just read, insofar as it alleges he did impede and obstruct the criminal investigation into the disappearance of Ana Walshe. We obviously object, and he's not admitting to and murder. The second portion of the facts that the government just read that we would take issue with is the last sentence, and the delays resulted in the contents of the dumpsters into which the defendant had deposited Ana Walshe remains being incinerated. Insofar as the rest of the facts, he's prepared to admit.
All right. Mr. Walsh, you just heard what Attorney Porges said, sort of the insofar as. It's another way of saying it limited to this. And you heard what your counsel just said. Understanding those limitations as just articulated by your counsel, did you do or join others in doing those acts?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty that you're admitting to the facts described as revised by your counsel are true?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh, did you in fact willfully mislead various law enforcement to include members of the Cohasset Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police with the intent to impede or interfere with a criminal investigation of Ana Walshe's disappearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Moving to indictment number 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. Willfully conveying a human body in violation of Mass General Laws, Chapter 272, Section 71. On or about and in between January 1st and January 8th, 2023, the defendant, Brian Walsh, willfully conveyed away the body of Ana Walshe, or the remains thereof, from the Walsh residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset by conveying and disposing of Ana Walshe's body without a license or lawful authority, or the remains thereof, into dumpsters and or garbage receptacles in eastern Massachusetts. The defendant's actions were willful. Ana Walshe was not a stranger to the defendant. She was the defendant's wife and mother of his 3 young children. The defendant conducted internet searches into disposal of the body, researched locations of dumpsters, and then traveled to those locations. In disposing of the body of Ana Walshe, the defendant did not comply with the law.
Thank you. Sir, did you hear what the Commonwealth just alleged it would prove the case went to trial with regard to indictment number 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you do those things or join others in doing those acts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to today, you are admitting the facts described just now by ADA Connor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Walsh, did you in fact willfully remove or convey the body of Ana Walshe or her remains, not being lawfully authorized to do so?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you now plead guilty to these indictments willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone threatened you or forced you in any way to plead guilty to these 2 indictments?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything in return for your plea of guilty to these 2 indictments other than the terms of the plea agreement that we discussed? Excuse me, there's no plea agreement. That's what happens when you keep reading from the book, and you shouldn't. Has anyone promised you anything in return for your plea of guilty to these 2 indictments?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss your rights, your case, your defenses, and the possible consequences of your guilty plea with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you feel that Attorney Tipton and Attorney Porges have acted in your best interest, that he and she have fully, fairly, and adequately represented you in this case?
Yes.
Are you confused in any way by any of the questions I've asked you today?
No, Your Honor.
As I understand it then, sir, you're pleading guilty to these 2 indictments because you wish to plead guilty because you are guilty. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Counsel, do you know, defense counsel first, do you know of any reason why I should not accept your client's guilty plea?
Do not, Judge.
Same question to the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, I'll be brief, but we had spoke that this is a non-negotiated plea with the Commonwealth, and we had some objections to it. But my concern was where the defendant put the case on the factual basis that the Commonwealth read in, that is one reason you should not take it. And the second is this count 3 revolves around the improper disposal of Ms. Walsh's remains. And the defendant, when asked his marriage status, said that he was married. And consequently, Your Honor, then that is not an accurate relaying of his current status to the court and could be invalidating the plea. So I believe he has to be asked that question again. And I believe that if he continues to say he's married, that he's negating facts of count 3.
All right, I'll give defense counsel an opportunity to speak with your client.
Your Honor, I apologize. I couldn't exactly hear what Mr. Connor's caveat was.
In response to one of the early questions I asked of the defendant, I asked him if he was married, and he said yes, he was. And the Commonwealth was raising the point that if that were true, that it might negate proof of the disinterment, which requires a human body or remains. Do you want to speak to your client about that?
A moment, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
So, Your Honor, respectfully, I don't see this as a relevant or material issue. If the court wants clarification, I'm happy to approach sidebar.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
Were married. Do you remember that? All right. So, Mr. Welsh, earlier today I asked you whether you were married, and you answered yes, you were married. Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it correct that you were married to Ana Walshe for a period of time,
Yes, Your Honor.
and that under the law, death extinguishes marriage? It may not religiously or otherwise, spiritually, but under the law, when someone dies or when someone is dead, you can no longer be married to them. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so are you married today?
Your Honor, if I may, insofar as previous discussions, for purposes of a successful plea colloquy and meeting the elements of the crime, he is acquiescing to the fact that lawfully he is not married today.
All right. You heard what your lawyer just said? Agree with what your lawyer just said?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree.
All right. Anything else that we need to cover?
No, Your Honor.
All right. To the extent that the Commonwealth is objecting to the taking of the plea on other grounds, that is overruled. My job here is to make sure that I have a valid plea, and that means that the defendant is pleading guilty to the elements that the Commonwealth would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and I have inquired sufficiently to assure myself that he has admitted to each of the elements of the two offenses of Indictment 02 and 03. So I know we discussed at an earlier point the issue of victim notification, and I'll ask on the record now for the Commonwealth. Has the Commonwealth advised the victims of this case of the defendant's offer to change his plea to guilty?
Yes, we have notified the victims, Your Honor.
And based on our prior discussions, I understand that the victims may wish to address this court prior to any sentencing of the defendant.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And both parties that we've talked about this have agreed that we're not going to be sentencing the defendant today on the indictments that he's now pleading guilty to, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton, Borges? All right. And we'll give the victims a reasonable opportunity to address the court before sentencing, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You understand, Mr. Walsh, that at the time that we do get to sentencing, that by law, I'm not bound to any recommendation that's made by the prosecution or your lawyers. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that I may impose any sentence permitted by law up to the maximum allowable sentence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Having considered Mr. Walsh's criminal history, the government's proffered evidence, I will later consider the victim's statements to the court for matters for sentencing. I find that Mr. Walsh has met the requirements to tender a plea to counts 2 and to counts 3. I make the following findings. I find that the defendant is not presently under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and that he hasn't reported that he's not presently suffering from any mental illness or condition, and that he's not presently taking any medications. I find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and the consequences of his pleading guilty. I find that the defendant's change of plea to guilty with respect to each of the two indictments, 02 and 03, is made knowingly, willingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and with the full knowledge of its consequences. I find that the defendant's change of plea on these two indictments to guilty is made upon and with the advice of competent counsel, and I find there's a factual basis in the evidence as has been summarized by the prosecution and limited by defense counsel on behalf of the defendant for each of the two indictments to which the defendant now pleads guilty. Accordingly, I accept Mr. Walsh's plea of guilty as to indictments 002 and 003. Anything else that counsel that we need to do on the change of plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So
And that's it. And that is it. So that was a fun day of going through all of, well, not all of, but a lot of backstory on Brian Walshe. We saw a lot of the pretrial hearings. There were a few that I just didn't have time to do. One that I did want to see was law enforcement testified, but that was almost 5 hours. It's 4 hours, 37 minutes. That one was long, but I just couldn't fit that in today. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they come in and well, of course they're going to testify. Yeah. So that does it. Here, I wanted Richard, if you're still here, guys. Richard sent this to us over the weekend. I want to show this to you guys. So it's a pennant. So I need to get a dowel and stick it in there. And yeah, so cool. And display this somehow. We'll figure it out. But thank you for that, Richard. Really cool. Very nice. And you got all the names spelled right. So thanks for that. Oh, and little Roger wants to chew on these. No, you can't chew on those, not yet. Sorry, buddy. So, all right, you guys, that does it for us for today. It's like a House of Squeegee roster. Totally. Totally. Yes, that is an awesome gift. Yes, thank you, Richard. Very, very cool. All right, you guys, that does it. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Yeah, be sure to say thanks to our mods and thank you to Aaron. Aaron's been working crazy busy on a new project. We're gonna share it with you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be big news day tomorrow. We'll share it with you guys tomorrow. So with that, tomorrow, 2 things going on tomorrow. Actually, 3 things. One is the big surprise, which I'll tell you about tomorrow. The other one is 8:45. Brian Walshe starts at 9 a.m. That's Eastern, so we'll go on about 15 minutes beforehand. And then Taylor Shabibi, she's back in the news. She's going to be sentenced at 2:30. That's for when she attacked the prison guard. So we'll dual stream. I don't anticipate that's going to be more than like a half hour. I don't think there might be some victim impact statements. But yeah, we're going to dual stream that at 2:20, so basically 2:30 Eastern. But the big news is going to be Brian Walshe starting at 9 o'clock Eastern. We will be covering it. And we heard the judge say it was going to be 9 to 4. So it's going to be early days for us, which will be kind of exciting. So with all of that, thank you guys for joining us today. Had a fantastic time hanging out with you. Thank you so much. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And yeah, big news tomorrow. And looking forward to telling you guys about it. All right. So with that, as always, I leave you with Super Ball hanging out over there. Little soupy ball over there. Oh, we got Houdini cruising by. There's a cruise by Houdini. Of course, little Roger's over here. My little buddy. Hey, bud. That's a good boy. Yeah, that's a good boy. All right. All right, you guys, have a good night. Be well. Make sure you do something positive for yourself before the end of the day. And we will see you tomorrow, 8:45 Eastern, for Brian Walshe, Day 1, opening statements, Day 1. And then Taylor Shabusiness, we're going to stream her sentencing of her attacking the prison guard and the nurse. That's going to be at 2:30 Eastern. So we hope to see you guys then. Have a good night, and thanks for joining us. Bye.